Wait!
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome to Finals Day here at Surfest 2023. Proudly presented by Reflections Holiday Parks. We've got the Burton Automotive Pro quarterfinals set. We're into the round of 16 in the Speaking in Colour Pro. And we're going to get that kicked off this morning and established our quarterfinal bracket on the women's side. Ronnie Blakey joined by a three-time winner, a former World Junior Champion, Ian Beck Woods. And Beck, looks like it was the right decision yesterday to hold off on this round because the conditions have come up just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Just walked down there this morning and saw waves, so that was, yeah, I was pretty stoked about that because you just never know sometimes with the ocean. There's some good-looking rights out there. Just having a chat to Dim down there, she's frothing, so looking to be a good day.
Sure is. Now, on the men's side, we know that we are one round ahead. Therefore, there's some people that have kind of locked up their spots on the Challenger Series, which has been fun to watch that celebration. Also been difficult to see basically hearts break on camera as some surfers within reach fell out of the mix. But there's just a couple of surfers watching on now who, you know, their fate is in the hands of other competitors on the men's side. If we have a look here, we've still got George Pitara and Joel Vaughan powering from outside that qualification mark. So Solly Bailey, he's in a dicey position at the moment. Mikey Clayton-Brown. You've got to remember that Jarvis Earl has already locked in a spot as the World Junior Champion, so that's going to drop that qualification line down below that number 8. And yeah, this is going to be a stressful day for Solly, for Mikey Clayton-Brown, also for George, and of course Joel Vaughan, who is still alive in the draw. But on the women's side, this is going to be a lot of fun to watch this finals day because there's still surfers chasing big results that can climb up into a qualifying position as well.
Yeah, and we see this opening heat. We've got a couple of young up-and-coming Aussies looking to take it to the more experienced competitor in Bronte Macaulay. And then, yeah, here we see the points on the board here. Still lots of points up for grabs here. Zali Kelly's making a late charge to jump over that line there, and I guess Nixie's looking to be a little bit in a vicarious position there with Zali. And Willow, I think Mia Huppets and possibly Coco Can still in a position to be able to jump up into that 4th position. I know, yeah, Eva, I mean, Ellie's 100 and also points ahead there as well, but Ellie is still in the contest, so Kobe Enright also still in the contest, so yeah, those girls solidifying their positions here, but yeah, the 4th spot I think is up for grabs.
Yeah, it sure is. You need to only think about what you get here for a victory in this QS 5000. It's a solid chunk of points, 5,000, so we will see some movement already. Coco Cairns, Mia Huppets, Willow Hardy are chipping away. They're collecting the points. This heat is yet to get underway. It's going to be a 25-minute exchange. Bronte McCauley, the former CT surfer, is going to be out there in the red. Nanao Suzuki, representing that Asian region, she'll be in the blue, the Japanese surfer. Willow Hardy, the Margaret River Charger, is going to be out there in the white, and Ray Campbell in the green. So this is going to be fun to watch because like many of the heats that we've seen, right from the early stages, you know, there was slight mathematical chances for competitors to climb up into the mix, but right here we've got a few surfers who are really making a solid charge towards that top end, towards that position, that qualifying position.
Yeah, and I love seeing Bronte out here. I guess Willow would also know Bronte quite well because they are both from that WA region. WA's been well represented in this contest, and I think they're really liking the power of the Newcastle waves. Rhea Campbell from the Gold Coast, she's jumped 6 spots already. She has already had a 5th in a qualifying series 5000, so she's definitely no slouch to competition or in competition. And Nanao Suzuki is already sitting 2nd for the Asia region.
Yeah, she looks pretty solid, and she's collecting big points here. But, you know, at this stage of the competition, you're obviously really adding a solid whack of points to your total when you're progressing through the rounds. And this is an important heat to progress through because it's a big jump in your points tally if you can make that climb.
Yeah, there's still a few women remaining on the Asia side as well, as we see Willow drawing first blood here at Surfest 2023. Nice looking right-hander she's found. 2nd snap off the top, straight up vertical, rides out of that one.
Wow, what a start for Willow Hardy. That is going to feel so good as she just rides out of that final manoeuvre, you know, connecting with a solid wave in these conditions so early on is going to give you a huge advantage and give you control in the opening stages here. And Nanao Suzuki also getting one, but it's been Bronte McCauley who's been blowing our minds with a big individual turn. She throws a combo together. She is a former winner here and chasing another title.
Very finesse pull off there for Bronte. Definitely been over here. She has won this event back into, I think it was, we did look it up the other day, 2020.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, she knows. She's already. I think she finished in 8th on the Challenger Series. I had a quick chat to her via text the other morning, and she said, "Yeah, I qualified in one of the last positions, but I'm going to have another crack at it." And I was like, "Yeah, well, clean slate for these competitors going into the Challenger Series, and you know, good to kind of keep the ball rolling and keep momentum going." But she finished in 8th, which is pretty strong. It's a strong finish. I mean, obviously you want to qualify, and that's why you're there, but only missing out by a few spots.
Yeah, she kind of reminds me of a fellow West Aussie surfer on the men's side, Jacob Wilcox. When you think about the best surfers sort of not on the CT, I think Bronte falls into that category. Her surfing's so worthy. I mean, this is a competitor that's, you know, overcome the best surfers in the world, those multiple world champions, and I think one of her highlight performances for me came at Jeffreys Bay. She had a quarterfinal heat with Steph Gilmore, and you've just got to, you know, really remind yourself of the context of that. Steph Gilmore at Jeffreys Bay, and they had a draw, and Steph had a slightly higher ride, so she actually won the count back. But that's a huge accomplishment, and it was a high-scoring heat too. So, you know, she can match it with the best forehand approaches that we've ever seen on her backhand, and that's impressive.
Yeah, I think there was one year there where there was basically just Bronte and maybe Caroline Marks or a Tatiana Weston Webb. I think they're the 3 goofy footers potentially. So there's not a lot when you think about the top 17. There's a few more now, which is good to see. And yeah, Bronte always being consistent. I think Bells is another location where she's always consistent. So yeah, I mean, you need that consistency at the top level, and to be able to match Steph on a front side, it's really saying something about her surfing.
The judges have really been paying attention, obviously, to all the details out here, and you know they really do take a close look to appreciate the depth of Bronte's bottom turns, the critical placement of her manoeuvres, and just I just think how clean her rails stay throughout her rides. 7.17, and she's blitzing them on the opening exchange so far. Raya Campbell's out there with priority. She's going to get an opportunity to answer here. But it's a really solid start here for Macaulay.
I think there might be a little bit of a flurry of a set coming through the lineup right now. It is interesting on the Asia regional tour too. It looks to be like very close. Bronte taking off on this one here. A bit of a flatter wave, getting out on the face a little bit, looking to bank a second turn, but yeah, wave flattening out a little bit. Yeah, but the Asia tour is also, there's a battle going on for third position, it looks to be. The other two have quite a long, big lead. Huge front side attack there from the surfer in blue. Nanano sitting in second at the moment, and we can see why, but unfortunately not making that turn. Willow's up and riding again. And what I like about Willow is she does seem to basically consistently finish every single wave that she gets. And yesterday she absolutely dominated, or the day before, sorry, absolutely dominated her round of 32 heat. For such a young competitor, she's just showing, yeah, a lot of experience beyond her years. So she's done very well. Yeah,
look at sharp Willow Hardy. Raya Campbell getting her first ride there too, so waiting on that score to come through, used her priority. Was the patient surfer in the opening exchange, so sort of allowed those other competitors to hustle and get themselves into position. And she's going to do okay. Didn't match it with her rivals. I think when you play the patience game off the top, you know, the big goal's got to be to stay on pace with that first number you drop at 3:17. It's going to give her an opportunity to get up into that second spot. But Bronte off to a really quick start here. 7:17 to kick things off here on what will be finals day at Surfest 2023. Speaking in colour, getting behind this women's event, along with a lot of other local businesses. But Speaking in Colour educates, equips, encourages understanding to embrace Aboriginal culture. And we love what they're about. They bring a lot of positive and you know, just welcome energy to this event site and also to the community.
Yeah, definitely. It's awesome that they did win naming rights for this contest, actually. It actually merges really well with the women's event. It is a crowd-funded event, and they actually do have a surfboard that they've designed an art piece on. And have you seen it running? It looks pretty good in the room over there.
It looks unbelievable.
They actually,
so beautiful.
Yeah, have a silent auction on that, and proceeds for that silent auction are going to go towards the Indigenous Classic for next year's event. So that is on their social media account. Looks amazing. Yeah, it's a representation of community, but also looking into a rock pool, and such amazing colours they've used. Huge open face turn there for Bronte, and backing up with a second bank off the top there. So good wave selection for the surfer in red.
Yeah, unbelievable wave selection. I mean, you put a CT caliber surfer in a lineup like this, you know, that they're obviously going to have a massive edge just performance-wise. So if you give them the freedom to seek out the very best rides in that lineup, overcoming them is going to be near impossible. So often when you're hanging around an event site and you're hearing those experienced coaches, and Beck, you can speak to this being a coach yourself, you know, always the directive to a underdog performer in a heat like this is you've got to get the best waves from her, because she's got that edge, and that'll be your best chance to overcome them.
Yeah, and I think that's completely true, especially with the more experienced World Tour. Dimity Stoyle being the other one that I've seen in this contest so far with that experience, that top level experience. They've both been on the World Tour. Paige Harrod was another one, but she just couldn't get a second wave in her opening heat. But yeah, I think you see the strong competitors basically who have that experience. They always put themselves on the best wave. Their read on the ocean is it's hard to beat. You've got to really have a good understanding of the ocean to be in these events and to take down the big dogs. And I think Willow really stepped up to the plate last time I saw her surf. I thought, oh yeah, she's got a great read on what's going on in the ocean.
That strategy can also kind of change when you've got 4 surfers in the lineup. Like, everyone shoots for the win, but Willow Hardy at the moment, she doesn't seem too concerned with Bronte. She's actually sort of giving her a lot of space, sitting more towards the southern end of the bank, and her focus, might be to shoot for second. It seems like a funny tactic, but in these heats with 4 surfers, it's not a bad one to play. You can utilise your priority over just the other 2 surfers in the lineup, and give yourself an edge there. And maybe we'll see Willow employ that game plan here in this round of 16. If you've just joined us, it is going to be finals day here. It's a slightly overcast morning here at Merewether, which has been such a good home to this contest. Since about 2016, we made the jump down here in pretty solid conditions. And it's been hard to walk away from it. It's sort of got it all. It's just so set up for an event. And plenty of seats for the crowd. And they'll be lining the beach as we move through the competition today. And there's Raya Campbell just looking to get herself a 1.34 to climb up into second momentarily. And again, sometimes you might find yourself on a wave that's, pretty average. But even in that situation, I see surfers do it on the CT. They forget that they only need a really low number to get themselves into a qualifying position. And while it's not a score you want to be hanging on to at the end of the heat, the goal when you take a ride is to get yourself back into that qualifying position. And Raya Campbell's just been able to do that. So a 2.87. So what she does is she forces a decision or the rotation again of priority at some point.
Yeah, and putting a bit of pressure back onto other competitors. Sometimes when you are in the lineup, you don't actually really know what other competitors have done on a wave. And sometimes if you get in your head too much, we see a replay here of Willow Hardy's opening wave. Yeah, you can get in your head. Nice second face, slash there and straight up and down. So I think we know Willow's capable of a little bit more criticalness, like we see Bronte here on her open-faced, early in the morning, open wave, a first wave that she got. So if you compare Willow to Bronte in that regard, but yeah, sometimes you don't actually, you can get in your head and you think that your competitors have done some really huge turns and managed to get 7.5s, but sometimes they've just consistently caught the better waves. They've gone to work and they've done the solid turns. So, Raya opting to kind of pull off that one. I don't know. I think sometimes if you've rolled the dice, you've already done a couple of turns on the wave, and in a priority situation with a 4-man heat, I'd probably, like you said, Ronnie, I would maybe have tried to just bank a finish turn on that one and get back out the back again. Because she did better her position. She's carrying a 3.17, but she may have gone up into the 3s for that one, and it may have been a high 3 too. So, Willow's carrying the 4.5, so she's in a little bit of a better position, but you just never really know how the penny's going to drop coming into the final kind of stages of this heat.
I mean, we're really getting stuck into the nitty-gritty, and it's early. First things, but first couple of heats of the morning coming up are just looking unbelievable. We've got Bronte McCauley out there chasing a second Surfest title. So is Dimity Stoyle, and she's coming up in that next heat. And she's trying to make a big charge, Dimity. She's got some ground to make up. She might need to take this contest out to have a shot of even getting up into that 4th position and qualifying. But she's certainly got the surfing to do it. Holly Williams is going to be in that next heat as well, along with Kobe Enright, who's sitting in 2nd spot on those regional ranks, and Coco Cairns, who is just ahead of Dimity on the ratings and has been doing a great job of really maintaining her cool as she comes up against some more experienced rivals on a run through the contest. On the other side of the draw, the big names keep coming. Incredible form on that side too. Sarah Wakita, the Japanese surfer, who's on a mission to get herself into a qualifying position, gone from 6th to 4th already. Mia Huppets, she's in 8th position on our regional ranks, been doing some great surfing, the surfer from Burleigh Heads. Mirai Akita is in 7th position on the Asian ranks, and she's still alive in the mix. And Ellie Harrison sitting in 3rd, looking to consolidate her position at the top. They're coming up in Heat 3, but right now we're seeing Raya Campbell on a tear. She's been on a bit of a magic run, Raya, this year, and starting to rack up some solid results. And yeah, great surf. I've seen a lot of a backhand approach, so nice to see her on the left here, stringing some decent turns together.
Yeah, loves the left, the goofy footers. Great that she got 3 turns in on that one. I think she needed to kind of solidify and finish a wave there. So a little bit of experience there. Got busy. I don't know if Freya had priority then, so she's kind of moving around the lineup, which I think is a good approach. Willow's been sitting for a while. You can see her in the white to the right of the screen, so she's a bit of movement down there. She's staying away from the other competitors, but it's been a fair while between waves for Willow, so it'd be good to see her get a couple of those good-looking rights further down towards the south of the rocks there.
Yeah, that always, to me, is just such an impressive skill to maintain your position, to drop that anchor and have trust in the ocean for starters, and wait for that big opportunity, but then still be able to convert after you've sat there idle for a moment. I think it's it's one of the skills that the best in the biz have. All the world champs have that ability to really maintain their nerve.
Yeah, under pressure, a good experience for these younger competitors, and I guess that's why Surfest is such a good event for all of the Australians, because you can experience that against some of the world's best, with it being a QS 5000. And interestingly, last year, Holly Williams apparently jumped herself up into Challenger Series qualification at this event. So there are a few women barking at the door, busting down the door to try and get into those qualification positions, and Willow Hardy is one of them. She's in that top mix as well, so 9 minutes 40 remaining. That sunrise is amazing. Beautiful.
The city of Newcastle turning it on for us once again this year at Surfest. And, surfing, while it's the activity that we go to, that's our choice. We spend most of our time down here on the coast. There's so much to do in this region. You can go to visitnewcastle.com.au and basically just make a list of all the great stuff you can get into when you visit this region. I'm making the most of my trip, Beck. I'm off to wine country tomorrow.
Oh,
Going to head out to the Hunter Valley and stop in.
Yeah, there's amazing wine locations out there. Some of the best. I mean, similar to WA in that regard. I used to love going over there and doing a little tour de winery over there. So
exactly,
good to go and make the most of it out there.
I'm not even a wine drinker myself.
Yeah.
But the wife put the trailer on the back of my car. She said, "Don't come home with an empty trailer."
Good on her. I like it.
But 8.5 minutes remaining here. Willow Hardy, still, a great start. She did get the jump on Raya Campbell and Nanao Suzuki in the opening exchange. They haven't done a whole lot, so she only needs a low score. But I'm sure now she's just starting to feel a little bit antsy, because she rode that first wave in the first minute or two. And, we've only got 8 to go. So, I think it's kind of getting to that point where, she probably could have ridden away without losing any opportunities out there and got herself back up into that qualifying spot. I don't think she'll wait for the dream ride to come in now. It probably would have been at the forefront of her thoughts strategy-wise after she got the 4.5. Okay, that's an edge on your rivals. Just sit and bank a big number. But I think the infrequency of the sets makes that kind of decision to be ultra patient now a bit of a gamble. Yeah, and it can go, I guess, either way. But I definitely was not a waiter, especially in qualifying series heats. Well, here we go. Look at this. So she's taken a ride now. Yes, she's limited the opportunity of Raya Campbell and Nanao Suzuki in, taking that ride, but it's not going to get her up into the top 2. So she waited all that time and kind of didn't convert. So yeah, I think a lot of the women out in the lineup will have an idea of what's going on. And definitely, I think in waves like this, Ronnie, looking at it, the tide's still a little bit low. It will get better with a little bit more water. There's some tapered shoulders out there, and I think in qualifying series heats, you just got to hunt
those shoulders, basically, and hunt and hunt and hunt. And I saw some of the men's heats on Friday, and they just didn't stop for the entirety of the heat.
Where are we going to see a massive strategy pivot now from Willow?
I think so. I think sometimes you just need a little bit of a water splash to the face and to get things rolling a little bit more. We do see Bronte's moving away from her other competitors. She's already got 2 scores. She probably wants to keep building. She is in second priority, so I think sometimes you can see the other competitors moving, you know, and almost following to see, because Bronte's already got the scores, and sometimes it's really good to know that your competitors are going to like follow you up to where, and you're drawing them, and you're almost in control of that heat. So I think that some of these younger competitors just need to play their own game. They've just got to stay on task and play their own game and really build house right now.
Yeah, wave selection now for Willow Hardy isn't really something that she's going to have to think too deeply about. She's basically thinking, take anything that has potentially 2.5 points on it and get yourself up into that top spot, and flick the pressure over to Nanao Suzuki and Raya Campbell to chase you down. Here goes Nanao now. Really strong opening move. This is a great ride for the Japanese competitor. Clean combination, and that one is probably going to be enough to get her up into that second position. So the requirement's going to grow here, but you know, Bronte McCauley is well out in front as we go to this replay. What a great start.
Yeah, second, like kind of hip snap there and finished with a bit of a lip line. It's good to see Nanano catch them where she's sitting in second on the Asia Regional Tour. And I haven't seen a lot of her surfing, to be honest. It's been a pleasure watching the Japanese surfers just take it, you know, to town in this event. They've taken down some Aussies.
Yeah, they've been strong.
Yeah, and I think it's going to put a lot of pressure now back on Raya and Willow. At a pivotal moment. She's kind of pulled the trigger at a really pivotal time. So let's see what scores drop here for the surfer in blue.
Yeah, she's converted big time there. You've got to remember too, while there's a lot on the line for the surfers in the Australian Oceania region, for those on the Asian circuit too, there is a big points up for grabs here. Here goes Raya Campbell. She needs a 3.85 to get ahead of Nanao. Willow Hardy back in a fourth, looking for a 3.18 now, so the requirement has grown for her. Nanao has an opportunity with a big finish here to get herself to that number 1 position. Manami Nanaka fell out of the event early on, and so this is a big opportunity for her to sort of establish herself as the number 1 seed from her region heading into the Challenger Series. Here's the replay of Raya's ride.
Yeah, she connected well with the second section on that wave, but the wave was a little bit flat. Yeah, I think possibly if the girls could get something of substance like Bronte got in the first kind of 10 minutes, the waves were bigger and they did allow for that big pocket turn where Bronte stayed really in that critical section of the wave. So, yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult for these competitors, but they only need 3s. So, yeah, you see a set approaching the lineup. It'd be nice if they could get onto one of these bigger waves and just do one big turn, because we saw Bronte get a 7.5 for one big turn. So yesterday or the day before, sorry.
Well, Raya's found some space to the northern end of the setup here, and she gets a nice little 2-turn combo in. Only needs a 3.85.
And that was a better wave for sure. She kind of snuck that on the paddle back out. So she's getting in rhythm with the ocean now, and I think, yeah, Bronny's staying a little bit more patient. No, she's got to improve her score, but vertical first attack and banked the second turn pretty strongly there for the surfer in green.
On the outside, Bronte finds some room to move, throws everything at the section. Incomplete, but you can see there's some size and some power unloaded in that backhand hit. 7.17 and a 6.67 is what Bronte's hanging on to at the moment. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and for me, the focus is, you know, Willow Hardy, and just looking at her position on those rankings. She needs a 3.18. Willow, she's competed in a CT before. That was back in 2021 at Margaret River. And she'll likely get the opportunity in the trials to have another shot at cracking the main event, but that's so far from her thoughts at the moment. All she's thinking is 3.18. Get yourself up into that position. Ray Campbell's numbers coming through for that last ride, 3.2, not enough to get her up into the qualifying spot. So just under 2 minutes remaining here. Something standing up on the outside and moving into position for this one is the Japanese surfer, who's looking to get rid of just a 2.17 to make life even harder for Raya Campbell and Willow Hardy here. She's likely done it with that turn, a committed hit on the outside section, just the one move, but
yeah,
2.17s have, in these conditions, have been getting thrown out quite easily.
Yeah, we see the replay here. Nice and fast, gets around the section, manages to go straight up. Definitely made sure that she rode out of that one. She exaggerated that one, but Willow Hardy.
There we go.
Nice looking wave for Willow. Love to see a replay, see what happened out the back there, but that's a bigger wave for Willow, and she's waited a long time for that. So great that she's emphasised the last section. She's banked that one as well. So this is going to be a pretty crazy exchange.
There's less than a minute to go. It's so interesting to me too. Have a look at this. Bang! You know, it's funny, but sometimes in conditions like this, the more critical turn, even if it's not quite as well timed as the hit that, say, Willow did compared to Naneo, will get the nod just because it was a more critical section.
Yep.
But we'll see where the judges put that number. It was a 4.43 for Naneo, and Willow Hardy's came through at a 3.93, so that was the case. And with 20 seconds to go, she's still after a score, and now with Naneo kind of adding to her total, it's a pretty decent number of 5.44. And Willow's going to have to make a move really soon here. 10 seconds remaining. Her chances of getting into a qualifying position and getting onto that Challenger Series are slipping through her fingers here. And it's coming to an end. And Bronte McCauley, I mean, in control of that heat from that opening exchange. It was an easy victory for her, but Naneo Suzuki winning the battle for second position. And the number 2 on the Asian ranks, you know, serving up some heartbreak to the Australian competitors.
Yeah, I dare say just experience winning out in that heat. They kind of, you know, Naneo under pressure are managing to solidify her spot into second. Bronte kind of controlled the heat from the start, and I think the young competitors can really take a lot away from the way that Bronte was surfing then. She's kind of the top of the Challenger Series, so good surfing this event from Willow. It was a pleasure to watch her and Raya making it through to that, you know, the pointy end of the contest.
Impressive stuff. You're watching the Speaking in Colour Pro here at Surfest 2023. It's finals day. More coming your way right after the break.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the show. The Speaking in Colour Pro is back underway. This is finals day. We're looking to establish our quarterfinals here, and we're into the second heat of the morning, and it's a good one. We've got Dimity Stoyle, former CT surfer, and she's a former winner here at Surfest, out there in the red. Holly Williams, who's had some real strong results on the qualifying series last season. A couple of victories in those 1000s. She's out there in the blue. Kobe Enright, who's so well positioned at the top end of the regional ranks and looking good for a place on the Challenger Series this year. She's in the white. And Coco Cans, who's still got a chance. She's in the top 10 now, and she is fighting hard, and so far has just looked like she's in the total attack mode. Really surfing her heats wisely, but throwing some extra effort into her turns to overcome some of the most formed surfers on the qualifying series. Here we go. Nice peak standing up here for Kobe, but she's going to get caught behind, unfortunately.
Kind of smart in that exchange because it did have a wall a bit wider there, and she knew Dimity probably was in the right spot, so good to hold Dim off her right. She did grow up at Noosa. Oh,
man, she's just so strong on that forehand too. Now living at Snapper Rocks. Holly Williams, she gets a nice hit in there, the surfer from Budina on the Sunshine Coast.
Another sunny coast girl.
Man, they are producing big time. 2 QS wins to her name this season in the 1000s. She's had a really strong kind of junior amateur career. Captained the Aussie junior team in the ISAs back in 2019. Also overcome some hurdles, knee issues. Tore her medial a couple of years back, and has sort of rehabbed and got herself back into a great position to challenge once again and give herself a shot potentially at getting herself into the CT. But she's got a couple of heats to surf here yet.
Yeah, and I've seen, like, over the last few years, flashes of brilliance from Holly Williams. I think I'd love to see her accelerate this year. She's coming from behind in this event, but she did the same thing last year. So it'll be really good to see her again with a year's experience under her belt, and you can see she's kind of approaching the heat a bit differently to the last one.
Oh! Wow.
Nice.
I mean, that...
like under the lip snap.
You know, when you're kind of drawing audible groans out of the commentary team, you're getting the attention of the judges as well. And that just sort of came from nowhere. It was a punchy section, placed beautifully. And Holly did really well here to turn nothing into something. I mean, look at that wave. Even out in front of the wave, it was lumpy. It was ugly, and she did incredibly well there. So one move, and we're going to see where it falls in the scoreline here.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah, already got a 4 on the board there for her first wave. So I think different tactics here, more experienced competitor. I would say Holly, Kobe, and Dimity all with experience in this lineup. So, we did see Willow come unstuck just by basically not getting enough waves in that last heat. So you can tell Holly's gone out with a different approach. And I think putting pressure on your more experienced competitors straight up is a really good tactic to go with, especially in conditions like this.
Yeah, that last heat we were chatting during the break, it just felt like the strategy sort of fell apart a little bit for Willow Hardy and Raya Campbell. In conditions like this, putting too much faith in quality set waves coming your way can be very dangerous. One person, though, that just seemed to find all the sets in that first heat of the morning was Bronte McCauley. Bronte, another really strong performance, a dominant performance, but the big advantage of banking a keeper score on the opening exchange, it really worked in your favour there. It must be a lovely way to start a morning.
Yeah, it is a nice way to start. But nice that the swells picked up. It's like double the size of yesterday, so it was a great call in the end. And yeah, good to get a few waves and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, amazing. Obviously for you, another Surfest title is kind of within reach. There's a few more heats to surf, but you know, what would it mean to stand on the podium at the end of it all and be holding that Mark Richards trophy again?
Yeah, that would be amazing. That's kind of the goal, I guess, coming into it. Just get a lot of practice heats and try to get the win. Yeah, I've had really good memories here, so just excited for the day. Excited to watch Jacob Wilcox too. I think he's coming up in a couple of heats. And yeah, it should be hopefully a good day.
Do you give yourself the opportunity, Dimity, on mornings like this, even when you're in a heat, to have a look at the sunrise and just take it all in and appreciate the beauty of this area?
Yeah, I do, especially just walking down to the contest in the dark this morning. So it's such a beautiful city, really. Yeah, one of my favourites. So yeah, definitely try to enjoy the little moments along the way.
Hey, Bronte, tell me, heat strategy-wise, how is it that you managed to paddle out in the first 10 minutes for every single heat and get like a 7 and a 6? Tell me your strategy.
I don't know. I didn't really have much time this morning. It started so early, but just got lucky, really. The waves just came to me at the start, and then I didn't really do much towards the second half. But yeah, it definitely settles the nerves when you get a couple good ones early.
Keep the wave magnet charged, Bronte, and keep throwing down those big backhand blasts. We're loving the show, and best of luck in the finals.
Ronnie, thanks, Beck.
16 minutes to go here. Bronte McCauley through to the quarters, along with Nanao Suzuki, looking for a couple more players in the game here. Dimity Stoyle got her first ride during the interview. She banked a 3. Holly Williams, though, is on fire with those big individual hits. A 5.33 for the big forehand blast just moments ago. Trying to improve on a 4 with that backhand hit. Kobe Enright doesn't have a decent score yet. Coco Cairns also struggling to get anything of substance on the board. But yeah, I guess you can, just thinking back to Bronte, you can take the time to just take in the beauty of the place when you've put yourself in such a strong position and bank the 2 best numbers of an opening heat.
Yeah, funny that she says, "Oh, look, it's I've just been quite lucky." Like you're the luckiest person in the contest then, because she's every single heat she's gone out, basically led from start to finish and just got 2 waves straight up off the bat, and it's I guess it's just her read on the ocean.
For sure, she's just that individual too that just completely personifies that saying. The harder you work, the luckier you get. She's just been really working on her surfing, looking to get back to just that really strong competitive mindset. And she's looked like a winner right through this contest. She's going to be very difficult to stop. Just on 14 and a half minutes remaining here, Holly Williams kind of having it all her own way at the moment. She's had 3 waves. They're all better than what anyone else has surfed up just yet.
Yeah, and good-looking lineup shot there. See how wide and far away. Nice backside slide there for Kobe, who did need to get the ball rolling with 10 minutes already passed, managing to get through to the inside. But yeah, I really like the way Holly's approached this heat, and I think Dimity on a good-looking right here. Bit of an open face carve.
This spells danger for her competitors. Dimity so strong on the forehand. There's a clean combo. Finds some room to move. 14 minutes to go.
So watch standing that down there this morning with Dimity, and she was, we were eyeing off a few of those rights. When they did come through, they have that nice open face, sections that allow Dimity to unload on a forehand. She's definitely got, here we go, nice bit of a backhand slide there for Kobe. Growing up on points, I think like point break waves like Noosa, Dimity always had a really good open face carve, and it took her all the way to the World Tour. See a nice bit of a bank off that second turn. It was this turn I liked. She kind of threw the fins out a little bit and made sure she rode out of that one. So, yeah, I think you can tell the point surfers in their technique.
100% you can. And one thing that they have when they do connect with a wave is that they tend to sort of stand back on the tail and really size up the entire wall and thread together a variety of manoeuvres. I was chatting to Mikey Madonna. I was actually on the beach when he got knocked out. It was a different situation, though, for him than last year, where he was really nervous about being overtaken in this final event. Mikey Madonna hit the beach. He did the math on the way up, and he bumped into Kiwi Butler, and both those guys fell out of the draw, but they had a big hug. They said, "We're back on the Challenger Series," so they're psyching. Job done for them. But Mikey Madonna has that ability in average conditions to do exactly what Kobe Enright's doing here and turn a beach break into a point break. All they need is a wave that serves up, a tapered wall, and they'll link together a variety of turns for you and for the panel. So yeah, it's you know, I think it only works in your favour if you grew up on a point break and you get to beaches, because suddenly you can magically elevate the conditions by just picking the wave apart so beautifully.
Yeah, all of these surfers getting busy right now. And yeah, I think definitely you can tell. I mean, Kobe on that last wave, again, good looking wave. Dimity, Kobe look like they've found their little button spot out there. Coco needing to get busy right now. Huge open face slash there for her, and she manages to I was going to say connect, but unfortunately a bit high with that one. But
that was. I applaud the effort she's putting into those final sections, because she is playing catch up at the moment, but just gave that one a little bit too much. Just forced it in there a bit. 11 and a half minutes. You know what's interesting is it seems to be a real advantage coming from a point break. Those point break surfers seem to adapt nicely to beach break conditions, but it seems to take a beach break surfer a little bit longer to adapt to a point break situation.
Yeah.
It's just harder to find that flow, and I think find the trust in the wave, like down the line.
Yeah, I think the lines that you take, and I guess that's why we love surfing, because the interpretation of a surfer's kind of line that they take on a point. I know that when I grew up surfing on a left-hand point, so I was really, I felt confident going backside. I was like, I didn't really feel like I needed too much work on that, but I moved to Lennox, because here we see Kobe's replay here. Nice first slash. Second turn throws a bit more spray, and yeah, manages to do a bit of an open face carve there.
Should be the best number of the heat.
Yeah, so scores dropping there, Ronnie. Looks like it's a 6.0, so it's really thrown a spanner in the works for the plan for Dimity as well as Holly Williams. So it's going to be a bit of a belt fest out here coming into the last 5 minutes. I think we've still got a little bit of time, 10 minutes on the clock. So Kobe's found her spot in the position. Nice little tail slide there. And Kobe's got an interesting technique. I like watching her surf because it does look like she's not putting in kind of like Parko-esque a little bit. She looks like she's cruising, but she actually, like, critical-wise and technique-wise, is connecting with the best part of the wave with minimal effort. And I think that's kind of every surfer's dream.
Yeah, you want to see the effort that someone's putting in. Have a look at the fan of spray that's coming off the rail. Kobe's got that leverage. She uses it to good effect, but you're right, she doesn't lose that kind of nice flowing surfing. And, we got to, if you're talking style and beautiful flow and unique style, you've got to give credit to Mark Richards, the 4-time world champion who lives just over the road here at Merriweather. The wounded gull, he just absolutely spread his wings out when he was surfing. And, I bet he's loving just this unique style. It's interesting reflecting on the yesteryear, those early years of competitive surfing, pro surfing, and the styles were so unique, basically because the equipment that everyone was riding was so different. People were innovating. People like MR were making adjustments to their own boards. At every event, there was, trailblazers kind of coming up with fresh ideas for boards. So it just gave everyone a really unique line. And these days, the equipment is not too different for each competitor. Therefore, the approach can sometimes become somewhat similar, and it's just the odd individual who kind of stands out in a draw with that really unique read on the wave, but also the unique placement of their limbs, and Kobe certainly got that. She's also got the lead. 6-point ride and a 4.27. Holly Williams is after a 4.95 here to jump up into first. Dimity Stoyle's got work to do. She's got that priority. And there is waves rolling our way. Looks like Dimity's aiming for a corner here on the forehand. Just has so many weapons she can call on to chase down this score. And a nice bowl to get started. Winds through that first carve. Really just a couple of transition turns. Will want to get an end section hit out of this one. Bang, hits it, but unsuccessful in riding out. There was a bit of backwash coming her way as well there. Holly Williams on the outside looking for a 4.95. Really nice drawn out carve, but it's put her a little behind this second section. Makes up for it with a couple of hits on the end.
Both nice looking waves there. Good exchange. I saw Holly kind of hunting Dimity a little bit and forcing her into that wave, making sure that she went it so she could get out the back and have that priority. And then manages to get the wave, like one of the waves behind it. I do feel like a bit of a shame that Dim did come off on this inside turn here. She did all the work out the back. Second turn a little bit flatter because the wave didn't really allow it. But yeah, it kind of hits pretty hard there and unfortunately just gets a bit bumped off. See a nice open face carve here for Holly. It's good exchange for both of these surfers. A shame that section kind of shut down a little bit, but she did manage to do a second little turn there and a check turn on the inside. So possibly.
Oh, I think Holly gets the edge on Dimity in the exchange and probably gets rid of that 4.5 as well. I love the first turn. It's a real shame. She just kind of pushed it to the point of being a little stuck behind that second section, but she did make up for it. A couple of nice hits down the line. Ellie Harrison coming up in the next heat. Love her surfing. So from Victoria, it just seems to be getting stronger and stronger, more refined. And she'll definitely give him a good push in that next exchange. Stacked heat. As we see Coco Cairns, can she hang on for the finish here? She does. Did very well. She'd had a fall earlier on a wave that was probably going to turn in her best score. So she's back in it here with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I think Coco really needed to get a wave like that because she did get second up at the Tweed Coast Pro. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, young competitor. She's had, the state and Aussie titles wins, and you can see a bit of a soul arch there at the start. Nice wrapping roundhouse cutting, and she manages to go super vertical into a critical section and ride out of that. So I think she might get a pretty good score for this one, Ronnie.
Oh, have a look at this. This is the mistake from earlier on, but again, I just want to celebrate the commitment. And another thing I want to say is that Coco's just, the fact she took some time at the start of that ride to just take that high line approach to really get some speed up. It was a cool read, and I think she'll be well rewarded for it.
Yeah, what does she need? A 6.26. Possibly, let's see where the scores go for Coco, but put herself right back into this heat, which has been a bit of a Kobe Enright slashing attack there.
That was sick. Kobe Enright had a 6 earlier on, also a 4.27. Big individual turns have been celebrated by the panel all week, and that was one of the best. I mean, just the one section, but just when Kobe's looking really smooth and casual in her approach, she reminds us that she's got that power and she can be unpredictable as well. That was fun.
Yeah, she always holds her composure. Like in any heat that I've ever watched her, composure-wise, super mature head, keeps it cool, knows what she has to do, knows she's carrying 4.27, so one big turn. We've seen Bronny get a 7.5 for one turn, and she's very aware, Kobe, and that's what I love about watching her compete. This might be another wave here for Dim.
That was a nice start. That was a really clean rail turn and a good end section hit there for Dimity Stoyle. She's going to get herself into this heat here. But here's the replay of Kobe Enright, and for me, that's one of the turns of the contest so far in the Speaking in Colour Pro. Just it was, no room to move, and just really did put it on the back foot, got nice and low, expecting a solid score here. She's going to get rid of the 4.27, extend her lead, and the battle for second position is going to be on in the final 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen a crazy exchange. Kobe's kind of solidified that heat lead position with a 6.17 for that one turn. So that is really rewarding, that critical surfing. But Dimity's at a pivotal moment again. Held composure, got a 5.07 on that last right. I don't know how she found it because I don't think she was in a priority situation, but it looks like she's just paddled away.
It's clutch.
Gotten a bit frustrated and found another right, and she's doing it again here on the screen.
Wow, this has been impressive from Dimity. When the rhythm hasn't been in her favour, she's managed to scrap her way to second position here. And even though she didn't get a score out of there, it seems like she's found just a little piece of this sandbar that she's going to try and make her own. Holly Williams with priority after a 4.91. Coco Cairns has got herself in the heat. Her last wave of 4.83. And I think this heat is, still up for grabs. Well, second spot certainly is. There's quite a bit of distance between Kobe Enright and the rest of the field. Just a solid performance. Kobe did or has done what a coach would love to see of their student, and that is to build a couple of numbers and then actually let go and really push your surfing to the next level to put it out of reach.
Yeah, it's like the dream position to be in when you are holding kind of 2 6s. They're the 2 highest wave scores of the heat. It'd be nice, you get into that position and then you can start pushing, and that's exactly what Kobe's done. Coming down, it's going to be a little bit tricky now for the surfer in blue and surfer in green. Not large scores, but more experienced competitors in the lineup with them. I dare say there might be. Dimity tends to be sticking a little bit further away, which I'm a little bit surprised by, but Holly does have the priority position, so let's see how she holds her composure in this last minute and a half.
Is that saying, you learn more from your losses than you do from your wins?
Oh, totally.
That's definitely going to be the case for Kobe in this heat. I don't think she could take too much more than just, pride in her performance here. It's been so solid. Maybe she might felt that at different stages with priority she could have waited or whatever, but for me it's just been a really clinical performance strategy-wise. No one else has come close.
Yeah, and I think even in her opening rounds, actually, she's been keeping composure and holding, from start to finish, holding pretty solid leads. Opening round heats. I haven't seen Kobe surf for a little while, but yeah, she looks like she's been doing a fair bit of work. So many good surfers up on the northern end of New South Wales.
Yeah, also I really feel like those surfers that are part of the board riders clubs and with a couple of big board riders meets happening, including the Kira Teams Challenge, obviously the Australian Board Riders Battle, National Finals, and then there was another separate event, the Usher Cup. Kobe Enright took part in each of those, and as far as like surfing competitively under pressure, it's probably gnarlier when you're representing your Board Riders Club in a team's event, so she's probably got her nerves pretty well in check and a resting heart rate coming into this final QS event, seeing as though she's also solidified a spot right up there at the top end. And, it must be getting close to guaranteed that place for Kobe. She's had such a fantastic year. Stunning performance from her. Dimity Style, a former winner here at Surfest. She saved herself in that one, Beck.
She really did. She kind of just went to work there at the end of that heat. And unfortunately for Holly Williams, strong surfer, really great technique. She has unfortunately just bowed out of this event, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. But yeah, pleasure to see all of the younger Australian surfers compete in this contest.
We're going to take a quick break here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2023, and it is finals day. Stay with us.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
It's speaking in colour. We go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
We're loving having your company here on finals day at Surfest 2023. The Speaking in Colour Pro is back underway with the round of 16, looking for quarter-finalists out of this one. And this is heat number 3. Really looking forward to this clash because it's got some surfers with big dreams of getting themselves onto that Challenger Series. Ellie Harrison's out there in the green, been surfing brilliantly all year. Sarah Wakita, an exciting talent on those Asian ranks, came into this final event in 6th position, already climbed up into 4th. And Sarah Wakita, we'll be talking more about her in a moment. This is a replay of Ellie's opening ride. It was just a 1.83. And Wakita yet to get a score on the board, but Mirai Akita of Japan found this one. And yeah, didn't really extract too many points out of it, but has the best of those 2 opening rides so far. 25-minute heats. The surfers are looking for 2 good rides. The good news is they can catch as many waves as they like. Priority is a factor. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a Merriweather local and a man that campaigned on the QS for a number of years. Had a victory over in Japan. Mitch Ross, good morning. Thanks for having us.
Good. Thanks for being here, Ron. Lovely day.
Swell it's awesome.
Swell picked up a little bit overnight, which is pretty lucky, considering looking at the charts, it didn't look like it was going to come off an awful lot. As we see the surfer in blue up and riding on her first wave of the morning. A couple of turns there.
Mia Huppert, it's been impressive just seeing just her surfing go to that next level. Always really formed out. Great commitment to that opening manoeuvre. Draws it back into the bowl and gets the finishing move. So compared to the other 2 surfers, I think she banks the best ride of the heat so far. Sarah Wakita's going to take on that priority on the outside now as we see Akita up again.
Really busy at the start of this heat. Big vertical snap there, and unfortunately, once again, getting sort of caught up in the final manoeuvre and not riding that one out.
So here is Sarah Wakita at the moment. As I mentioned, came into the event in 6th spot. Has already jumped up into the 4th position. So she's climbing nicely, and she needs to, because when you look at the Asian ranks for the women, it's the top 3 that actually progress through to that Challenger Series. So you know, it's important that she keeps alive in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a lot of valuable points up for grabs. We are pushing through the rounds down here at Merriweather, the final day of competition. It's going to be a big one. Scores getting locked in. 19 minutes remaining in this heat. Another good heat is coming up next with semi-local. Well, she is a local surfer, but she is from South Africa. Sarah Baum will be out there. Anon Matsuka, she'll also be out there alongside Zali Kelly and Rosie Smart. So a couple of massive heats this morning. As we see a bit of a lull out there. The conditions right now, very light breeze. Really light. It's really it's actually difficult to understand which way the wind is coming from. Might be a light offshore. Swell directions from the southeast, I want to say, at the moment. Left and right peaks up and down the beach here at Merriweather.
There's a mad battle happening on the women's Asian regional circuit to get those spots, those positions, those 3 spots, because we've got, as you mentioned, Anon Matsuka coming up in the next heat. She's sitting just above Sarah Wakita on the rankings. Not a whole lot of points between those 2. So the race is on to get yourself to the final here at Surfest 2023 for those competitors. And then on the Australasian, or Australian, I should say, and Oceania ranks, you know, there is definitely some surfers with an opportunity at getting to the top. And one of them is Zali Kelly. She's going to have to progress through that next heat to have a shot. We just saw Dimity Stoyle stay alive in the draw. She's going to be moving up a couple of places and getting closer to that dream. But Dimity, she'd probably have to win the contest, I'd think, to get herself up into that top 5.
she's looking like she could. I'll tell you that. The former champion, as we see the surfer in blue up and riding. Pretty fast wave. The tide is coming up, but still a couple of sort of ledgy closeouts there at the moment.
So numbers rolling through for Mia earlier on, a 3.5 just to throw away on that last one. But here it is for you. It just whips that board back into the pocket. Didn't have a whole lot of speed for that first move, so kind of added probably a lot more to the scoreline with that finishing turn. As we see Wakita up again. There's a solid hit. And she is from a pretty well-known surfing family. Her dad, Takayuki Wakita, really respected pipe surfer. As far as foreign surfers go, he really made a name for himself in the lineup there. There's a section of the wave between off the wall and backdoor where he used to like to sit. Super deep. He'd always have his eyes on the lefts, and it's dubbed Wakita's. He's also surfed in the Eddy before, but his son Tai Chi is a great competitor as well on the men's side. He's been campaigning on that Asian regional ranks as well.
We had a chat to Sarah the other day and asking, has she sat in that that spot?
The Wakita Bowl.
Yeah, and she goes, yeah, I have, but I was going right. Yeah. She was surfing kind of more, backdoor off the wall.
Smart.
But she also said that Dad does sort of bug her to come out and try a few. But one day, she said.
Mate, she's got the talent, as we see Ellie Harrison up.
Wow.
What a crisp turn that was. Only the one move, but the judges have been giving credit to those well-timed, powerful hits as we've been rolling through the contest. So wouldn't be surprised if Ellie gets her best number out of that one.
Wow, big snap there. Unfortunately, that backwash just sort of getting in the way of things there for the surfer in white, as we see the surfer in red. Sarah Wakita up and riding. Good-looking right-hander here. Hard off the bottom. Big snap.
Oh, I love it.
Loses control for a second, but made up for it with that big closeout jam. Good surfing there.
She was on that line, wasn't she? The line that you want to be on, where you're on the verge of maybe just losing your fins, but you are pushing it to the point of release. And as we see on the replay here, she cleaned it up nicely with a really well-timed final hit.
As we see a replay of this big turn, I love that. Got another. If she had another section there, it was going to be a massive number there from Elle. But Sarah, she did find the two sections and put that wave to bed. That was really solid there from the current heat leader. And the judges have said 4.83. So a decent number, the highest scoring wave of the morning, or of this heat.
Yeah, it was solid. 14.5 minutes remaining here. Winning through to the quarterfinals. She's been on an absolute tear this year on the qualifying series. It's Kobe Enright. Morning, Kobe. That's a great way to start finals day. How's it feel?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm stoked. The waves are pretty average yesterday when I thought we were going to go out. So to turn up this morning and see fun ones like that out there, yeah, I'm super stoked.
We were just talking during the heat. I mean, you have such a unique style in this field. It just looks so casual at times. And then you just did this big, unpredictable layback jam on an end section. Must be nice to sort of have that point break pedigree, and what's it like trying to bring that to beach break conditions?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've grown up at Snapper, so I love going right, and it was kind of like a little rip ball ride out there. So I know Dim and I were pretty happy with that. It's always nice when you turn up to the beach and you can see some runners, because we don't always have that luxury at the QSs. So yeah, it's good.
What about just the joy of seeing a section coming your way? You don't get that too often at Snapper Rocks either.
No, never. You get some people, you get some speed bumps in the way, but never another section.
And tell us about the board that you're riding. It looks like a great little small wave craft.
Yeah, this is actually just my normal board. Super random. I'm usually switching up boards, but I got this one right before I came down. It's the new JS Monster 10, and it's definitely a favorite. I've used it every day since I've had it, and I was just... Yesterday when I saw it was small, I was like, oh no, I don't know if I'll be able to ride it. So yeah, I was back on this one today. It's 5'10", and yeah, it goes good.
What's the tail, if you don't mind me asking?
It's a rounded pin.
That's what I thought. I saw you running down this morning, and it's funny. A lot of you, a lot of the girls, I know Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, opt for that same tail. Yeah, interesting to know, because a lot of the guys are generally using sort of rounded squares and stuff, but any idea why?
I was riding rounded squares pretty much my whole junior career contest-wise, and then JS put me on these probably a few years ago, and I literally haven't turned back. It was actually Mick Kane, who recommended and got a couple for me to try, and yeah, I've loved them. They're perfect for the points, and then they go really well at D-Bar and all the beaches, so yeah.
Well, that one looks magic. So best of luck, Kobe. You've been on a fantastic run on the QS this year, and I think jumping up into the quarters, you've all but solidified your place, but I know you want that big result. Everyone wants a Surfest title and the big trophy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like I haven't really had a super good result in a while. I got quarters at Cabba, but it's just that was at home, so I would have loved to have done better. So hopefully I can do one better this event, or two.
Well, we wish you all the best. Surfing great. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, Kobe, just giving us some great insights in the equipment as well. I like it. I love a round tail. It's showing, I think, just the way that she's able to hold those rail turns out there and doing really well. Meanwhile, out the back, got a heat on our hands, just over 11 minutes to go, and what a finish there for Mirai Akita, who needs a score too to get herself up into second place. I think she's found it with that one.
Easy. That was a great two-turn combo there, and a bunch of scores have come through for Sarah Akita. Actually made a mistake. The wave a few minutes ago wasn't a 4.83. It was actually a 6.5. Then she backed it up with another good number.
Yeah, it seemed a little low for the work that she got done, didn't it? But yeah, 6.5, 5.9. That's, you know, they're not numbers that you're going to remember at the end of your career, but like it's just such a dominant start in conditions like this. Mia Huppets, I mean, you got to give her props for the commitment to the float. It was a chunky little section to try and ride out of, but she was unable to stick it, unfortunately. So, yeah, we'll see if she can land one of those and get herself that big score, but Mia's got some work to do, as does Mirai Akita. But I think Mirai might have a wave on the way here. Just over 10 minutes to go. Ellie Harrison. Mitch, we've watched her surfing evolve. She's just had a great run on the QS, and she doesn't want to drop the ball now because there's some surfers with that big finish in mind and the opportunity to jump up into that top position.
Yeah, and a couple are coming up in the next round, or the next heat, sorry. Business end of the draw. This is, of course, the final day of the event, so this is when you've got to bring the A game.
You've watched, obviously, a lot of this QS leg. Ellie Harrison, where she sit for you as far as her chances if she can get onto the Challenger Series?
I think she's got a chance. She got big turns. I remember watching a few heats of her up at the Palms event, the Great Lakes. Yeah. Couple of big turns and not afraid to hit big sections. You know, coming from an area, you know, like you know, the Torquay zone, heavy water, a lot of power down there. Definitely sort of helps when you get to the Challenger Series, because a lot of the events are run, you know, like looking in Portugal, you know, sort of heavy water events. I think she could hold her own on that tour and potentially actually make a leap up into the top elite tour.
Yeah, I think she's the real deal. I think also something's clicked for her performance-wise in the last sort of 12 months. She just looks like so refined, her rail turns, and, you know, while you want that progressive kind of innovative approach as well these days, so often the high percentage play is the power moves. And, yeah, she's building nicely.
Zali Kelly, she's one of the dangers, especially in this sort of stuff. She can mix it in the air and on the rail.
She's also a proven winner.
Yep.
Has been winning QS events since she was 14 years of age. So she's one that definitely has a fantastic chance. I think she's, you know, got that ability to really zero in on a podium finish without getting flustered about, you know, the potential of that happening. She just seems to really block it out nicely.
Big battle in that next one too. Sarah Baum, local.
Yeah,
born in South Africa, but she is a local. She's been living in the Newcastle area for the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, what I think both those surfers have to do is be careful not to get too focused on one another, because they're both going to be the strongest surfers out there in that lineup, and there is going to be sort of that opportunity to pivot your game plan to shoot for second if someone else gets off to a magic run. You know, that might change if obviously Anon Matsuyuka and Rosie Smart can drop big numbers on those two experienced heads. But yeah, it's going to be hard for them to overcome, I think, Sally Kelly and Sarah in that next heat.
Yeah, without a doubt.
7 minutes to go here.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go, and the situation remains the same. Couple of decent numbers, big numbers, actually, for the surfer in red. As we see Green, have a look at this wave, currently in third position. This wave doesn't look great on the drone. Cutting back, looking for one big major right there, and makes it a score. Really good surfing there from Ellie Harrison. The opening manoeuvre was a bit of a sort of connect the dots turn, but that final turn, that was big. And only looking for a 2.23, 6.5 minutes remaining. She's going to do that and more. Might even, yeah, there you go, flipped it. 5.33, solid number there, Ron.
Yeah, just a composed effort and not sort of hanging about out there too long, waiting for some unicorn wave that's not going to come her way. Just surfed brilliantly. You know, good size, medium set wave out here today. And execution on point. 5.33, Mirai Akita. Now after a 5.6, Mia Huppets have been looking really strong on a road through to this point in the competition, the round of 16, but she's fallen off the pace a little bit, and there's the pressure of having to chase down one of the best scores of the morning.
Yeah, big number. As we see, life's better outside. One of the major sponsors down here, Ronnie.
Yeah, unbelievable. 36 unbelievable nature-based destinations around the country. I've stayed at some of the Reflections parks before. They've got obviously unpowered sites for campers, but if you want to go high-end, premium glamping cabins. And yeah, it's always comfortable. But yeah, the posse of some of those Reflections parks are just amazing. Tucked away in really cool little corners on the east coast. Beautiful beaches. Definitely worth checking out. 5 minutes remaining here. And Mia Huppets has made her move, Mitch. She just got herself a 6.9 on that last ride. Here it is on the replay. Let's have a look at it. Drives up into the first section. A really nice hit to get started, but that's where the points are going to come. Really big end section commitment, and that's the talent that she's got. So wasn't going her way, but held her nerve, and she's flipped the script, and she's put Ellie Harrison in a position where she needs a 5.08 with just under 5 minutes to go.
We saw Mia get a wave maybe 7 minutes ago, and she, very similar to that one, but she fell off the final manoeuvre. And on that wave, however, she did complete it and locked in the score of the heat. So a big number as we're now looking at the current heat leader on a good-looking wall.
Sarah Wakita, nice slice to get started. Tried to really squeeze two moves in, and it didn't work out for her, so it won't go into the top two. Let's see how Ellie Harrison responds now. She's going to need a decent score. 5.08, draws off the bottom into the lip, just the float. Didn't really have a whole lot of speed to bring it down off the roof, and she's going to be still looking for that number, the 5.08, with just on 4 minutes to go here.
Really tight. I love the rail of that she puts it on, Ellie. She's got so much power and just a really nice flow through her turns. Here's the replay of Sarah's last wave. Look at it take off, then it sort of bent out to sea and sort of got a little bit disconnected. Once she figured out that it wasn't going to be a great ride, I think she sort of didn't bother riding it out. And this wave was good until the fall off, looking for a pretty decent number of 5.08. Not going to be enough on that last one. We've got just over 3 minutes remaining. Really coming down to the business end of this heat as we look at the live leaderboard, Ron.
Oh, this is starting to get pretty interesting, isn't it? Because if you have a look at where Mia Huppets is sitting, she has got a shot with a huge finish here, and really she's looking to open up some spots at the top end, and by getting the jump on Ellie Harrison here, it's not a lock. Ellie's had a fantastic run on the QS. Nixie Ryan's in a lot of danger here with Zali coming up in that next heat too. But this is intense, an intense situation for Ellie. She can all but probably shore up her place getting out of this round of 16 heat and into those quarters. But Mia's made it hard for us. She needs a 5.08.
That's a big number. You know, it is a big number. As I said that, I was thinking, all it really is, though, it's one steep section. If Ellie gets, something to work with, something to play with, and just goes massive, she will get the number. Currently in third priority, as we see a couple of the blokes warming up. That's Georgie Pitter and Reggie, Alyssa Reginardo, getting ready. They'll be coming up after the next heat of the girls.
And then we'll be going straight into those Burton Automotive quarterfinals. But this is getting intense now. Just under 2 minutes to go. Keep in mind, you know, you've got 4 positions and a wild card spot going to the surfers on the Australia Oceania regional ranks here on the women's side. Paige Harrod still sitting at number 1 at this stage. Kobe Enright's in second spot, has a chance to maybe take that number 1 position as she moves through the rounds. Ellie's sitting in that third spot. Nixie Ryan's in fourth. Below them, Zali Kelly just outside the top 4 at the moment, sitting in 5th position. Mia Huppert's down in 8th spot, and Dimity Stoyle's still alive. She's moved into 12th position already, but does have a bit of ground to make up points-wise. So this is heavy at the moment. I mean, it's going to take a spirited run from Dimity, Mia and Zali to get right up there. You know, a couple of them will have to go pretty big to overtake Ellie, but
The thing about it, a couple of them are going to have to do that, but there's not too many spots either.
But the calibre of surfers, I mean, Mia's just about to do it. But she'll probably, by progressing through this heat, she'll probably only just match it with Ellie on points, so she'll have to keep her roll going. 30 seconds to go here, and Ellie Harrison on the outside. Mia's got priority over Ellie too, so you've got to give credit to the surfer from up there on the Gold Coast for hanging in there after a fall early on and backing the number she needed to get to this number 2 position. Movement here on the outside. Ellie has a look at one, but this wave just laid down. It didn't give her the opportunity. 5 seconds to go, and Mia's done the job here. She's going to hang on to this second position by the looks of things. As the heat comes to a close, the hooter sounds. Harrison doesn't get into it, but it's Sarah Wakita who's on a charge up the Asian ranks, who gets the victory and has put herself into the quarterfinals here at Surfest 2023. We're going to take a quick break. One more heat to come in the round of 16 here at the Speaking in Colour Pro, and we'll have our quarterfinal set then on the women's side. Stay with us.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
We're for the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
We will crown 2 champions here today, and we will determine who is going to be tackling the Challenger Series from the Australia-Oceania region. Also, we'll have an idea of who's going to be representing Asia on the Challenger Series at the end of the day. But right now, we've got the last heat, the round of 16 for the Speaking in Colour Pro to set up our quarterfinal heats on the women's side. Sarah Borman's out there, and she's in the red. She finalled here last year. She put in a great performance. She's going to be on the Challenger Series already, but she wants the win here. She's been living in Newcastle for almost 5 years now, and they've taken her on as one of their own, representing East End board riders. Anon Matsuoka of Japan's out there in the blue. Zali Kelly, who's trying to fight her way into a qualifying position, is up at the moment. Just a high achiever on the qualifying series, and has had an amazing junior career as well. She's ready to make that leap into the challenges again and give it a good nudge. Rosie Smart's out there in the green, but Zali's going to start things off nicely here. Ronnie posted up here next to Mitch Ross to call the action for you, and Ross, this is going to be fun to watch these finals unfold, because the battle is on for those top 4 places on the Australasian ranks.
Yeah, and this girl, Zali Kelly, she's right in the thick of it, looking for a spot on the Challenger Series. Nice combo there. That wave was actually on top of the reef, the little rock reef, known to the locals as Rocks. She found that wave there, Zali Kelly. A good little right. 3 decent manoeuvres to warrant a 4.5, so not a bad start there for Zali with 21 minutes remaining. A 4.5 for Zali and a 2.0 for Sarah. Still waiting for Rosie Smart and Anon to get the jump in this heat. This is the round of 16, heat 4. We are coming into a high tide mark mid-morning, and the tide will roll out all afternoon as we surf the finals. This is the final day of action down here at Merewether for the Speaking Colour Pro. Of course, Speaking Colour, 100% Aboriginal-owned, woman-led business connecting people to our rich Aboriginal culture.
Yeah, it's cool. I love it, and yeah, thrilled that they're the title sponsor for the Pro this year. Of course, a lot of community businesses getting behind this event since back in 2016. Around about 90 businesses are involved, which is fantastic. So let's have a look now at the live ladder. And as you can see, Zali Kelly knocking on the door. No doubt Nixie Ryan's watching this one unfold too. But Mia Huppets might have already jumped ahead of her as she has moved into the quarterfinals here. So the battle's on.
So Mia just went from 8th to 6th, I want to say. Is that what's happened? So now maybe even, yeah, I'd like to see what a 3rd place at worst case does, you know. Going to be really tight. I love this, the live leader.
Yeah, so Mia is making ground. And yeah, she'll have to probably get herself into those semis, but she's also got to be thinking about Zali Kelly and also Dimity. I think Dimity's got, you know, obviously a big round to make up. She'll probably have to crack the final, but she'll have a chance for sure. Just on 19 minutes to go, and we're joined by the winner of the last heat.
Hello, are you down there, Sarah? Hello, how are you? Congratulations on a fantastic heat.
Yeah.
How was it out there this morning? A little bit better than yesterday?
Yeah, so much better than yesterday. There's waves, and yeah, I'm super excited.
And going out there into your heat with a couple of incredible surfers, what was your tactics this morning? Were you trying to identify the biggest waves, or just maybe some waves that had a bit of punch and a sort of thick closeout end?
Yeah, I tried to just pick out the ones that I could fit 2 turns in, and if I could like find a wall, I was just trying to catch it and just keep on catching it and trying to find the position if I could, because I was out there this morning and it was kind of difficult. It was a little bit different than the days I've been surfing, so I just try to keep surfing and figure it out.
Well, if you want to win this thing, you're going to surf quite a few heats today. What do you do in between sort of heats to keep the energy?
I eat my mom's onigiri. It's like a rice ball, and it keeps my energy. And yeah, I just try to rest and watch my friends in my other heats. And Tenshi's still in the draw for the quarters, so yeah, I just try to watch his heat and hang out with them.
Well, all the best as we move into the finals, and we'll let you go and have a couple of mum's home cooking to keep the energy levels high.
Thank you.
Welcome to the commentary booth. Matt Hoy, how are you, Hoy?
Good morning, Rossi. How are you, mate?
I'm good.
That's the way. What's happening?
Not a lot,
It's all
mate.
happening.
It's all
Finals, Super Surfest Sunday.
big day.
Big, huge day. After
What
yesterday.
days do you like more than Sunday Surfest finals?
Friday nights, footy.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Because I know you've always had a bit of a tradition.
Yeah. Super Surfest Sunday, mate. It used to be huge.
Not anymore, or?
Oh, it's toned down a lot since the old days. The Burwood in-style days was when it was on fire, when Barry Bradley owned the Burwood. But yeah, it's toned down a fair bit these days.
But you'll still have a bit of fun with the gang?
Yep, we'll see. It's only early, Mitchell.
Yep. Big day because, of course, we sort of called competition off a little bit early than expected yesterday. So, yeah, a lot of surfing today. For these, you've done it before in the past. How do you go about winning events when you have to surf, 4 heats or...
I wouldn't have won if I had to surf 4 heats in a day. No chance.
You never did it?
No, we did surf 3 normally, quarter semis final, but not 4. 4's that lot of surfing, a lot of concentration.
I guess, yeah, and concentration's a key word because you're looking at the screen and energy levels, you think you could get through it, but something happens on the mind, right? It gets drained.
Your body's probably there, but your mind just, well, depends too. If you're not fit enough, you're not fit enough.
And what do you think about conditions today?
It's all right. It's a bit messy. The tide's a bit low. There's a bit of backwash. I saw Dimity Stills, and she said there's a bit of backwash today. And there's like a wave, like 2 swells, a wave in front of the main swell. So, yeah, it's not bad. It's better than yesterday afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, a little bit bigger, maybe a foot bigger.
Yeah, a foot bigger, and the wind's a bit better.
Are we expecting it to get a little bit bigger throughout the day?
I think so. The salvo, it looks like there's another long period swell kicks in. So, yesterday afternoon, there was a couple of 4-foot sets late on dark. Maybe not 3 foot, so generous 3. Here's a set right here. And hopefully that wind doesn't come up too much from the northeast, which would be good. It's supposed to be east-southwest, so it should be good all day.
Here we go. It looks like we've got Rosie Smart having a look at this wave, the goofy footer from up around Coffs Harbour region. Got a couple of big scores yesterday, and it looks like she's going to get another decent one here.
Wow. Fit those 3 turns into that wave is impressive.
Little Pam Burridges.
Yeah.
Right?
That was hard to do in that wave. Nice check turn at the start. This turn's the one. Hits the lip and then whips it up there. It looked like it was going to be nothing at the end there, but she whipped it up over the foam. It's good.
So it's been a bit of a slow start. 11 minutes down in this one. We've only seen 3 waves ridden, waiting for the last of green to get locked in. And there it is, 4.0. So a decent number for Rosie, the little goofy footer. Bit of a lull out there at the moment. Mate, it's going to be thick and fast today. Anyone particularly looking forward to seeing? I know you're a bit of a fan of Dimity, and you said you...
Yeah, she just got through a heat too. Did she win or got second?
I think she might have got second to Kobe.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she's looking to solidify a spot in that Challenger Series.
Yep.
To get up there and surf a home break at Snapper. So that could be... There she is. Speak of the devil. There she is. Like texting a mate saying, did you see me? Did you see me?
And what happened with the local contingent this year? Can you tell me?
I thought Jacko was pretty unlucky.
Yep.
Morgan just had one of those heats.
Well, that was one of the guys that actually ended it for Jacko. That's Georgie Pitter.
I actually thought he got sort of underscored on one layback snap he did because they were scoring one manoeuvre wave so highly, and it was a pretty mad turn. I saw a photo of it, it's pretty sick, and they didn't really score him for it, which was a bit weird. Anyway, that happens. And then all the locals, I think all the younger guys just got a good lesson of how the standard is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to step up when you're in these events. There's no, it's not a club comp.
It's
a
funny.
bit of a reality check.
Yeah.
For some of them, I reckon, too.
It's once you put that, some of these little locals, once you put the rash shirt on, it becomes like a heavy rash shirt.
Yeah, right.
You
It just
tighten up.
a lot of expectation too, because you're local.
Yep. Pretty good wave there for the surfer in blue. That was her first wave of the morning. That was Anon Manasuka. Pretty decent surfing there. As we see Sarah Baum, that was big. That was a nice turn. Second turn, trying to finish this one off strong. Unfortunately, couldn't sort of position herself for a nice closeout manoeuvre, but not a bad ride there for Sarah. Do you see Sarah around the area much?
Yep. Surf with her a fair bit. Yeah, she's adopted Newcastle as a new home. It's good.
East End, right?
East End, yeah. East End board riders.
Which is Newcastle Beach,
Newey, mate. Yeah, over the hill.
Yeah, really good surfer. Has had a couple of big wins over the last season or two. Really impressive goofy footer. Can get barreled.
Yeah, charges.
Yeah, she's definitely amongst some of the better surfers in the land. And right now, looking for a score to get up in the second spot. 11.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Slow heat.
This is a slow one. There's
Isn't
been
it?
plenty of waves in the first few heats, but yeah, really slow. There's a decent number. The high scoring wave of the heat, 5.07 for the surfer in blue on that one.
Only 5 waves ridden in 15 minutes. That's real slow. Hopefully we get a flurry at the end, 10-minute flurry of sets.
Yeah.
But it looked like there was a few waves in that last set, but they only two people got to ride waves, so.
Big opportunity here for Zali Kelly, sitting with priority at the moment, looking for a throwaway score to get up into a qualifying position. This is, of course, the final event of the qualifying series, as we see Rosie Smart.
Oh, this is a good little backup wave. Wow, that wave looked like it was going to be good at the start, and this closed out really quickly. You can see on that shot there, there's a wave in front of the actual swell. Here's Sarah's last wave. 3 nice snaps. Just didn't get an ending, though. Kicks out. And blue on a nice-looking wall here. What she got at the end. Oh, big snap at the end, too.
That was that 5.07.
Look at this. Oh. We got air.
Big turn.
Yeah. Got the tail out, that's for sure.
Yeah, big number,
Fin
of course.
waft.
Anon fighting out to make the Challenger Series in her region, and Zali doing the same in the local region. As we see the surfer in red, Sarah Baum, she just locked in a 3.67.
That was for those 3 turns. Bit flat, same.
Yep.
Sort of the same manoeuvres too.
I think Sarah lives down towards the Redhead area.
Does she?
So there's plenty of sort of waves like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is maybe 15 minutes south. As we see a quick wave there for Rosie Smart. That was the replay to put her up into the lead, a 2.6. So the young grommet from Coffs Harbour.
Look at this set, Mitchell. This is a solid set coming through. Hopefully it does. Oh, look at the air.
Zali Kelly, she's been known to do a couple of big airs.
Has she?
Yeah, super innovative on the women's side.
Sarah on a good-looking wave, but it just closes out. That was a set, though, for sure. It's a good indication, because it's supposed to come up more today, they said, in the afternoon. So that'd be good if we get a pulse of south swell.
What were your tactics in a heat? Was it... I have a feeling you were kind of throwing anchor in.
Yeah, sometimes. Depends. Sometimes you have to, sometimes you can't. I would, though.
Yeah, you're pretty patient.
I'm not.
But in heats, you were quite patient,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. I learnt to be patient off the older guys. Wow, just coming unstuck. Because they were all patient. And you learn off them.
Damien Hardman?
Damien Hardman's the best.
Was he the... Yeah.
Yeah. He used to just... If he didn't get his... You know who else was good? Tommy Witch was good. They just sit it out. Just go, if I'm not getting the score's not coming, I'm not going to ride a wave.
You think it's changed a lot though nowadays with the sort of, I know back in your day that, there was aerial surfing with pots but now it's like you can manufacture scores.
Oh, for sure. And the judging gives that.
Yeah, back in the day, not taking anything away, but the waves were scored a little bit more, is that right?
Yeah, for sure. The quality of the waves was scored. your wave selection was sort of scored. You could get a 9-point wave and surf it to a 6, but if you surf the 9 to a 9, you'd get the score, you know what I mean? So the wave was judged. The wave selection was sort of judged.
I know we touched on it a few days ago, but
you could butcher a 9. Like they'd go, that was a 9, and if you surfed it bad, they'd just go, nah.
Yeah. And now you can get 9s on lefts at snapper.
Yeah, lefts at Merriweather.
Yeah,
that no one ever surfs. Yeah,
definitely changed a lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And like through this event, there's just been one manoeuvre wave's been scored too. A lot.
For sure.
Yeah.
So
there's no wave selection in that.
It's nearly like identifying the sort of
what the judges are doing.
Yep.
What they're judging on.
Even that wave for Sarah, then that big sort of set, her timing was a little off. If she sort of squared and did the one big manoeuvre, she probably would have got the best scoring wave of the heat.
Yeah.
It would have been that easy for her.
Yep.
You know,
biggest wave of the heat, and then just like you said, squared off. But she sort of
And then she got the wave before and did the 3 sort of smaller turns.
Yeah, and got.
You know, it's not going to score anywhere near as high as a big closeout smash. 6 minutes remaining in this one. Zali Kelly has gone up into second spot on the strengths of that last ride, a 2.27. Coming into this event, she was ranked 6th, but she is moving up the ratings. A massive opportunity here for Zali. Rosie Smart currently in first position.
It is a huge opportunity, isn't it? If she's in 6th, moving up, people looking over their shoulders. Are all the other girls still in it?
No, Nixie Ryan, she's on the bubble right now. Currently coming 4th. So, yeah, a few girls sort of
looking over their shoulder going, well, what's...
Absolutely. Ellie Harrison, she went down as well. So, yeah, really tight. We'll check out the live ladder soon. But as we see, this is Sarah Baum looking better on this wave. Wow.
Oh, right out. Oh, she's going to get another one in too.
That's a big number, isn't it?
Yep.
Big number.
Biggest wave of the highest scoring wave of the heat for sure. 2 good turns.
Needed
that one bowled out.
She's going to get something much bigger than that, right?
Yep. She's going to get a 5.5. No, maybe even more.
What was the difference? Like, she just looked like no nerves on this one.
Yeah, and she just timed it better. Look, 2, that was pretty good, well timed. And then she did a little one at the end there. Just the timing was on. That last couple, the timing was a bit out. And it was a flat wave, that other one. Wow, way over what I said. 7.33, Mitchell.
In comparison to the 5s and the 4s.
Yeah, true.
Like,
it was way better.
She just had a different feel on that wave, had so much sort of aggression as she paddled into it. Surfed it really good.
And attacked it too.
Yes, she did. Attacked it. And a 7.33, I dare say, she's in a really good position to move through this one with 11-point total. That's a decent number. In shifty conditions, to get a 7.33 and a 3.67, looking the goods, is Sarah Baum with just over 4 minutes remaining. Rosie Smart holding on to second position, looking for a big number to move up into the lead. And Zali Kelly, she's been pushed into second spot. Got third priority and a Nun Matsuka. Here we go. Good looking wave here, Hoy. Bit of a
rocks bowl.
Yep.
On the sand. Oh, it's a clean wave. If she finishes here, 2 nice turns and didn't ride out. That was the opportunity she needed. Only needed a 1.93. She's probably going to get that.
Yep.
But
that was going to rival Sarah's wave.
If she pulled that off for sure. She's still going to get the score, but it could have been really high. Look at this bowl. Nice first turn, and then just got little missed time there. See, one little edge.
Wow, she looked really good. That first turn rewarded a 3.57. So, yeah, pretty frustrating. Would have been a massive number.
Yeah, rides out of that.
As we see the high scoring wave of the heat, the energy and aggro.
Just flowed really well too, didn't she? No downtime, just straight off the bottom, straight off the top.
The speed and projection here.
Gets a lot of speed off that. That was sick.
Yep.
Look, airdrop. And then just straight into this next turn. How's the slow-mo? Shane Blue slow-mo.
She gets so much speed into that turn.
Yeah, that was good.
And there's a little bit of a sort of, it wasn't a claim at the end of it, but I think it was more of a like.
Did she claim?
I think she just was really happy with herself because she knew that it was a big number. And at that moment, she was in third position. So Sarah Baum looking really good now out in front. This is the final heat of the women's round of 16. And up next, we are going to cross into quarterfinal action of the men. Georgie Pitter against Jacob Wilcox. That's going to be a huge heat.
All those heats, eh? You know, I think it's weird, like they go back to man-on-man. So you're in the quarters, really, and then you're going back to the quarters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's the quarters of this whole event,
Yep.
really. And then
Yep.
you go, oh, now it's sort of, it's not, but it,
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must feel a bit weird, I think. But it's good to go man-on-man. But
Yeah, they're going to be it's going to be a bit of a wave riding
yeah,
sort of
what
competition.
I wonder, like the mindset of the competitors going from four-man heats back to man-on-man, woman-on-woman. It's yeah, the mindset. You got to be onto that. It changes a lot. You got to be way more patient.
And then you'll see the surfer in second priority generally just up
just
and down, looking everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, going from ladies to poggos.
Look at this. Oh, use of priority. Good use of priority. That was a good-looking wave from the start.
Needs a big turn here.
Oh, right out.
Needed a 4.65.
Oh, that was the wave she could have done it on too, I reckon.
Mm.
She just got unstuck on that last. So good use of priority though, because White was flying along that wave at the start.
Look, 1 minute remaining. Zali Kelly in fourth spot. This is a massive opportunity for Zali. Needs to make this heat to keep the dream alive of the Challenger Series. Looking for a 4.15. Sarah Baum with priority. It looks as though she's leaving Zali all alone, and there she is in fifth position right now. Is Zali, needs this result, needs to make this heat. I tell you what, Nixie Ryan must be somewhere just freaking out because, look, 25 seconds to go, and it looks as though it's pretty slow out there. Will this wave hit the lineup in time? You can see Rosie paddling up the line, and Noon as well. There's 13 seconds remaining. Is there going to be an opportunity for the surfer in white? She's having a paddle here, Hoy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it though. Oh, she's got it.
Big turn required. Oh, she got a snap in. I don't think it's going to be the 4.15. As we're going to check out a replay, it needed a 4.15. I say it's definitely under. A pretty average wave here, unfortunately, for Zali. Got the opportunity, but look, I don't think the best surfer in the world could have got a 4 on that. As we go to a quick break, we'll be back with quarterfinal actions of the men at the Burton Automotive Pro. See you in a moment.
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's finals day here at the Burton Automotive Pro, part of Surfest 2023, and it's time for the quarters. George Pittar of Manly Beach up against Jacob Wilcox from over there at Margaret River. This should be a fun one. Jacob Wilcox has established himself as a Challenger Series campaigner again this year after finishing in the top 20 on the CS last season. So he's all good. George Pittar, on the other hand, he's making a big charge. As we see now, George up. He's been looking so sharp on this board. Really is just moving through the water beautifully. He's got that clean, swift, fast twitch slice that he can call on to get his best scores. And he's kicked off nicely here. Probably get the jump on Jacob Wilcox in the opening exchange. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside a former winner, multiple winner in Beck Woods. And Beck, it's all on the line for the competitors. Qualification up for grabs. That Surfest title, though, that's got to be the big goal, putting yourself on the list of past winners.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's why everyone's showing up to this contest and seeing Jacob on that first exchange. But it looked like George Pittar here, super nice slice off the top there and a bit of a lip line finish. So really late to that one and managed to land it. So interesting hit out, this one.
Oh, huge. Yeah, Georgie boy came into this one in 14th position, and he's moved up in the 10th spot, and so many surfers ahead of him are out of the mix. So he's got a big opportunity here, and yeah, he can get himself on the Challenger Series for the first time if he can keep this run alive. Nice start for him, 5.33. 25-minute heats. Surfers are looking for those two big scores. And the chess match is going to come into play now. We know with four surfers in a lineup that's sort of starved of set waves and scoring potential, it gets a little scrappy. But this is going to be fun to watch this first head-to-head clash and just see what plays out with the priority and see how patient surfers are willing to be. Jacob's moved right to the southern end of the contest site here.
Yeah, and I think it's the type of location that does allow you to sit in a few different positions, like different spots in the lineup. I was just watching Sarah Baum in that last heat, and a bit of a shame for Zali Kelly. She's been in form this contest. It just seemed to be with the four-person exchange. It was hard selecting the eyes out of the conditions out there, but it was Sarah who she kind of waited patiently. When she had priority, she moved from up where Surfer in Red is sitting now, back down towards the rocks and managed to capitalise on that when she had priority and got a 7. So, yeah, I think positioning is going to be important. It is a bit of a tricky swell out there today, and I think the guys who pick the eyes out of it are really going to come out on top.
Yeah, the proven performers, the veterans are rising to the challenge, being thrown down by these rising stars. Bit of movement here on the outside. Surfers scrambling to get into position. Jacob Wilcox with priority lets this one roll through, and George says, thank you very much, I'll take that. And loads up some speed for the end section. Whips the rotation, but gets a little lost there. 19 minutes to go. Let's check in with another of our quarterfinalists in the Speaking in Colour Pro. Sarah Baum is on the line, and Sarah just keeping this dream run alive and really taking the pressure off yourself with a great performance on the Challenger Series last year. But I know you've still got high expectations of a big finish in this event.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely kind of left it to the last minute then. It's super tricky, and yeah, I was just lucky to get that one.
Bommy, it just feels like you are in a similar situation to Bronte, who surfed a little earlier in the contest. Your composure's just been spot on, but the thing that Beck and I keep commenting on when we're watching you surf is just your confidence. You can see it when you're getting to your feet and banking the best number of that last heat quite easily. How How good is it to get that winning feeling early in the season and already have that Challenger Series spot sewn up?
Yeah, definitely. I'm building so much confidence throughout these events, and I'm hoping to carry on that confidence into the Challenger Series. And yeah, I know that if I get the opportunity, I know and I believe in myself that I'm going to create scores, or even just off average waves, I can create scores. So yeah, just trying to get myself the opportunities, and yeah, see how we go.
So, Bommy, you were sitting up a little bit further north at the start of that heat. Was that part of your tactics? I was down there watching with Georgia and started yelling at the maybe 15-minute mark to start moving down because there seemed to be a little bit more consistency down towards the rock. But strategy-wise, was that the game plan?
I could hear you in the back of my head. I could hear you, Woodsy. Like, move, get a move on. No, I had a free surf early this morning, and like I got so many waves shot at the front here, like lefts and rights. So I kind of just wanted to be busy. It's super shifty, so I wanted to be back and forth. And then yeah, it got really slow towards the end there, and I knew with the tide coming in, it might start bowling off the rocks. So I was like, okay, time to make the move and try to get regain priority. And yeah, I was really surprised that Anon actually let me go on that one, because I could kind of see it almost closing out, but then you could see it like filling up, and I was like, are you going to go? And then she didn't, and I was like, okay, sweet, I'll take it. So yeah, I just kind of tried to adapt to the conditions, and yeah, it played out.
Nice. Sarah, obviously we've been talking up just how amazing the city of Newcastle is, but you're probably the best advocate. I mean, you're from Durban originally, but you've been living here for almost 5 years now, and you've really made this place home. What is it about the city of Newcastle that you love so much? And while after travelling the world, competing all over the place, this is the place that you chose to call home?
Yeah, I've been coming here since I was 14. My dad and I stayed at the Beaches Hotel just up the road, and yeah, I always loved it here. Like I made a really good group of friends here. They feel like my family, and yeah, it's such a nice, beautiful town. Like the beaches are amazing. There's always surf. There's always something to do around the city, whether it's like markets or sort of festivals going on. And yeah, it's big enough that it's busy, but it's also you know, wide enough if you want it to be. So, yeah, I just love it here, and the people here are amazing. They took me in with you know, open arms, and yeah, it's amazing.
Well, they're definitely cheering you on to a big finish here. They love it when one of the hometown heroes can go on and get the victory at Surfest. So we wish you all the best as you move into the quarterfinals.
Thank you so much, guys.
Good job, Bommy.
Yeah, Sarah's looking like one of the real standouts on the women's side in the Speaking in Colour Pro. She'll be coming up in the quarterfinals, and it's going to be fun to see if she can keep this roll alive. But, you know, even in the post-heat interviews, there's just a real calm about her at the moment, a calm confidence. Yeah, she's looking pretty settled, and I think it was good that she got, she did get equal 10th on the Challenger Series, so her and I think Vahine may have equaled in 10th position, and of course we know there's only 10 spots, and on a count back Vahine got that 10th position, so it's really competitive, very frustrating, but South Africa awarded her with a wild card, which I think is really, it's been good because it takes the pressure off and allows her to then compete over here. And she did take out an event, and it kind of built the momentum to get a little bit of finance behind her, because it is pretty challenging. You know, coming from South Africa, their dollar's not worth, you know, like it's struggle for a lot of South African competitors. So they see that she's obviously got the talent, and for her to be given a spot into that Challenger after such a strong year, it's well deserved. Certainly is. So 14 minutes remaining here as we see the Vaughan brothers gearing up to hit the lineup in the quarterfinals here. Huey will be up first. He's in the next heat. He's going to be up against Alistair Reginato. It's been a magic run through the contest for the Grom. We'll see if he can keep it going. 13.5 minutes remaining. George Pitta holding on to the lead. 5.33. Won the opening exchange. Hasn't backed it up just yet. Here's a replay of that rotation attempt on his last ride. It came short of 1. Yeah, just unfortunate there. Not landing that one. But that board of George is looking very feisty. It's a good-looking board. Looks like he's got a really nice technique, great, yeah, technical kind of compressed surfing, lots of speed, lots of flow. So
He's surfed really well throughout this event. I know that he's coming from behind a little bit as far as points and qualification and all the rest of it for Challenger Series, but it's been nice to see him get busy. The other morning, I was down there with Nimai actually, and we were watching someone surf off the rocks. They just made a call and no one was in the water, and he got this wave. I didn't know who it was, but yeah, I filmed it, and yeah, Nimai was like, "Oh mate, save that for the contest," and because he just did these 3 like huge frontside hacks. It was basically like a 12. It was the best wave I've seen for a long time, and yeah, Peter Rees Duncan saw that it was actually George, so he's like, "Oh, that's George, that's GP," and he wrote to me last night because I put it up on my Instagram feed. So yeah, the actual like surfing in that was world class. Like I'd never seen him surf before, so it was yeah, it was technically some of the best surfing I've seen in the event. So hopefully he can get another one of those good-looking waves that he got in the free surf.
Yeah, bring it on. Always, you know, you can't pay too much attention or invest too much in what the surfers are doing outside of the jersey, but it is usually kind of gives you a little bit of an indicator as to what kind of form they're carrying in the event. And yeah, you're right, George has been very sharp in those free surfs, and yeah, have a look at where he's sitting at the moment. He's already moved up 4 spots into 10th. The Oz Open of Surfing Champs is an event that he took out at Bondi last year, the juniors, and yeah, beat a few of the surfers in the mix. Gave himself a good little sort of top up on the account as well to help fund this big QS run that he's been on, and he's put himself in a solid position. But the run can't stop here, obviously, as you can see. Solly Bailey is kind of the man that everyone outside or below that yellow line is chasing at the moment. Nervous times for Solly, obviously, but when you look at the women's live ladder, you know, the fact that Zali Kelly didn't make it through out of that last round of 16 heat means that Nixie's still hanging on to that number 4 position at this stage. Mia Huppert's, she's going to have to crack the semi-finals to even have a chance at getting ahead of Nixie there. And Nixie's come so close in the past, but she's right there on the edge, just hanging on to that final qualifying spot at the moment. Dimity Stoyle's also alive in the mix as well. She's through to the quarterfinals. So the race is well and truly alive. In this particular heat, George wants to get the jump on Jacob Wilcox, who's already going to be on the Challenger Series in 2023 after finishing 13th overall last year. So all the surfers in the top 20 on the men's side ended up getting a call up to compete on the Challenger Series again.
Yeah, good little system. Ending a little bit earlier this year. Haleiwa been cut out of that mix, but yes, I mean, I think it will allow the surfers to go back to the regional draw and work on their surfing, give them a little bit of a break if they don't qualify. But yeah, Jacob seems like he's been on, you know, just on a mission. And like you said, Ronnie, he's probably one of the surfers that you expect to see on the tour. The last few years, yeah, I've seen that he's been right there in the mix, and it would be nice to see him crack the code and get in there.
Yeah, it's got to weigh a little heavy on you too, doesn't it? The just hearing that all the time.
Yeah.
You know, you're one of the best surfers not on the CT. Your surfing, if you can get to the CT, will really suit the schedule. You know, it's all just added pressure, really. Obviously, back when you were coming through the junior ranks, people start sort of putting expectations on you. How hard is it to block that stuff out?
Yeah, I think even like, I think when I won a World Junior title, everyone was like, well, you know, everyone who's won a World Junior title has gone on to qualify. And it's like the first thing that they say to you just after you've won. So you're kind of like, okay, can I just have 2 days to actually celebrate that I put a heat together or put a contest together and celebrate that. But yeah, you feel pressure, and you want, you know, you're so hungry to qualify and to prove yourself. So yeah, I guess it's just like you said, Ronnie, it is just belief. Like at the end of the day, and eventually, if you're working hard enough and you're at that level, you know, you would expect to be able to crack it through. And you know when you're in the zone, you know when a contest suits your surfing and suits, yeah, like you'll feel it and you'll know that this is the contest that you need to perform in because you're feeling good, your boards are feeling good, and it's the type of wave that really suits your surfing. I think what I've noticed in this event is that all of the top tiered guys and women, there's no weaknesses really. You know, you're always working on things, and I worked with Martin Dunn a lot and kind of adopted his philosophy where you're like always working on 2 front side and 2 backside kind of turns and bettering that throughout your kind of performance and working with boards and things like that. Got a replay here of the Surfer in Blue, a nice looking wave here for, oh my gosh.
Just so much class there from Jacob Wilcox. And, you know, seeing George too, just looking so quick through his moves, really swift in transition. Has a great extension on each of those slices off the top. But yeah, Jacob, we're looking at it from the pressure cooker perspective,
Yeah.
but also just being reminded that you're of that CT calibre.
Yeah.
That can only be a positive. And, you know, Jacob, contest results aside, he's one of the most celebrated and accomplished surfers. Even his free surfing edits, his clips that he's put together, default, the new one Into Dust, which is playing on stabmag.com at the moment. You know, it puts him in a different realm. He's already got such a jump on the field, and really does understand that these days, to be a modern day pro, it's not just about comp results.
Yeah.
His free surfing edits are some of my favourite, and yeah, I think always reminds everyone that, you know, he's just a phenomenal talent.
Yeah, like I think watching him front side, back side, any conditions, even seeing him surf through this draw and be able to negotiate really, you know, very small waves for his stature. Yeah, take down basically all of the guys in those heats when it's like 1 foot and onshore, whether it be, you know, 8 to 10 foot. He's definitely, like, you watch his clips and, I mean, same as Bronte. I really love watching these guys because, you know, they get such different waves in WA too. I mean, yeah, and to the East Coast. So you get to see the variety of waves and the variety of their skill set. So, yeah, I mean, this heat's been a little bit quiet, which is a little bit frustrating for someone like Jacob. As we saw on his opening wave, it was pretty flary.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there is amazing surfers in this mix, but the reason Jacob always gets those kind of extra accolades from us is if you put basically any one of these competitors up against Jacob Wilcox at a, you know, 8 foot long running barreling left-hander, it's probably going to be pretty embarrassing for that individual. You put them in conditions like this, and conditions like this will level any playing field, because obviously you can win the lottery with a set wave, but also the size of an individual's turns is almost going to be kind of neutralised a little bit by the conditions if you're forced to manufacture your own speed. So, you know, that's sort of part of it. You know, at certain stops on the QS, you'll get some solid days, you'll have that edge over the field, but then you better sharpen up your small wave skills as well. And it's going to serve you well when you get to the next stage, the Challenger Series, and then onto the CT, because you do get days like this, unfortunately, at all venues.
Yeah, and I think the guys who keep their heads on in that, you know, sometimes you'd rock up in Portugal and it'll be 2 foot and onshore, and they have to run the comp because the contest window is going to be flat. So, you know, if you're ready, and in the waves that we've seen this week, and seen Jacob and George both surf through, then you're ready for anything, really. You know, even bells sometimes can be a bit tricky, and you're surfing inside bowl, and I mean inside rincon. I see George getting a wave here. Nice, huge open face snap.
This guy is so on at the moment. George
Wow.
just hammered that section.
Without priority too. So yeah, Jacob moved a little bit away from him, but George, oh my gosh, the flare on that last turn.
Might just be the black board, but in ways of this side, like there is sort of you can almost see the influence of a Toledo in there. It's just that spark, that bit of release, while still kind of putting some power on show. George has just looked so in the zone throughout his run so far. 3.5 minutes to go. He's going to put up a really solid score with that last ride. Jacob Wilcox is going to have his back against the wall here as we go to the replay of that last one.
Yeah, huge hammer first turn. Straight up into that second fins free turn, and Jacob tried to answer back here with a bit of a backside air game. Managing to land it, again, showing his consistency, but we'll see what the exchange brings for that. I like seeing the scores drop between, like the difference between an air and just some solid, you know, like flaring turns. So interesting to see the read here, but a large score there dropping for George.
Yeah, I think George gets the exchange, but the airs, it's almost like the judges are saying, like, at certain venues, meh, whatever, rotation on the final section, it's not going to get you that much. But in beach break conditions where you've got limited space, they're almost encouraging the competitors to go above the lip. And Jacob does turn in a pretty decent score for that backhand version. And 5.33 is going to get him right back in this heat. But George, 6.83. And just collecting those numbers with accuracy in the pocket, bit of release on the tail. So not surfing safe by any means. Just very good surfing.
Yeah, and I think smart move by Jacob to kind of keep himself in that heat. He's got the same score as George's backup wave, so not too many opportunities presenting. So I think it was like tactically a smart move for him to take off, knowing that George obviously not with priority has kind of gone and snuck a score out from under him. But yeah, you can, even in that exchange, like experience-wise, to keep in the heat, pretty smart.
Now, the judging panel, they kind of break down the scoring scale in numbers. You've got your poor rides, you've got your average rides, good rides, very good rides, excellent. Anything above an 8 is considered excellent. And it's sort of a much easier way to sort of break down where the number might fall. And I think the judges have done a good job in this heat. You know, very good surfing from George Pitter in the very good range for that last ride, the 6.83. Jacob Wilcox, just average, an average version of that backside air reverse, and
yeah,
so it just makes it kind of easy when you look at it that way sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. I think 50 seconds remaining. George with priority here, and there's a lot riding on this heat here for George, so I dare say he's going to really stick to Jacob there, because obviously Jacob's ability to manufacture scores is pretty high. This
is huge for George.
Yeah.
I mean, getting into the quarterfinals has been an absolute grind through a lot of tough heats, but quarterfinal heats don't get much tougher than this. Jacob Wilcox, who's already shored up a place, he's out there with no pressure other than, you know, wanting to chase down a big QS victory and collect a bit of cash here on finals day. But George is trying to get himself on the Challenger Series for the first time, and he's done a fantastic job of logging two great numbers in this heat, a 5.33 and a 6.83. And he's going to give Jacob this gift, but yeah, it's a pretty disappointing present. It's just a very average looking wave there, and it doesn't have 6.83 in it. And yeah, George is going to hang on for a well-deserved win and a really important win for him.
Yeah, a huge result there for George, and some good-looking style surfing there for Jacob to end the heat. But that's a huge result for George. Well done.
Big smile splitting across the face of the Manly surfer for good reason. He's going to charge up that ratings board, and we're going to have more quarterfinal heats coming your way here at the Burton Automotive Pro right after the break.
Speaking in colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back. It is all high fives and hugs for George Pitter, has moved up into a qualifying position into 6th place, and that is going to shore up his position on the Challenger Series for 2023. So the weight, the stress of that last quarterfinal heat for George, you know, it can't be downplayed. That was massive, and he looks emotional. We'll have a chat to him shortly, but this is a huge moment for the surfer from Manly Beach. Overcoming Jacob Wilcox, one of the toughest surfers in the draw, and he is absolutely buzzing. Still going to try and take this contest out, but as you can see, massive jump up into the top position. So sadly, Solly Bailey falls below that line, but keep in mind, Jarvis Earl already has a wild card, so Solly's hanging on to 8th position. And still hanging on to a final qualifying spot at this stage. So we'll have to see what plays out, obviously, with Joel Vaughan still alive in the contest and coming up shortly. But right now, let's feel the buzz. Congratulations, George. One of the most important heats that you've ever surfed, probably the biggest, right?
Far out. Oh, God. It was so nerve-wracking, just being flat for so long out there, and I knew Jacob, he could legit manufacture a score on anything. So I don't know, I was just almost begging, it just went flat and he didn't even get a chance, but lucky I got that one. Just before his, it kind of gave me 2, and then I was I just need to hold priority over him and just be a bit of a grub and not let him get another one. But
well grubbed out at the end there. But mate, look, I think last time we spoke, I said it. There's no easy heats at this level, but there's certainly more difficult heats. And you just had a heat with probably the best surfer not on the CT in Australia, maybe even in the world. How does it feel to overcome someone that good to realise your dream of getting onto the Challenger Series?
Oh, I don't even know if I made it yet, but I just can't. I couldn't believe it. I saw the draw. Huey got first and Jacob got second. I was like, oh, here's my luck. And then, but Huey would be gnarly out here anyway. But I don't know. I just woke up and I was like, oh, I just feel really good today. Hopefully, I don't know, if I can get a couple, I can really put it to him. And I don't know. I think the heat kind of went in my favour. He went that first one and then gave me one. I was so tentative on my first wave. But yeah, I don't know. I just trying to back myself a little more, kind of be a little bit more confident in myself. But yeah, I feel like it's working.
Mate, I can tell you, you've jumped up into 6th position. Joel Vaughan's still coming up, but you're good. I think he's processing things at the moment, but mate.
I swear I had the I feel like I was consistent this year, but I just never had those real big results. And I don't know, I just going into here, I was like, George, you got nothing to lose. Just give it a crack and actually do this surfing you want to do. And I don't know, I can't believe that I needed a semi-final to make it, and I got a semi. It's so good.
Man, it was not just a really good strategic performance there, but you have been throwing down some of the best surfing. So keep that roll alive and go and get yourself a Surfest title today.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Well done, George.
Awesome to watch someone realise their dream. You know, this is the next step for competitors like George. Hasn't been to the Challenger Series before, Beck.
Yep.
Been plugging away, doing this regional qualifying series for a couple of years now. But that's a big one. You could feel the buzz for him, obviously, you know, under pressure with a big goal in mind here at Surfest. He's gotten the job done.
Yeah, so good to see those images of all of the boys supporting him, and it's really nice to, you know, as far as sportsmanship goes, so much on the line. at this event, and it is that camaraderie that does allow you to kind of travel and survive overseas too. You need to support each other, and I think we've seen that with the Brazilian Storm, but we see our own kind of Aussie contingent getting behind each other at this event, and it's so good to see.
Yeah, it's really cool. A lot of those individuals too, fell short of their goal for this contest. So the fact that they're down here on finals day, watching it unfold and being part of these highlight moments for a young surfer's career is crucial. And speaking of highlights, Huey Vaughan's had highlights in every single heat he's surfed away from the heats. He's had the best highlight moment in the free surfing, pulling a big flip just the other afternoon. His big bro, Joel Vaughan's coming up in quarterfinal number 3 against Tenshi Iwami. And he's the other guy who's still in it with a shot to crack a quarterfinal. Crack his way into the semis and get closer to maybe qualifying for the Challenger Series again too.
Yeah, another guy who's holding his composure really well. And I think Joel, I was looking at the ratings a little bit last night, he's a little bit further out than George, only a couple of spots, but he's already jumped up 6 spots previous to the last update. So, I think you can tell that the Vaughans have got pretty solid support network going on. Both, to have two of the boys basically in the quarterfinals at a major event, the last event of the season, and one that's just up the road from them. Obviously, they've been working pretty hard, and I think just seeing the consistency here of Hugh in the lineup, he's a young competitor. He's very hungry, but being able to consistently land those huge frontside punts that he's been doing under pressure as well against all of these big names, he's going to be, in the future, a couple of years, not too far away, it's going to be crazy watching him with a bit more meat on him. When he gets into that kind of older teenage years, we see a replay there, just so consistent with stomping those.
Yeah, unbelievable strike rate for him. He's got a tough draw here though. Alistair Reginato, he has been on fire this year. He's already up into the 3rd position. He came in at number 2, but Reef Hazelwood with dropping a lower counting result has already bumped ahead of him into that number 1 position on the regional QS ranks. But Alistair's got an opportunity to get back to 2nd spot if he can move out of this heat. But Reginato overcoming a pretty awkward wipeout earlier in the draw. Looked like he'd strained his groin, but he's already won through a heat to earn his place here in the quarters. With that slight strain, he seems to be fine. Coming up in the next heat, Tenshi Iwami, he'll be the tough customer that Joel Vaughan has to overcome to get himself into the semis and keep his hopes of qualifying for the Challenger Series again this year alive. This is the Burton Automotive Pro, of course, the Burton Automotive Group, 60 years of supporting the local community and long-time partners of Surfest. Great to have them on board once again. Showrooms, multiple showrooms, and you can definitely count on them to give you a great deal if you're looking for new wheels. 14.5 minutes to go. And Huey Vaughan has the early lead once again. He's kind of taken that top spot in each of his exchanges. I wonder how just things might change for Huey. He's been, really sharp with his competitive game plans in those 4-man heats, but Alistair Reginato, probably a lot more head-to-head experience. But Huey's found some space out here. He's loading up, and you can count on him to ride out of these moves pretty much every time he goes above the lip.
Just a bit of invert there on that one. I mean, the wave, not the largest wave, but to be able to get that amount of speed in that shorter distance, and then, acrobatics-wise, place the body in all sorts of upside down, back to fronts. So, he's managed to ride out of that one, and I'd say it will improve on that. 3.5 was pretty nuts.
Yeah, already collecting some, real big accolades away from competition in peer polls, celebrated as one of the best juniors in the country. This is a kid whose name is familiar to, some of the legends of the sport. Guys like Shane Dorian and that caliber of surfer. They know who Huey Vaughan is. He's on the map. So this performance just validates the credit and sort of applause that he's getting away from competition as well. But he's just dropped a 5.33, and not surprised to see that number go that high. We've seen on medium-sized rides out here today, the judges kind of willing the competitors to really attack those end sections and throw those kind of moves to get themselves those big scores for individual turns. 12 and a half minutes to go here. And he's going to be making a monster climb up the rankings as well. He was way back in 110th spot prior to this contest.
Wow.
So, talk about a seed-building performance for his next big run at the qualifying series. And, there's a big break between this final major QS event and the start of the next season. So he's going to have time to, like you said, put some more meat on those bones, add some power to that performance, which is already fetching in big numbers. He's going to be a mega star, this one.
Yeah, I think just looking at certain results, it seems like a lot of Aussies went over to Taiwan and seemed to do quite well over there as well. I was just looking at Alistair. He got a fifth over there. Haven't been to Taiwan, but it looks like an amazing place and a place that kind of translates well for the Aussies, as we see Huey keeping, moving in the lineup basically. Whereas Alistair's got that really patient game going on.
It's interesting. Huey's kind of established himself as one of those, guys that's a nightmare to surf against, because when you've got priority, you can't use your priority on these average little waves on the inside, because then you'll give it to Huey and he'll do his thing on the bigger waves. But while you're sitting there waiting, he's just taking off on everything and trying to launch these airs. He's already fetched a 5.33 without priority. He's had 6 waves. Alistair Reginato's had 2 and doesn't have a score to speak of. So, he's one of those absolute, double threats. With or without priority, he's kind of got you covered.
Yeah, and I think watching Alistair here looks like to be a bit of a set moving through, so it does have priority. Finally, a little bit of a flurry of waves right where he's sitting, so let's see what he does with this one.
Reggie's going to have him covered for power, though, and he moves a lot of water, this guy, and there's a really dynamic finishing turn. He's going to get himself into the heat with this one, but there is only 10 and a half minutes to go, so it's sort of taking him a while to really get his motor running here. But I like that final move. I think it will score pretty well for him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Georgia's 2-turn wave get a 6.83, so this smallish wave, but big for today, and managing to just absolutely slaughter that last section. He's definitely got some strength in his surfing, sitting in second at the moment. I mean, for any of these guys to be sitting in that kind of top 3 position, they must have had a pretty stellar year and shown consistency. So it'd be great to see him bump up into the challenges. And he did compete in a few challenges last year.
Reggie's sweet. He's at the top end of the Challenger Series ranks. There's just not enough surfers below the line chasing big results now to bump him out of contention. So he is going to be in there, and we've been saying for some time this guy's been really warming toward that next stage of his career. He's still looking for that elusive first big QS victory, but he has had a couple of runner-up finishes. He was one of the best surfers in the draw at the Tweed Coast Pro. Big numbers, great variety in his surfing, and even throwing down some big backside airs up there to get himself right up into the 9-point range.
You see a replay here, super crisp, full fins throw. A nice kind of, to overcome that section there as it's coming back up at you, just manhandles that section and rides out of it. He needed to do that. And I think you're right, Ronnie. It would be really good for Alistair to get a win. I think just seeing Bormy's composure change and the belief change with that. If he's capable of getting 9s on a right-hand point break on a left, so it'd be good to see him take out Surfest.
Oh, no, it's an interesting tactic. I always say to people when I'm surfing a right-hand point break, it's great out there. I get any left-hander I want. But it is a tactic these guys can employ now with those wild big airs they can just throw out there. 8 minutes to go. It's a 5.33 for Huey Vaughan as the top scoring ride so far. He's just trying to get rid of a 3.5, which he can do so easily. Reginato, 4.5, and really that last ride, even though he got 2 turns, the first one was just a setup. The second turn had some real power in it. But, he needs more. he's going to be after a 4.34. He might actually need to be thinking a bit bigger than that because, you know, on the top scoring rides, there's a little bit of ground to make up on this guy who just whips a little reverse. No points in that really. I mean, minimal points, I should say, but yeah, that wave may factor in, but probably not. But it just, again, the conversion, the ability to convert on everything he does is pretty remarkable. He's got a high make rate on just about everything he goes for, this guy.
Yeah, it's, you know, at that age to be seeing that. I remember watching Jack Freestone. See a replay here for Huey. Yeah, like you said, Ronnie, just a little bit of a whipping turn. And, yeah, I mean, banking the second turn, but I'm not sure if it'll go into his top 3. But I remember back in the day, yeah, watching Jack Freestone pre-qualification. I went for a free surf randomly at some beachy, and him and one of his mates came out, and just the stick rate of those airs that those guys were doing, like it was pretty much like 9 from 10 that they were landing, and that's kind of the level. And Huey seems to be already there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of almost getting to the point now where there has to be a conversation between the aerialists, the best aerialists in the world, and the judges, because a lot of the best aerialists will say, you know, as far as the straight airs versus the rotations go, the rotations are almost easier to pull off. You know, it doesn't make sense to me, but it's something that the world's best aerialists do say.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see the straight airs come into it. I think if they want more variety above the lip, they've got to kind of level those moves up a little bit. And
yeah.
Yeah.
The variance. I wonder how the conversation goes in the judging tower when it comes to that. Like I saw like that Rio Wade, I can't say his last name.
Yeah, no, you nailed it.
Yeah, Wader's last, like just basically that simple air he did in Portugal. I mean, it's cold over there. It's a punchy wave. Like landing anything in those type of in that type of surf. And they rewarded it. And I thought, oh, that's interesting to see the variance between like a straight air and then, yeah, I have heard that rotations are easier just using that momentum and kind of the body torque when you're in the air because the board just kind of follows you through. And yeah, I think playing around with that, it's going to see where scores go. We see Huey up and riding on a really nice looking wave here. He's managed to do 2 pretty solid turns and a finish turn there. So
he likes it.
Bit of a stare back to the judges.
Yeah, I love it. He's just, you know, he just plays the game of a seasoned veteran, even though he's only 16 years of age. Going to be celebrating his 17th birthday this year. But let's have another look at it. You know, just showing us that he's not a one-trick act, that he's got a bit more variety in his surfing with a combination of 3 turns there. Probably better is 3.5. It does 5.17. You know, for me personally, I probably wouldn't have given him the edge with the 5.17 over Reginato's 4.5. I feel like it kind of, you can't manoeuvre count. You know, if you're in a free surf and you basically could pick between smashing an end section and kind of getting 3 smaller turns done, you would take the one big hit. Oh, this one. Oh, he was so close. There was a bit of backwash that came his way there. But yeah, I just felt that Reginato's power should have got the nod on just the comparisons between their last rides.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I think for Alistair, possibly the first turn, they kind of like stung him for that. I felt like the last turn was super strong and considering that the previous, like George's previous wave for 2 big turns, he got a 6.83. Yeah, interesting. Judging it's complex. Like I saw Ben Dunn. I was just having a breakfast up with him, and I used to get coached by Martin, his dad. And Ben spent a year on the tour, and he had a stellar junior career. And you know, the judges definitely are aware of obviously everything that goes on in surfing, and they've got. Yeah, it'd be interesting just to be a fly on the wall.
For sure, it's just a matter of opinion. But yeah, either way, Huey Vaughan is in the lead, but the requirement is, for me, maybe like a half a point or maybe even a little bit more, just too far out. Just a 6 is a big number out there today, but you know, like while it is a big number today, you've just got to reflect on what those numbers at the moment represent. And even though Huey has had the best of it out there and done some of the bigger moves, that they're moves that Alistair Reginardo can basically match. So he's right in this heat, and with 2.5 minutes to go, we'll see if he can get an opportunity. As we mentioned, Alistair well positioned at the top end of the QS rank, so he's going to be on the Challenger Series regardless of what happens in this heat. But still, he wants that first big major QS win, and that wave's not going to do it for him. This one's shutting down. This will be huge if Huey Vaughan can hang on and get himself into the semis of a QS 5000 at 16 years of age.
Yeah, a bit of a priority war going to go down now. But I think, yeah, also having that prestige of having the, winning the regional qualifier, being the best male surfer from that region, there'd be a fair bit of prestige in that. So I think Alistair would definitely, he may have just got another wave, would definitely be eyeing that off as well. So it'd be good to end with an event win and take out the series. I think that would be something that you could always carry with you and know that you were the best in that region for that year. So, yeah, it'd be nice for him. We see a replay here.
Yeah, you want to also lift your seed before you head into those Challenger Series events. So that's a goal for the competitors as well. Minute and 20 seconds to go here. A couple of failed attempts at chasing down that 6-point ride for the Sunshine Coast. Alistair Reginardo from Alexandra Headland. And Huey Vaughan, look at him. He did the number on Nathan Hedge earlier in the event, just kept him off everything. And, really kind of controlled his priority and the lineup beautifully. He's savvy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Having 3 older brothers, definitely knows how to hunt for his food, I would say.
Love it.
Imagine the dinner table.
Yeah. Well, we've seen what he's done with the scraps. He's devoured the scraps. He's turned them into keeper scores throughout the contest. 35 seconds to go here. Alistair Reginardo. He's in check at this stage of the game. He's got to find some space. I can't really see a whole lot of wave energy rolling our way at the moment. Feels like Huey Vaughan's going to hang on for a semi-final result.
QS 5000.
He's going to move on through here. 15 seconds to go. The boys seem to be having a bit of a chat here. Reggie can't even get into this wave. So probably let down a little bit by the smaller conditions in this heat. But you've got to give props to the Grom, Huey Vaughan. From down there at North Shelley, just getting the job done over one of the guys sitting at the top end of the QS ranks. And he is just leapfrogging other surfers on those QS ranks. Huey Vaughan, he's going to get himself a pretty solid finish, you'd think, as he moves into the semi-finals here of the Burton Automotive Pro. We'll take a quick break. Another big quarterfinal heat just around the corner with Joel Vaughan and Tenshi Iwami up next.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
And there we have it. Bit of sportsmanship here as Huey Vaughan, the Wonder Grom, gets it done. The Burton Automotive Pro for 2023 Surfest. Boy, you can hear it in my voice, mate. It's been a huge week, and this is a major story unfolding here as this kid keeps his dreams alive to take out Surfest. I mean, it throws me right back to Mick Fanning, mate. When he won this event in 2000, he was just a tiny little micro Grom. And Huey is reliving and walking in the footsteps of greatness, of one of his great heroes.
He sort of looks like him.
He does look like him. And, mate, let's have a quick chat with Huey. Far out, man. I mean, you must have woke up this morning, seen these little shories, and you're just going, oh, baby, started rubbing your hands together. It's just playing right into your strengths here, Huey.
Yeah, I just keep on having fun. Like, I don't know, I came out there this morning and I was just frothing, and as soon as, I think the heat before my heat, the wind started puffing up a little bit, so, yeah, I just stuck to my guns, and, yeah.
Have you ever paddled out in a surf, mate, and not been frothing? Ever?
Probably not.
Nah, I knew it. That's the magic weapon right there. Hey, mate, look, we touched on it yesterday, you got voted the world's best junior in that big stab poll, and I heard Ronnie and Beck talking about it. You got Dorian, John, Medina and Italo all voting on that. Did that sort of come with any pressure for you at all, or was it just something that you were able to, just take in your stride?
Yeah, I was just stoked to get it, to be honest. I didn't really know, I was going to even get voted, so I didn't really have any pressure. I don't think I'd have any pressure. But, yeah, it's just probably one of my best accomplishments.
Oh, mate, you're into the semi-finals of a QS 5000, mate. I don't know how else to say it except you are ripping. I mean, big bro out in the water in this heat. Are you going to watch this one and cheer him on?
Yeah, 100%.
Silly question, but I mean, you might be meeting him later on if it all goes well.
They're not going to meet till the final.
That's right.
Wow, that'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, that would be so fun.
Hey, mate, what about Reg Gennaro? Have you obviously would have kept an eye on him over the past few years and seen a lot of him surf at the ABB. He's so strong. Did you have any sort of tactics? Was it really just to go to the air straight away, or what were you sort of keeping an eye on with his game?
I don't know. I think I can just surf my own heat and just let him do his own heat, and I think that's the easiest way to come out on top as well. So we surf our own heat, and I don't know. I think he hurt his hip the other day in the heat I surfed with him. So I kind of knew that he wasn't really going to go to the air. But, yeah.
Yeah, well, mate, you played it beautifully. You've done it all in this event so far. I mean, we've seen you have to rely on tactics where you were, chasing the hog around, which is always a scary thing to do. And then, you've had grindy ones and you've also had heats where you've just been in really good flow. So it seems like you're building beautifully in this Burton Automotive Pro, mate, and we are so stoked for you. Can't wait to see you in the semis.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, Huey. Great result there, Hoy. And Reg Gennaro, he did the splits the other day and he just got a twinge in that area where,
your groin.
When you're back. Yes, your groin. So we're going to have a look here at some replays of what's gone down in this heat so far. And
two big scoring waves at the start of this heat.
Wow, look at Tenshi. Well, oh my goodness, he has come out of the gates. Let's see what Jolie Vaughan did to answer. Big power hook out of the lip. And booyah on the inside. Whoa, the boys are really going at
this
it
turn.
here. And look at this. Hey, it's picked up a little bit. That is just power jam, isn't it?
Oh, it's really good. Through a
Power
heap
jam
of
on your
spray.
burnt toast, mate.
We just got asked, how's your toast? I said it's real burnt.
Yeah,
today.
mate. Well, that was
Both
a
ends.
good size set from
Yeah.
Joel Vaughan. And I was going to say, you know, Joel's going to have to be so on his game. Tenchi Iwami has just been a real stealth attacker in this draw, hasn't he?
He's
He's
just under the radar, we're saying yesterday, Arvo.
That's right. He came into this event 13th on the Asia qualification rating, so he had some work to do. But, you know, he's only 2,000 points behind Kean Martin. He's already probably made up a big chunk of that. So the deeper he goes, the closer he'll get to realising his dream of getting on the Challenger Series. He's from Chiba, one of your favourite places in Japan, mate.
My favourite place was Roppongi.
Was it?
Yes. No surf.
I know.
The middle of town.
What's Roppongi's nickname, do you know?
No.
The Fun District.
The fun. Yeah.
Hey,
That
mate,
was fun.
it's been an amazing event. Quarterfinal number 3 in the water, and
Well,
not
here it
too
is.
many, not too many lokes left.
None.
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 No, that's not true. On the women's side, we've got Bormy.
Oh, yes, Sarah.
She'll
Yep.
be representing East End
True.
Board Riders and Newcastle Main Beach over there.
Yeah, over the hill.
But, mate, tell me something. You know, Newcastle has churned out so many great surfers. What was the mindset for you guys as a town in the lead up to Surfest? Was it Newcastle versus the world when you had all the crew come in?
Yes, pretty much. It was
thought
good.
so.
We actually had, there was a teams event.
We'll check out what was a Smith.
Oh, is this what
has
he's got?
just
Yeah.
dragged out. Look at this.
This is it.
This is the
He said he had
event
this.
poster. I don't know if the crew can bring it into the box just for a second while we've got a little break. But
Oh, look, that's a good turn I'm doing up there.
so this
too.
is the promo poster for the event. Newcastle versus the world.
The world.
Have a
There
look
it
at
is.
that.
He's right. It was.
Yeah, and
94. I don't think it was 94. This other photo I've got's not 94.
well, this one's 94, mate.
Yeah, that one is.
And you've got the Longboard Classic, the
Pacific
Bodyboard
Dreams
Pro,
sponsor it.
the Wave Ski Open. Is that what you were in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought
Goat
so.
Boat Open.
But what's this? Shane Powell up here surfing for Newcastle.
Yeah, he did. He did. Always.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Isn't he from the Senecas?
Yeah. Avoca, but he surfed at Newcastle. They didn't have a. Oh, they had a team, but it wasn't as good as ours. Obviously, have a look at the people in it.
Mate, how cool is that poster?
That is cool. He said he had that. Warren actually did bring it out, so that's a
There you
classic.
go. That is an
Been
iconic piece
around.
of surf history from
The photo I've
94.
got is not that same year though. Well, I'll show you the photo later.
The
I've
event-
got a photo of coming in, I'm getting interviewed, and I'm young.
The event had been going for 11 years by now, and it had taken 11 years, and no local had won it. In fact, no local had won it till last year.
Yeah, I know.
So
Crazy.
the world
34
36,
years. Yeah,
Newcastle won. Bit like the footy scores at the moment.
Yeah, true. True that.
Let's dive back into the action here. 7.67. So Joel Vaughan
94 with
did
the
not.
bullet.
You know what? Joel Vaughan has really shown a lot of respect for Tenchi here, because Tenchi has been the silent assassin in this event, hasn't he? He's just been sort of doing his own thing, getting the job done, and we've really been waiting for him to open up into those excellent scores, because he's been kind of right in that middle range. It's almost been workmanlike. But he's come out of the gates here with a 7. That's one of the better rides he's had in this whole event.
It's his best ride, probably. I think I don't think he's won a heat. He's just all seconds.
Mm.
So hopefully he doesn't get a second in this one. Maybe in strife.
Joel
But then he's
Vaughan.
going to get good points, like you said. He's going to get 2,282 points. So is that enough to put him into that spot?
How many did you say?
2,282. That's
He
a
needs to
weird
get through
number.
this heat. He
Wow.
actually needs to get through this heat. He's
There
right
it is.
on it. Look
Yeah.
at that. Kean Martin is just like watching this going, oh no. Okay, here's a question for you. When you were, relying on someone else to win or lose to get something that you needed, would you watch that heat or would you just disappear?
I used to watch the heat and give him bad vibes.
Bad juju.
Just go and lose. Come on, you can.
What was your bad juju hand job like?
The bird. Just, I don't know, just as much bad energy as possible sending me away.
That's pretty classic.
But I hated relying on other people's results. I'd rather just rely on what I had to do. You know what I mean? Then it's all on you. You know, it's your win or loss.
Well, one person who's going to be watching these heats really closely is Solly Bailey. He's actually big air reverse here from Joel Vaughan. So Bailey's slipped out the official cut line, right? But he's in 7th place. Maybe they're being pushed down to 8th even. And with Jarvis Earl already qualifying with a wild card, it means that he's still in.
Yes, I heard that last night.
If Joel Vaughan wins this thing,
he's out.
I think he might sneak up. So,
it's all on the line, the Sabo.
There might be some evil juju hands going for Byron Bay at the moment. But Joel has a huge contingent of fans down here on the beach and support crew. His dad's down there. His little bro, Huey, just got through his first quarter. And, mate, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Joel was on the Challenger Series last year, finished 28th. Got a couple of good results, quarters at the US Open, a 9th in Sakurima. Came back, didn't get that automatic qualification onto this year's Challenger. Morgan Siblick, Jacob Wilcox, Dylan Moffat, those guys automatically got in because they finished inside the top 20.
Yep.
So Joel's going to have to do it, and he's going to come from a long way down the ratings to try and re-qualify. So
did he not go on all these events here?
He did. He kind of went all right. He went 17th at Tweed, I think a 13th on the Goldie, and then he got a couple of good semi-final appearances. One absolute stonker in Maroubra against Dakota Walters. Just a full-blown, far-out, fire your cannons. It was just groms flying everywhere.
Yeah.
And, but, you know, he's put himself in contention, and I think he's pretty calm. I think he's going to back himself to get the job done. Big finner.
Backing himself to do that.
Into
you
the
just
flats.
have to get a backup score. Perfect.
That's done.
Go-to backup score right there, wasn't it?
So,
easily.
Strategy-wise,
Yep.
7.67. We saw Alistair Reginato spend a lot of time sitting around in that last heat. So, Joel's just gone, I'm not going to make that mistake.
Just get my backup. One turn wave. Not even a good wave, was it? Close out.
Mate, it's incredible what these guys can do in this sort of surf. And it's like, there are little opportunities. We saw in the very first exchange of this heat, you know, big power moves from both surfers. So
it's really slow, isn't it? Real long period swirl. It's supposed to come up all day with a long, long period. Like 14 seconds.
So by this afternoon,
it could
finals,
be firing.
Could be well and truly
incoming tide.
Sunny Coast, mate.
We're hoping anyway.
Do you head down that way much?
I used to, but not so much anymore. We used to go everywhere, but we don't travel as much as we used to. We go north instead of going south. But I used to spend a bit of time down there. More around the Nora. We just go by ourselves. No one really. Nora Head region more than down where they are.
Here's this replay. Look at the technique. Gets the pop, full coping bust, and just like Huey, you know, the technique of these guys is amazing. You know, it's almost like nose pivoting into the cushy bit so that you can use the shock wave rather than get blasted by it.
For sure. That was perfect. What do they call it? I don't know. I know.
Here we go. I'm interested to see how you go with your
I'm
air
trying.
terminology.
No, we had a cushion. The landing.
The cush.
Yeah, the cush. There you go. That'll do. Powder puff, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
like I've never done one in my life anyway. So
with this tide, that shockwave's not going to be too hectic. Like you can actually really go for it. Whereas you know, on a low tide, super drainy little, even a 1 foot, 2 foot wave has a shockwave that can really do some damage.
Well, it's hitting the bank pretty hard at the moment. There's a lot of backwash too, coming out off the bank. So hopefully when the tide comes in, it's going to pushes a bit of swell in, and that cush is going to be way easier. Powder puff? What? Jesse Adam told me, and I can't remember what he used to call it. Where you land.
Oh, the perfect little landing.
Yeah. He had a name for it. I'll get it. He'll text me. We'll get it off him.
Jolie Vaughan out in the water, City of Newcastle. Visit newcastle.com.au. Such a wonderful city. Used to be a hardcore blue collar steel working town, and gee whiz, it's just this beautiful, vibrant, exciting place now.
Yep.
Live music scene's popping off. The,
Bit of everything.
Restaurant scenes are cooking.
Good food.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah. Best spot in the world, mate. Told you that.
It
How
is.
many times? Over and over and over. Drilling at India.
And a big thanks to Destination New South Wales. Visit newsouthwales.com if you're from anywhere around the world. Just jump on, have a squeeze.
He's a good
Plan your next
wave here.
adventure. Big set.
What's he
It's
got? What's he
Tenchi
gonna
with
do?
priority, and he's just going to
let
let
it go.
Joel have it. So
Wow.
here we go. Open face, carve. It's not standing up. Tenchi might have read this one well, although Joel is getting a third turn. He was really having to force the issue on that one.
Wasn't he? It was all missed time.
Less water on the bank now, Hoy.
Nice smooth one here. What's he got? Nice big first turn.
Oh, he read that beautifully. Oh, but there's a lot of wobble. I actually thought he really got the rail perfectly into that little cross wave. It was really well done.
Yeah, and then they just missed that second bit, didn't he?
It kind of went from
There
a
it
power
is.
turn into a little bit of a flick, but it was still good the way he pulled the rail.
Joel's just a bit off on this one too,
Yeah.
wasn't he? Just missed timing nearly every turn.
And this is like
And
the
then
bigger
just-
sets, mate.
Yeah.
They just have a bit more wobble.
Look at this clean one though.
See how he
Nice,
just jams that little rib?
And he gets a bit stuck. Just got that little grab on the way through after that carve and just lost his speed. But that's a good sign with those waves out there. Picking up like that. Yesterday, Arvo looked awful, but it was howling nor'east, but the swell actually kicked in the Arvo late. So
wind-
hopefully we got the remnants of that.
The wind just hasn't made up its mind.
No, it's that.
It's been north, it's been south.
It's been east.
It's
been west.
It's been everywhere.
It has. It's done a full lap. Full lap of the compass.
Just like you on a Friday afternoon.
Don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, but everywhere all at once.
With purpose.
6 minutes remaining. And this is just such a great event. There's stories playing out all over the place here too, Hoy. I think that, Jolie Vaughan and Huey Vaughan, two brothers, are they destined to meet in this final? Is it
Well-
the collision that everyone wants to see? Or, there's still a bit of surfing in this
There's
one.
a lot of surfing in this one. And
there's
some good surfers
This
still
next
left
heat
in it.
is
Yeah.
a scorcher too, because
This
Reeve
next
Hazelwood-
heat's the heat
Do you
of
think
the
that's
round.
the heat of the round?
Yeah, I think so. They're the most informed surfers, both of them. But what I'll be, of course, these ones are too. But you know what I mean? They've been a standout to me.
Well, I think Dylan Moffat has been
Dylan
kind
Moffat's
of the sleeping giant
Yeah.
in a way.
Mate,
I mean,
he's-
he's been putting huge scores up, but still doesn't look like he's hit top gear.
He's a good surfer. I've never really seen him surf. I have in this event, but not. I think he's gone to a new level. What I've seen.
Yeah, I actually just revisited his CT heat, but I'll come back to that when we see him out in the water. 5 minutes to go now. Joel Vaughan, he got that back up.
Yep.
You called it, Hoy. You were like, just get that little bit of breathing space between you and your opponent, and that allows you to sort of free yourself up when you get the next wave. The pressure's off.
Yep, for sure. He only got a 3.5 for that. That was could have been more, really. Yeah, reverse. They've been scoring that pretty well all week, so.
This is a replay of Tenchi's last wave. It was a nice carve.
Just this second turn, he gets a little, it was a nothing turn, really. This is a first turn, it was nice, though. Good section.
And that little bit of extra just there, right on the rib, and he tweaks it out. So
He just
nice
gets
technique.
caught in this bit here. Look, just a little, look, it looks like his board sort of tracked a bit and lost some speed. And then just missed that last section. Here we go. He's going to let him go. No, he didn't take it.
It's been chatting a lot with Ian this week. Ian Vaughan, that's Joel and Huey's dad. He looks pretty cool and calm and relaxed down there.
We asked him yesterday, Arvo, does the family have a
favourite?
Yeah. I go, nah, flip a coin.
Well, we were talking to Joel yesterday after his heat about the potential of meeting Huey. And I said, as the big bro, are you going to pull a bit of big bro rank and trip him over, crumb cutlet in a shorey, a couple of dead legs before you paddle out, like I do to Ronnie before we get in the commentary box?
Every time.
He was like, nah, let him be, mate.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't.
No. He'd be all over him. You would have surfed a few heats with Ronnie.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
different divisions, or maybe.
Different divisions.
Big news here, Hoy. If Joel Vaughan makes this heat, he goes to 8th on the rankings.
Whoa.
Top 7 qualify for the Challenger Series.
Whoa.
Jarvis Earl will probably get and is going to get a wild card.
Yeah, he is
for
getting
winning
it. I got that confirmed
So
yesterday.
that means
Look at this set.
spot 8
too.
qualifies.
Oh, so if he wins this
I
heat,
think
he's
this
in.
is the heat.
Wow.
So, yeah, those bad juju hands from Byron Bay are probably in full effect right
Yeah,
now.
wouldn't they?
Here's Tenchi. Gets a nice first carve. Comes through on the inside.
Oh, what's he got?
Nice
The
vicious
finish?
snap, and he won't get the completion.
Just a bit.
Out
off
the
his
back,
shot.
double up, Hoy. Double
Nice,
up.
clean
Can he
one.
fight onto it?
Oh,
No.
Missed it.
And maybe there wasn't much there in that one.
Oh, he's going to get another chance here. This looks like a... Oh, no. It's got that... The swell, most of the waves have got that little... See how it's got a wave in front of it? It's been doubling up really weirdly this morning.
But
Two
double
different
ups usually
swells.
mean
Swell's coming.
swell's
yeah,
coming.
Yeah,
That's-
for sure.
That's the good thing.
You can see it there. There's the whole swell's like that wave right there. A little wave in front of it.
2
Two
minutes to
swells.
go, and
he's going to...
Joel Vaughan is going to pull the trigger. 3.5 is what he needs to increase his lead. It's a pretty similar move to his
It's
last
exactly
one. Maybe
the same.
cleaner, though. Maybe cleaner. The
Well-
last one was in the whitewash.
True. That was off the rip.
Wow, tense moments now. I mean, this is a huge result for Jolie Vaughan. 19th on the ratings coming in this thing, so a lot of work to do.
And if that's what you said, going straight up into qualifying, quarterfinals, he'd wonder if he wouldn't know. He might.
He might know.
Yeah, that's why
But
it's so frothing.
If the
Oh,
job...
he did. They gave him more.
Yeah. No, that was a
You-
much cleaner air.
Yeah.
4.23. And now it is Tenchi with, you know,
No,
I
it
wouldn't
doesn't
say a
do-
mountain to climb, but
No.
a 4.91. He's already
got
a
priority.
7, and he has got priority.
And there's a little bump coming through. Look, there's a couple of lines in this one. We'll see what they do. They've moved over. I reckon that's the spot too. More further off the rocks. There's a little reef out there we call Bruce's.
How's this, mate? Both these guys need to get through this heat to qualify for the Challenger Series.
No way.
Yeah, because Tenchi's just outside the
Oh,
bubble
yeah, you
as
said,
well.
yeah, with that point.
So this
difference.
50 seconds is humongous in the context of what these guys are going to do with the rest of their years.
Oh.
A big tail blow into reverse. 40 seconds. Oh, my goodness. There's a big chunk
this
moving
is it.
towards Tenchi Iwami. Can this guy pull off another major upset?
Oh, he misses it. It wasn't that good a wave anyway, but still,
A
no
4.91.
Yeah.
Mate, a 4.91, like a full rotor into the flats and maybe. So this is tense. And there's Ian Vaughan, that's Joel's dad, watching on 14 seconds. That's all the North Shelley crew.
Just
and
cheering
far
the
out. Are they
boys
going to
on.
have 2 surfers into the semi-finals here at Surfest?
They are.
6 seconds.
Well,
Look
yeah.
out. Oh, my goodness. 2 seconds.
He's up.
He's up. This is it. Last throw of the dice. Tenchi Iwami comes through, and that's the ball game. Vaughnie slaps the water. Victory.
Wow, and qualification.
Oh.
Look, wonder if they know down there.
They're looking happy.
Yeah. Oh, why wouldn't they be? What a proud dad moment that is.
Georgie Pitar, he qualified this morning as well, and it was just celebration down on the beach.
Oh,
North
it's-
Stain, another guy on the Challenger Series.
Wow.
And that was a great heat. These two really went at it in the opening stages, but it's Joel Vaughan who will keep the dream alive. And Tenchi, oh, you feel for him, mate. 1 spot out of qualifying for the Challenger Series.
Oh, you would.
He's been so good. He's been so good in this event.
Yeah.
It's been fun to watch.
Yeah. Real fun to watch. Like you said, just getting his work done under the radar. One dream keeps alive. One dream is not
Let's
shattered,
see.
but
It looks like they might.
Yeah,
be
they
onto
know.
it. They know.
Yeah.
They're coming down. They're saying congratulations, mate. That's spot 8. And look at that. The celebration looks more like just a determined.
yeah, get out of my road.
Yeah, I'm getting up. So Joel Vaughan, let's Let's have a quick break here, Hoy. Soak it in, mate.
Oh,
The Burton
it's so
Automotive
good.
Pro 2023 Surfest quarterfinal number 4 coming up next.
I've been a champion for all of my life. As a young and golden medals, more than something I like. That's how I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Igniting my soul. I'm young and wild, got my freedom to hold. Break every wall, wanna feel them fall.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal.
From the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Oh, yeah, it feels good. Ian, Vaughan,
Double
Huey,
thumbs up, one
and
for
Joel.
each son.
Well, that was a big heat, wasn't it? Joel Vaughan, he was 19th coming into the Burton Automotive Pro, the final qualifying series event for the Australasian region. A long way out, plenty of work to do, and with that last heat win, he gets it done. He's qualified for the Challenger Series 2023, a massive story.
Massive story. Crazy jump in the ratings. And still going, moving up.
Moving up, and a possible collision if he can get through his next heat with his little bro. So let's throw it down to Joel. Mate, what a result for you. I mean, like I just said, plenty of work to do, but now you can just breathe because you're back on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. I don't know really what to say. I'm just, really stoked I got through that one, and it was really tight right at the end, and I thought I let Tenchi go on a good one, and ended up only getting a 3, and then I did it all there and got a 4 to better, and yeah, I'm just very stoked to get through that.
Hey, mate, let's just talk about Tenchi for a sec, because he has been such a stealthy weapon in this event. He's just really taken out big names, just doing his own thing. Did you know much about him before this contest?
Yeah, I met him over at World Juniors at the end of last year, and he surfs really well, and he's a really nice guy, and stoked I got through that one. You never know what he's going to do. He can always just get a good wave and belt it. So yeah, I'm very stoked. But yeah, he surfs really well, and yeah.
That heat, mate, you were both going for qualification. Tenchi was one spot out. If he'd gotten through, he would have qualified for the Challenger Series as well. So yeah,
No.
Don't feel too bad. I mean, we're frothing for you. But yeah, mate,
Yeah,
I mean, right at the very start of that heat, you came out and just found the big section and blasted it. I mean, that must feel so good when you've got so much pressure on your shoulders.
Yeah, I was really stoked on that first one. I let Tenchi go his wave, and I just saw a lump behind it, and I was like, oh, there's been a couple waves in a set, so the one behind it looked bigger, and then it came through, and I was like, all right, sweet, this is the one. And then just did a little wrap and had an end section, knew I had to hit it hard, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked.
Joel, did you know before that heat that was the heat you had to get through to qualify?
Yeah, I did.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow. Even more pressure, mate. You did really well, and that's epic.
Yeah, I think I knew at the start of the event that I needed probably a third or a final to qualify, and then
Yeah, right.
yeah, I looked at it last night, and then just chucked it in my calculator and had
Doing
a
the
look
maths.
at what I'd get to. Yeah.
Hey, Damien,
But-
don't underestimate maths, mate.
Yeah, that's good.
Damien Hardman, 2 world titles.
Yep.
Hey,
Yeah.
so now that the job's done in terms of the qualification, mate, do you think that will actually benefit you going into these next 2 heats? Do you think you'll be able to sort of relax and really start sort of opening up with your surfing? I mean, it doesn't look like you can open up much more than you did, but have you got more in the tank?
Oh yeah, got some more in the tank. Would like to get a big section to a big air, but never know what you're going to get out there. And yeah, just going to try to reset and get ready for the next one. See who makes it through this one out here now. And yeah, I'll be stoked to surf against either Dill or Reef, and they both surf very well. So it's going to be a tricky heat, but yeah, I'm just kind of I got to take a breath after this interview. Just
Fair
can't
enough.
relax. I was pretty nervous before that heat, but just had to calm myself down. And I noticed out in the water I was like shaking after that first wave, and I just had to like have a few deep breaths and just kind of landing that little air and getting that 3.5 just kind of calmed me down. And I was like, all right, cool.
We said that.
Don't need to do too much, and just stayed on the feet, and yeah, I felt good.
Mate, congratulations. It was a massive, massive heat in the context of your year, in the context of your career. And to just soak up that pressure and get the result that you needed is a huge feat, man. We're so frothing for you, and looking forward to seeing you in this next semi.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Good on you,
See you
Joel.
later.
How cool, eh?
That's epic.
And
Like you said, it's not just it's a career-defining heat,
It
really.
is. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to miss out on a year on that Challenger Series, especially if you've got dreams of making it. So there he is in 8th. Believe it or not, that yellow line goes down beneath Joel's name because Jarvis Earl up there in number 2 is the World Junior Champ.
Yeah, gets
when
a
you win
wild
that World
card.
Junior Champ,
You get a wild card.
you get a wild card on the Challenger Series.
Fair enough.
Jarvis doing some work with your mate.
Yeah.
Not your mate Jimmy, your mate Luke.
Different, mate.
Yeah. So, a bit of heartbreak, though, for Solly Bailey and Mike Clayton Brown, 2 guys who were in qualification standing at the start of this event.
Heavy.
It's just, mate, the peaks and troughs of pro surfing is so hectic.
And they would have been thinking they were sitting pretty, really, going, oh, yeah, Joel might go all right, but, you know, it's a hard event, and getting to the semis and qualifying, it's a big feat.
Yeah.
They would have been going, oh, yeah, he might get there, but I think we'll be all right, but...
Well,
Not
this is
no more.
This is a heavyweight battle. We haven't even really set it up here, Hoy. Reef Hazelwood and Dylan Moffat both have tasted those lofty heights of the CT, a place where you spent how many years?
11 years.
11 years. Well, when you're a Grom and you get your first little, what is it, the scent of that high-level surfing,
The
you just want to
stench.
spend... Is it a... Well, you just want to spend your whole life rolling in it, don't you?
Yeah.
So, well, check out this. This is some replays.
Oh.
Dylan has just such acceleration. I went back and watched his heats from Narrabeen.
Yep.
And he surfed some good heats down there at Northie. I think surfed against Gabby Medina in round 1, and then he beat Leo Fioravanti in the elimination round to come up against Gabby again. And I'm telling you, mate, he's 5 times faster, 5 times more lethal than he was in those events. And that was
Now-
against the best of the world. Yeah.
Well, that's what I said. I reckon, like, I've seen him surf before, but there's no way he was at this level.
No, it's a really cool story. But let's stick with Reefy here. You know he's going to throw fins. That's his go-to.
Yeah. First wave he surfed to, 10 minutes in, 15 minutes in, and that was his first wave.
Yeah, he's too clever to just sit out there until, you know, too late. He's going to get moving on anything, Reefy. He knows he can get scores on these insiders. This one didn't really give him much of a chance. There is that little section there, just a bit of a bobble.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Dill
1.6.
was working in Duma Hardman's Rip Curl store.
Really?
in
Narrabeen, yeah.
And, you know, I think the club maybe gets a wild card
Yep, they do.
for hosting the CT. And Duma walked in and said, hey, mate, He was actually sweeping the store at the end of the day, Dylan. And Dylan went, hey, mate, guess what? You're going to be surfing in the CT.
No way.
Yeah. And Dylan went, no way. Dropped the broom. And Dylan went, oh, wait, pick that broom up. Just half an hour to go.
Maths.
So, didn't let him take the arvo off work. But
no practicing.
But, huge opportunity for Dylan. And ever since then, he's just been amazing. Like, he's one of those guys who just improves with every heat. And as we know, he's already qualified for the Challenger Series. So this event is just all about getting momentum to go into that thing, to head up the snapper with the Surfest win under your belt is a massive deal.
Oh, for sure. It's a massive deal without heading the snapper. Huge.
Exactly.
That honour board up there, the winners board, is like the who's who of surfing in Australia, in the world, really. It's crazy. You want your name up there no matter what.
Yeah, it's an impressive list, isn't it? 37 years worth of champions. Witness the rise of the world champs. So many crew who have won this event have gone on to win world titles. Steph, Mick,
Joel.
Wilco got to #1 in the world. Didn't
Lane.
quite lift the trophy at the end of the year. Lane, of course. Tyler.
What, mate, where is the list? Bring it out.
Here goes Reef.
Name them all. There's like...
Oh, that's a really nice little snap. So much class just in the in-between turns as well with these guys. Mate, Reef has surfed in a bunch of CTs in his life. Check out some of the big names he's taken out. Want to hear him?
Yeah, yep.
He beat Geordie Smith, Ace
First
Buchan, and Ryan Callanan at Narrabeen.
Wow.
How do you like that? To get a 9th. He beat Julian Wilson twice at D-Bar as a real micro-grom.
I remember that.
He beat Mikey Wright and Jesse Mendez at Bells. So if that doesn't scream world-class, elite, championship tour level surfing.
Yeah.
Nothing
does, exactly. They're the top of the range right there.
Yeah, he's...
Is that all his wild card too? Yeah.
Would have been.
Yeah.
Wild cards.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. He surfed in the... I think maybe another CT in Margaret River where he didn't fare so well, but still getting all that experience.
Yeah.
You know, he's done enough CT surfing to paddle out in a CT heat, clearly not be overwhelmed.
Yeah. And that's always a hard thing too, isn't it? Get up against the big guys and it's just get a bit overwhelmed.
Do you remember the first time you ever heard of his name, though?
Reef?
Yeah. Let me try and jog your memory a bit. 2 massive, lofty, Evel Knievel Snake River Canyon punts at Rocky Lefts.
Really?
Oh, just went to the moon. And it was one of those airs, or 2 of those airs that went viral. Like, everyone in the world just went, whoa.
Who's this bloke?
Who is this kid?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, he almost qualified that year as well. He's like 2 heats away. He's just a little grommet from the sunny coast. So, Dill Moffat.
He is
Jeez,
little.
mate,
I saw him the other day. I thought he was a bigger dude. He looks like taller and thicker on the TV, I reckon, than he is. I went, oh,
I think
Reef.
the power game is
Yeah.
another reason for that, isn't it? He just gets so much juice out of his turns.
Like this. Watch this turn. And then whips that end bit. That was sick, I reckon. Smaller inside wave, but that second turn, just that end, bit of zip on the end of it was sick.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, well, we thought this heat was going to be fireworks, and it's been pretty slow.
Yeah, I can't stand it when that happens.
I know. It's
Little lull.
Here it is. Look at that.
All right. Well, how many world champs can you see there? Wendy Botha,
1.
Frida
I'll
Zampa,
go the other way.
Pam Burridge. I've got 3. Pauline Mensah, 4. Pam again. Karen, Oki, Carol. Oh, my God. It's all world champs.
It is. Barton, Damien. It's crazy. Ock, Mick. Oh, it's crazy.
Tyler Wright's not
Joel.
on that list. Her sister is. Kirby Wright.
Oh.
Tyler hasn't lifted the Surfest trophy. That is so.
I thought she did. Mikey did. I know that.
Mikey did.
Yeah.
Kirby did.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Tyler hasn't.
And Owen hasn't.
What a classic.
No
That's
way.
Newy for you.
Oh, that is good. Yeah, those airs of Reef
Yeah.
Macintoshes. They remind me of like Danny Way jumping the Great Wall of China. Or, you know, those
The Grand Canyon.
big air snowboarding jumps. Sean White.
Sean White. Travis Rice. Terrier. Hackinson.
Remember Seth from the Krusty Demons?
Yeah.
Seth Enslow.
Yeah. Breaking bodies.
Yeah. Didn't care about landing.
No. just
Only cared about launching.
Yeah. No landing gear.
So this has been quiet, hasn't it? So these guys really getting tested here. Reef Hazelwood is #1 on the regional qualifying series rankings. He could take out this whole leg, which would be an amazing achievement considering the
I
talent.
reckon too. That's what I was asking yesterday about it. Yeah, that's a good achievement, I reckon, for sure. It's like a mini tour and you're winning it. And you'll get a better seed, right? Yeah,
that's right. I think he might be. Can he be beat?
I don't think
so.
so.
Check on that because Reginato got defeated in the quarter.
Yeah, I don't think he can. He's a long way ahead. And this is
So,
going to push him further ahead.
Coming up next, mate, quarterfinal #1, Bronte Macaulay versus DJ Shimmy Disco.
Whoa.
Stoyle.
This is
There
like, that's
she
a
is.
final right there. And Dimmy's, she's wants to qualify just to surf in a home break at Snapper too. She's on a mission.
Oh my goodness, she got so barreled out there in that surfing movie. I don't know if you've caught that one.
Yeah,
yet.
I have. It's good.
So good.
Really well done.
Two epic tube riders. I mean, they're not probably going to get much vision in this next.
No.
But,
not at all, I don't think.
Shimmy will be relying on the power game, and I'd say Bronte will be relying on the vert game, the snaps.
The reckon on the
positioning.
right? Yep. Well, she was doing some mad turns on the left the last few days. Big hooks. So there's not many lefts actually today. No one's even gone left, I don't think.
Dimity dances exactly like that when she's got two decks in front of her as well. Oh, come on, Merriweather. Let's see these guys fire up.
It's like one heat on, one heat off.
So it's Dylan Moffat at the moment out in the lead, 5.17. And you can really see the difference, Hoy, that a good finishing turn makes to a score. Like that tiny little inside section that Dill just fully went at.
Got the better score.
Reminded me of my chihuahua chasing a tennis ball. Doesn't
the
look
same
that
size,
scary.
but it is.
It's small, but, oh, mate. Don't get between the chihuahua and the ball.
The ball would be nearly bigger than the chihuahua, wouldn't it?
Yeah. She can't get the ball in her mouth.
Yeah.
She has to chew a bit of fur off it and then carries it around like it's
Hey, I've done it.
handbag handles.
Nudges it around.
Yeah. These two are just chomping. They want to get their teeth stuck into something here. And I just wonder if we're going to see Reef start to eyeball maybe a couple of lefts. It's been mostly rights this morning.
Yeah, south swirl, the mostly rights. And it's a bit, like it's two different swirls. We saw that last set with the waves, like there's a wave in front. It's doing it again. This is a good-looking wave here, though.
Double up, but it's Reef with priority.
He's going to take it.
And let's see what this wave does. Stands up. Beautiful first slice from Reefy. And this time he holds the fins in and just carves down.
He had
carved down one of your favourite
carve downs. I love them. Here we go. Dylan on the next photo. A bit smooth. Oh, it doesn't go it. Close out by the look of it.
See, Reef has done two backside tail releases and bobbled on both of them.
And
so this time, you watch this. Big snap. So he knows he's got points.
Yeah.
And just does a nice, clean
finishes it,
re-entry.
yeah.
And
that's what he had to do.
That's just a cool little adjustment that someone with a cool
look at
head
that wave out
competition.
the back. Wow, I didn't see those ones. Look at that thing out there. Could have gone the whole way on that. Yeah, so he needed to do that. I mean, it wasn't, sort of safety surfing, but he had to do it just to get a score with only under 5 minutes to go.
He couldn't afford to lose the fins and bobble. Like you don't want to be chasing score, even though, it's going to be within one wave reach at the end of this. But now he puts himself in the position where he can put pressure on Dylan. If he doesn't get that score and Dylan gets anything, he's going to increase his lead. So.
Yeah, I That's right.
You know, it's a good tactic here from Reef.
He still needs a 4.52, so he's going to have to get his best wave of the heat too to win this thing. And not long to go. Dylan's going to be. Oh, Dylan should be all over him. I would be. Get on him, mate. Where's Dummett yelling at him? He'd be yelling at him from the shop.
Oh, mate. Everyone in Narrabeen grows up with competitive mongrels just built into them.
Yeah, you have to.
They're born. They're in their little hospital crib. And they're going, how can I beat the person next to me?
How can I beat this guy?
That's how Narrabeen works.
Yeah.
And
feel
far out.
Bred into him,
Oh, the culture's just insane. So, I mean, these guys know exactly what they're doing when it comes to strategy, mongrel, and far out. It is just, it's like, how many crew in the Hall of Fame are from Narrabeen? Fitzy, Simon, Duma,
Cole Smith.
Cole Smith. I mean, you're talking, you know, a
Whoa,
lineage
what's
that
he
is
going to
just
do here?
without peer. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no, he's going to do it. Dylan used his priority.
Oh, wow. He really timed that so well.
Oh. That was going to be the speed he's...
That-
it still might. A 3.67 he
But
had to
that
better.
finish, that just needed to be greased. It had to be. Now door open. Oh, Reef can't find the section.
It's still... Oh, here's a wave. He went that first one, and this is not going to be a good one anyway.
I'm
Let's
so
take a closer.
curious to know what would be going on in Dylan Moffat's mind here, because
Here it is.
it
a-
didn't look like much, but look at this.
Good.
Bang. Gets the float.
Board looks...
A little finish there, and you're looking at a 4. Easy.
More. Probably a 5.
And that one's
That
going to
first
sail.
turn was good.
But, I mean, luckily for Dylan, he's still in the lead. The wave behind, Reef just wasn't able to find any opportunity. So he's going to have priority, Reef, and it's going to come down to this last 2 minutes for him to get a big win.
Oh, there's a couple of bumps too. What's this one going to do? I reckon he needs to get a left. What's this? This one's going to double up? No.
Well, a goofy can be sitting on a right-hand point and find a left.
100%.
We know that. It's
Love
not.
going
It's
left.
not woo-woo, mate. This is legit. If there's a left,
No,
a
they'll
goof will
find
find
it.
it.
Yeah, look, it's just not a left. This
1
is
minute
a
20.
right. He's going to go. This is a double up right. What's he
Oh,
got?
it's got a big rib he's going to have to deal with, but it stands up. Power hack. And a second. And a third. And I think Reefy...
I think he's... What do you reckon?
Well, was he looking at his watch going, how much time have I got? Or was he looking at his watch going, I'm hungry and the coffee shop's...
That's just about the shot.
Here we go. So answering back, Dylan Moffat. Oh, high line. He's going to project here. Throws the fins. No. And we
This is
know that
gonna
they
be-
get punished for those non-makes. You can't pat the pooch out of those ones either.
Nah. He was under the water for a while then too.
Reef-
Mate, what do you reckon?
Well, Reef needs a 4.52. It was 3 rapid-fire
Here it
turns.
is.
Was there enough firepower in it for you, Hoy? This
think there
turn's
was.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that one.
Oh,
And then-
I think it's done.
Oh, mate, it's going to be really close.
4.52. Let's have a think.
I reckon it's I don't know.
They're going to
what I
compare it to Reef's first wave,
Yeah, the double.
which is a 4.33, and then they'll look at Dylan's 5.17. So
Oh, he's going to go again here.
15 seconds. Nice first snap. Gets a double up onto the inside.
Oh,
and
that
that
hurt.
was a punchy shorey.
Yeah, wasn't it? That would have injury waiting to happen.
Well, the
right
heat did.
there. I know,
fire
just didn't it?
Here goes Dylan.
Oh, what's he thinking here?
No, he's not
No.
thinking.
He's not thinking anything. He's going. He's thinking, please don't give it to him. Please.
Okay. Tense moments for Dylan Moffat, holding down the lead with a score to drop for Reef Hazelwood. 3 big turns. I mean, I think he's got it, Hoy.
Yeah.
I can't. The turns were solid. They were in really good sections. Plenty of spray.
Here it is. One more time. I know that.
Let's have a
This
look.
is nothing.
So it's going to be close for sure.
Oh, that looked like it hurt that last turn.
Scores
Look,
to drop.
Reef's just hanging on the beach.
You know, that was such an arm wrestle, wasn't it?
It just started so slow too, and then all the scoring waves, Reach for all the end. He only had 2 waves.
Oh, this is cool footage, man. The production team are onto it. Look at him just zooming in on Reefy here. This is just such a big result. He's leading the ratings. And what is it, Hoyo?
Got it. 4.87. Oh, they just gave it to him. Heavy.
Oh, Dylan.
Wow, just at the end of that heat.
And now he's going to watch the wave that he lost that little last foam bounce on.
Yeah.
And just be thinking,
what
if?
Yeah, what if?
So, massive result for Reef Hazelwood. The Sunshine Coast lad pulls it out and gets it done. Cuddle for the big fans on the beach.
Yeah.
Is that Huey Vaughan? No, it's not. Thought it might be, but let's take a break here at the Burton Automotive Pro. We have got quarterfinal of the women's up next. Yeah, what a great heat.
That was sick.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds, we know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
The spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds to Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to Surfest 2023, the Burton Automotive Pro. Quarterfinals are a wrap, and the man on screen, Reef Hazelwood, getting the job done. Clutch moment for him to earn his place in the semis. He's going after the number one position on the QS ranks. That's where he's sitting at the moment, but he really wants to get himself a win here at Surfest and join a winners list that is rich with world champions and some of the sports greats. Job done there. So now we'll transition over into the Speaking in Colour Pro and get the women's quarterfinals underway with Bronte McCauley taking on Dimity Stoyle. Now these two are both chasing a second Surfest victory here this year. Bronte McCauley won in 2020, and it was 10 years ago that Dimity Stoyle broke through for a victory here at Surfest. Some movement in the lineup here. Bronte not in position for that one. But a couple of waves already for Dimity Stoyle. A really quick and solid start here, Mitch Ross.
Yeah, big numbers. 6.5 for the last and a 4.17 for the opener. So 4 minutes down and still, and already a really competitive combination of scores.
So Bronte McCauley already is going to be on the Challenger Series. She had a good run at it last season. So looking forward to seeing her up in the mix. Once again, Dimity Stoyle, she's got some work to do, trying to fetch herself a huge result here in the Speaking in Colour Pro to elevate her position and get closer and closer to that goal And man, she's started this heat off in fine form. The one thing that Bronte's been able to do on her road through to this point in the competition is turn the heat up big time on her rivals with her opening waves. And generally, she's got them in the early stages. Dimity, I think she might have identified that. The game plan to get a quick start's worked out well for her.
As we see Dimity's opening ride too. Wow, nice carve there from Dim. And a nice big re-entry to end the wave. And this is another ride here. So big scores here for Dimity Stoyle. As we said, 4.17 and a 6.5. A great start from the Queenslander. Of course, from up around that Sunshine Coast area. But over the last 5 years or so, been living at the Coolangatta zone. Daily, she's out at Snapper Rocks and Duranbar, mixing it up with the world's best.
Just under 20 minutes remaining here. Let's check in with the front runner on the Australian QS ratings. He's into the semi-finals. What a performance. And Reef, you only just snuck that number in there at the end, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. It was stressful moments out there. Just probably made maybe a bad decision to kind of wait at the start, but ended up going my way in the end, so which is just so stoked about.
Positive movement for you up that leaderboard, mate. Obviously, you want to get to that number one position and hang on to it as we come to a close here on the regional qualifiers. But a Surfest title, what would that mean to you?
Yeah, definitely. Just coming for a couple of years and got a bunch of friends and family down on the beach now, and just it's always an event that was really prestigious, and I'd just be so frothing, and obviously hoping to get the ranking winning too. So.
Also interesting to note, there isn't a men's winner that hasn't gone on and made the championship tour. Is that stat in the back of your mind?
I hadn't heard that once, but it's good to know. So, maybe a little bit more incentive to try and get the win to, hopefully have that happen for me too.
Oh, mate, we'll let you go and get set for the semi-finals. Congratulations again, heading in the right direction.
Yeah, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, so back out to the lineup. 18 minutes to go here in quarterfinal number one. Nothing yet for Bronte. Let's see if she can maintain just that cool, calm, collected approach that she's maintained through her run to this point in the competition. Bronte been pretty reliable for a big opening score, and it'll definitely just help lift her spirits a bit, because this is the first time that someone's turned it around and put the pressure on her early on.
It's not a bad tactic implied there from Dimity. A couple of good right-handers to kick this heat off with. A little right-hander there. The tide is starting to go out a little bit here at Merida.
So Dimity's up in a 12th already.
Do you think she needs to win it?
I think she does. Yeah. She's certainly got a shot. She's, able to call on that really positive history with this location, but it has been a decade since she had a victory here at Surfest. So she's waited a while for this one. But Dimity's had some moments this season. Had some great moments in the board riding events at the start. She had big numbers and scores in the Tweed Coast event, the first QS 5000. She looked sharp there. She fell out of the mix here early last year in this final event. She wants to take it all the way now.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm really excited to watch her just progress through the rounds. She's actually been a bit of a standout down here at Merewether this week. We talked to her earlier in the week. She's travelling solo, so just really focused in on a big result. And entering this event, she knew that there was a lot of work in front of her, knowing that she needed to make the finals or maybe even win it. And she was up for the task. As we see the replay, nice snap there from Dimity. And a big closeout turn, so that's a monster number. This carve is really silky. Obviously riding a Darren Hanley shapes. A nice finishing manoeuvre there. So yeah, the DH looking really good under her feet. What do you think about that? Travelling solo, super locked in, right?
Well, she was hanging out with Macy Callahan last year, who won the contest. I kind of like it. Just definitely probably helps the surfer zero in on the goal. And Dimity, she knows that she does have to do a lot of work to get herself up into that final four. So we'll see if she can put it together here as Bronte looks to make her move and get herself on the scoreboard straight up into the first section. This wave's going to shut down though. So this will be interesting because there's been quite a bit of space between the two competitors. Bronte taking a ride there, giving priority back to Dimity. And we'll see if Dimity now moves over towards Bronte and looks to sort of take early lineup control with the lead, the solid lead.
Yeah, I dare say she will sit a little closer to Bronte. Bit of a mistake here from the goofy footer. Waited 10 minutes for this wave. I don't think it was the right tactics. A really average closeout there. So back to square one there for Bronte, a 3.0. Not a bad number, but I dare say she'll need something better than a 3 in her top 2 total.
Bit of a wave energy rolling our way at the moment. Bronte, she's still finding some space out here. This wave's got a nice corner on it, and Bronte has a lethal backhand. Does so well just to get into it. And nice opening manoeuvre here and whips that board back into it for a combination. And it's a short ride. It's going to be better than a 3. She's going to chip away at the requirement here.
I dare say the goal right now for Bronte is to get something, you know, at worst case around mirroring the 4.17 of Dimity's lower number. And I think she's done it here. That snap was nice. Second turn was pretty good as well, and finishes off with a little white wash floater. So looking for a 7.67 to move up into the lead. She's not going to do that, but she did back the, did get the second best scoring ride of the heat, of 4.83, and now she's right back in it, looking for a 5.85 with just under 14 to go.
Well, we've been enjoying chatting with some of the former winners and some of the locals here around Newcastle about this event. Dimity Stoyle, as we mentioned, won the contest in 2013. Let's get her thoughts as we go to another episode of Scratching the Surfest.
I've surfed in Surfest for a long time. I can't remember how many exactly I've done, but yeah, the last time I won here was in 2014, and I haven't missed an event here since, so. The year that I won the event here in Newcastle, we had every conditions from like 2-foot Merriweather rock break, 8-foot Merriweather beach break, pumping harbour waves. So I kind of surfed all conditions that year. It was moved to the harbour the day before finals day. The swell just picked up so quickly overnight, and it was too big and wild for the open beaches here. There's a lot going on. There's big container ships driving past as you're surfing. It was just unique, and it's a wild venue to be in a pro surfing event, and to get the win felt really cool.
Dimity Stoyle looking sharp, and it's been so long since her victory she doesn't even remember which year it was. She said 2014, it was 2013.
No way.
And she got the W here alongside Joel Parkinson, but she was right, the event. It saw all kinds of conditions. It moved around a little bit that year. They had some heats over in the harbour. And she's desperate to get another victory here. That's probably really her best chance at getting up into the top 4 and getting herself back on the Challenger Series. Bronte's sort of fought her way back into a good position, but you know, we touched on it before with Reef. Incredible honour roll on the men's side. Everyone who's won the event on the men's side has gone on to make the championship tour. Not quite the same on the women's side. There's been a few surfers that didn't make the grade onto the CT, but still some of the greats have been victorious here. 85, the first year that Surfest ran. A multiple world champ was victorious in Wendy Bothar. Freda Zamba had a win. Jodie Cooper, Pam Burridge, Pauline Mensah. I mean, iconic names in the women's sport. Nerida Falconer was a multiple winner. Beck Woods, who's part of our commentary team, obviously, but Stephanie Gilmore, Coco Ho, Sally Fitzgibbons more recently, Joanne DeFay. So, you know, it really is an event that you're proud to have your name on that winners list, on that trophy. 2 of them out there in the water do have that, and everyone else is looking for their first Surfest title in the draw. So someone's going to get a shot at it.
As we see, Surfer in red having a look. No, Bronte McCauley sort of scratching through the lineup, looking for a 5.85. I know Bronte is travelling with her father over here, former runner-up on the championship tour for the men, Dave McCauley. Great to have him in town.
Yeah, he had a couple of amazing years, getting all the way back to that third position on the ratings at the year's end, and also a Masters world champion. And you know, Dimity's been vocal about that in the past. She said that kind of reignited a hunger for big competitive results for her. Sort of made her think, you know what?
Bronte.
Yeah, Bronte.
Yep.
Excuse me. Yeah, I can chase this down. So yeah, it's great to see, because Bronte has been looking like one of the most improved competitors at her level for a couple of years now, and we'll see if she can get back to that CT.
The highs are highs, the lows are pretty low. I think she can beat anyone on a day, but she can sort of have a few sort of average heats from time to time, which sort of made her slip off the elite tour. But she's proven time and time again, and there was a couple of big results. Was it 2 years ago over at Margs when she made the semis? Or
yeah, she's had a number of semi-final finishes. Never cracked a CT final, but yeah, I think she maybe suffered from that. The opportunity she had early on. She got the call up as a replacement surfer a bunch of times. Really difficult thing to do if you're campaigning on the qualifying series, say, and you're getting called up and you're racing to events. Mentally, you're kind of not prepared. Obviously, some people are able to take those opportunities and convert them into results. And she didn't have shocking performances in those events, but you're still coming up against, you know, surfers that are in world title form. And I just think it kind of beat her up a little bit. Her confidence kind of got a little smashed as a result. And when she did actually graduate and via the qualifying series and get herself a full-time spot on the CT, she'd kind of had a few early round losses and had some history with competitors that she had to try and overcome as well. But she's certainly got her some wins back on some of those individuals. And yeah, from what we've seen with just her free surfing clips over the past few years, she's one of the best surfers in those world-class conditions, and we'll see if she can get back there. She'll get another crack at the Challenger Series this year.
yeah, it's really exciting. And the Challenger Series, the new calendar came out a few days ago, and I think it favours someone like Bronte. You know, like looking, you know, going through Portugal and some of those sort of heavy sort of water locations, I think really played to Bronte's strengths. As we see a bit of a set coming through here, priority is with the surfer in blue, electing to let that wave pass on by. It looks like there's another few little lumps pushing on through.
Yeah, something standing up here on the outside. So Dimity didn't even look really at that first wave. She's got a pretty clear idea of what she wants out here, and it's something better than a 417. And if she can dump that number, you know, before Bronte's able to sort of chip away at this requirement and maybe even get another score, it's going to be a good blow psychologically to Bronte, because she'll be chasing a pretty hefty score. We want to thank Destination New South Wales for getting behind the event once again. Something for everyone in the Hunter region. You can go to visitnewsouthwales.com and get fully clued in on all the great places to visit in this region. Highly recommend it. Nice looking little wave rolling through deeper on the Con S side here. No one on it.
But it looks like, Bronte having a look down the line there. Just under 7 minutes remaining. So the clock is ticking, and Bronte McCauley still chasing down a 5.85, just under a 6. So a tall order, but watching Bronte through the week, it's basically 2 turns on a decent wave, maybe even a big, strong closeout. It's one closeout re-entry. As we look at Bronte, have a look at this wave. I don't think anything's going to happen on that one.
No, not much doing there. Just over 6 minutes to go. Those surfers that do crack the Challenger Series, they're going to be competing here at home in Australia, which is a massive advantage, really. We've got the Gold Coast event getting underway early May, and then, of course, the Sydney Surf Pro, which is going to be staged at Narrabeen this year. That's going to be fun to watch unfold as we see some action in the lineup. Dimity using a priority, big section standing up. throws everything she's got at that final section, but not sure it's going to go into a top 2, that one.
Yeah, I don't think, a little under 4.17 for mine. I think maybe a high 3. I have a feeling she caught that wave maybe to block Bronte down the line. I saw Bronte have a look at the wave. That's what I originally thought. It looks like Bronte didn't catch the wave. It was a separate peak, but sometimes it's just not worth rolling the dice. And you can see Bronte out the back with priority. 5 minutes remaining and looking for just under a 6. This is the replay. That's kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah. So it's, in some ways it's a wave selection error because Dimity wasn't able to convert that choice of rides with priority into something better than 4.17. But she did take away the opportunity for Bronte to tap onto the corner of that wave and maybe rally off a couple of big backhand hits. Bronte's going to make a move now. Great opening move. Smashes through the closeout section. Really clean lines.
That's
and
the score.
a good combination. She's only after a 5.85.
Has to be the 5.85, right?
It's right there.
I think yes, but let's have a look at it on a replay.
The comparison will be made to Dimity's 6.5.
Which was a lot better. I just don't know how much better. I think Dimity's was a bit bigger of a wave, but I thought Bronte hit those sections with a lot of class, a lot of spray, a lot of style. 5.85, yeah, really tight.
One thing Bronte's been able to do that not a lot of competitors have kind of mastered since the swell kind of dropped is still maintain these deep lines off the bottom. Really drawing a bottom turn out and squaring up off the bottom as opposed to sort of riding mid-face and just whipping the board up into turns. And it's really evident when you start looking at comparisons. It's where she's found the big point spread over her rivals as she takes off again and just hammers that first section. Scores coming through and they're looking good. It's going to be the best wave of the heat so far, that previous ride. 6.73, and that's enough to put her ahead of Dimity Stoyle, who's now after a 5.07. So Bronte keeps a calm head, stays cool and doesn't lose that composure when she's been put against the ropes in the opening stages here. Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, big number. Massive number. The judges rewarded it. It was 2 really nice turns. Sometimes, I don't know, they weren't really critical, but so I thought the judges might say maybe a little lower, but they loved it, and I totally agree. And then you can sort of think about, the minute or two before that where it was Dimity blocking Bronte on a worse wave, relinquishing priority, and then giving priority to Bronte for that wave. So in hindsight, it's a real lucky dip out there at the moment. It didn't work out there for Dimmy on that occasion.
Nah, always dangerous to become a little defensive and protect a low-scoring lead when you really just want to up your heat score total. But we might try and get another look at Dimity's 6.5 because you felt Dimity's 6.5 was originally maybe better than Bronte's.
I thought the wave was a little bit bigger, and here we go, is the replay of the nice carve there. A little bit more open. I don't think this is the biggest wave. I think that one is actually the 4.17. So that wasn't the 6.5, but we might dig up that a little bit later. The 6.5, it was a bigger wave, and sometimes, I don't know, they're a little bit easy to score.
I do love to see the competitors, as I said earlier, just squaring up and getting that board on a bit more of a vertical approach to the lip, which is what Bronte's been doing on her road through to these quarterfinal heats. Dimity up at the moment, using her priority here. She's going to run out of space. It's a nice turn, but she needs more room. Frustration there. Minute and a half to go, still after this 5.07.
Yeah, not enough. I thought from the get-go, it looked like this wave, it was nearly, this is the 6.5, Ron. This is the one, okay? Pretty good surfing there. 6.5 as opposed to the 6.73 from Bronte, really close. And I know, these girls are going to be looking at the replays later, and it's going to be really tight for what was deemed the best wave of this heat.
Dimity's hopes of getting onto the Challenger Series are on the line here. She did campaign on the CS last season didn't have a fantastic run. And she is really desperate to find a little bit of space in this lineup right now. She needs a 5.07.
Have a go at it. The beginning of the heat, the first 10, 12 minutes were all Dimity style. You know, we questioned Bronte's approach to just waiting, being patient. But I'll tell you what, it's worked out for her. Currently leading this one with 25 seconds remaining. There's a couple of waves on the way here, Ron.
And that's what Dimity needs. She needs a couple of opportunities. She needs to sell Bronte on one. Hope that the requirement doesn't come up too much. Bronte picks this one off. 14 seconds to go on the outside. Bronte's not going to improve her scoreline here, so the requirement's still a 5.07. Time winding down, though, and it's not going to be a good result here for Dimity Stoyle, who really needed to go a long way through this draw to get herself to the top end of the rankings. But, yeah, the cool head of Bronte Macaulay and that sharp backhand approach prevailing once again, and she's on her way to the semi-finals here, chasing that second win.
Big result there for Bronte. Commiserations to the girl on screen, Dimity Stoyle, bundled out of competition. But it was a great heat nonetheless. A couple of big scores on the board.
Yeah, she'll regather herself and no doubt work on her surfing and get back to the qualifying series next season and have a go at it, because she got extremely close. But Bronte Macaulay's through. She'll be going up against the winner of quarterfinal heat 2, Nanao Suzuki, and Kobe Enright about to hit the lineup in the Speaking in Colour Pro.
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds for Michaels. Get to the Royal.
It's finals day here at Surfest 2023. We've got obviously an incredible lineup of talent fighting for the win here this year, but we've also got spots up for grabs on the Challenger Series, where surfers seeking out big finishes. This is the Speaking in Colour Pro. We already found our first semi-finalist in Bronte Macaulay. She'll go up against the winner of this one, Nanao Suzuki of Japan. She is looking for a special kind of finish to her campaign on the qualifying series. She's up against one of the best, Kobe Enright, who is well positioned in second place on the regional ranks. Nanao Suzuki's actually moved into that number one spot and can probably lock it down getting into the semi-finals here. Let's throw it down to the big bro, Vaughan Blakey, on hand and just loving the buzz around the beach at the moment, Forno?
Loving the buzz around the beach, Ronnie, and loving Reflections Holiday Parks because, as we know, they're the proud supporting partners here at Surfest for both the Burton Automotive Pro and the Speaking in Colour Pro. And check it out, mate. Steve, the sandologist, has been down here crafting out these Reflections sandcastles, which I've got to say are a lot cooler and a lot better than the castles we used to make up at Newey when we were Groms, Ronnie. Do you remember what we used to make?
Well, all I remember is after I'd made a sandcastle, you coming along and treading on it.
Yeah, and I think Steve's going to cop the same treatment as soon as I get off camera. I'm just going to run over and dive bomb it. But, some pretty cool stuff. But, Reflections, without them, we wouldn't be having such a wonderful event and we wouldn't be able to be here on the beach at Merewether enjoying what have been some pretty amazing quarters. And we're heading into the semis pretty soon with far out, just the cream of the crop. So I'm expecting the beach to be pretty packed down here the Savo. The atmosphere is going to be electric as it always is at Surfest. And I just can't wait to destroy Steve-O's handiwork after the final who to goes to Savo.
Yeah, he's done a great job down there, and fantastic to have Reflections Holiday Parks behind us once again. 36 stunning nature-based destinations around Australia that you can check out, and during this regional qualifying series leg, I've had the opportunity to stay at a couple of the Reflections parks. Awesome, great cabins, really comfortable and really well positioned in some of the great little cosy corners along the coast.
Unreal, good for surf trips.
Really good for surf trips. All right, just over 19 minutes to go, and it is Nanao Suzuki of Japan. These are two of the front runners on their different regional qualifying series ranks who are battling it out for a place in the semis against Bronte, who joins us now. Bronte, not the same kind of start that we've seen you get away to in most of your earlier heats. Dimity kind of put the pressure on, but you kept cool and you found what you needed to get the win. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good. Dimity is such a great surfer and a good friend, so it's a bit of a bummer to come up against Dimity. And she really put me on the back foot. Had a really bad start. I think the guys were on hold the heat before for a couple of minutes with the scores coming in, so I tried to reset my watch, and then a wave came and Dimity got it. I was like, oh no. So that was a bit of a bummer, but really nice to get through. I think for me it's really good to have those nervous moments. I'm just practicing that during heats and trying to come back after making a few mistakes.
Definitely. Two former winners in that first quarterfinal and someone going after their second victory. And while Dimity is a friend, I know you were pretty keen to rip her head off and knock her out of the draw there. So that's got to feel good. You're still in contention for a second win here at Surfest. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Yeah. I was pretty lucky then, to be honest. I really just scratched through. I can't wait to surf again, and hopefully you can just win the next one and then win the next one. That'll be cool.
How are you, Bronte? It's Mitchell Ross. I know that you stay with a local family here. Enjoying your time with the Blatchfords?
Oh, I've been loving it. I guess you probably know Blinky. Mitch, he's got the best stories ever. Like every night we're having a barbie and just cracking it up. He's travelled the whole world, spends a lot of time in the Ments. And sorry, brother's just here making a few funny faces.
Does he?
Spends a lot of time in the Ments and just great to
Who's that?
I don't know who that is. Fruit Loop, get him out of the contest area.
We'll get security down there.
Now, does Blinky and the fam sort of make you feel comfortable here and sort of help you with a few sort of, spots to pick in the lineup? I know Merrill's a little bit shifty at times.
Yeah, definitely. I've got a lineup, I think it was originally from Ryan Callahan's dad. So Blinky's kind of passed Gaz's lineup down to me. I just feel so comfortable here. That's kind of the reason I came, because I just love hanging out with the Blatchfords and Simon Lord, their family, and 100 other families that we've got to know pretty well. So, if I had to live on the East Coast, I would probably live Newcastle, I think.
You'd have to.
Well done. You're gathering some real momentum too, and we know that you're going to have the trials, no doubt, in mind when you get over there to potentially compete at home in the CT event. So really gathering some great confidence and momentum. Congratulations on moving through to the semis.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Mitch.
No worries. It's a real testament to this event that actually, Bronte, makes the journey over here, because what is it? They live down at Gracetown, so it's 4-hour drive to the airport.
Yep.
4.5 hour flight over, 2 hours up from Sydney, and she's already qualified for the Challenger Series. So absolutely loves the town and the event.
Yeah, that's huge.
It's really
and,
cool.
That's just what you got to do if you choose to live in that beautiful part of the world, and such commitment to her goals and her dream of getting a second Surfest title here. Just over 15 minutes remaining, and not a whole lot unfolded during the interview. Nanao Suzuki, the number 1 on the Asian rankings, has the lead over Kobe Enright. Jeez, Kobe surfed a great round of 16 heat earlier today. She showed us that she can flow together multiple manoeuvres and just put that beautiful style on show. Then she took off on a straight closeout and laid into one of the biggest turns that we've seen in the event. Big layback jam on an end section. So I'm loving where her surfing's at the moment. She's up at the moment looking for a decent score, though, and this one's going to do nothing for her.
It'll look good at takeoff, but unfortunately the wave pitted out. Just under 15 minutes remaining.
These are the highest seeded surfers in the qualifying series ranks at the moment, meeting here in quarterfinal number 2.
Wow. Impressive, as we see Surfer in red on the backhand squaring off into a really difficult section there. As you go into that left-hander, that's where the rocks are, and it's a real hard section to hit. As we see the first wave of Kobe Enright's heat in this one, it's a 3.57, so more than likely a throwaway score come the end of this heat. But right now, those 2 rides are enough to put Enright out in first position. This is quarterfinal number 2. Plenty of points up for grabs. This event's been going since '85, and all the best women in the world have got their name on the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, big weekend finishes is usually how it goes down here at Surfest, but during the week, Mitch is a Grom. Yeah, just how much school did Warren Smith and his team help you skip when the event was rolling through town?
Yeah, you could always, was it Truant?
Yeah.
I truanted a lot back in the day to watch, yeah. When I was at Newcastle Beach, it was like this huge amphitheatre, and we'd all jump the fence to get in there and, get some signatures, some autographs. It was just a sort of, as a part of growing up here in Newcastle, you'd come to this event every day, as we see a great tail slide there from the Surfer in red. That was awesome. How low did she get?
Yeah, you've got to give credit to the surfers from the Asian region that came over here to compete, because there is 3 of them remaining in the draw here in the quarterfinals. 2 of them are going to be fighting it out for a place in the semis in quarterfinal number 3. But yeah, it's great to see that you've got your pen and your autograph book down here today, and I'm sure some of the competitors will be happy to sign a couple of things for you, mate. And loved it.
I want to get Huey's autograph.
Oh yeah, that can happen. Yeah.
You think?
I don't know if he's gone cursive yet. I think it's just still a print autograph at this stage. Maybe even just a smiley face drawing. But here we go. Nanao Suzuki on the replay there. I think she senses that she is really up against one of the favourites in this contest, because she's taken her surfing to another level here. 5.33. Just a small wave, but pretty impressive. Just that extra little kick on the tail and showing the judges that you've got some added commitment in your surfing can really pay off. And Kobe, she is really hungry for a big result in this major event. Again, just a smooth flow down the line.
Make it.
Not as much flair, you'd have to say, as Suzuki on her last ride, but at the same time, a bigger wave that allows some bigger turns. Just a bit of a safer approach.
Yeah, the first turn was pretty powerful, but the second manoeuvres it was like that classic sort of, do you fit, do you try to just fit 2 turns in the one sort of section, or you just double down and do one big gaff? She opted for the 2 turns. Yeah, I don't know if it was the right decision. It's still going to be a good number. No doubt it will be Kobe's best ride of the heat. But she is looking for a 5.76 to go up into the lead. I'm not sure if it's going to go that high.
It might have just been a little kind of behind the final 2 sections. So rather than sort of ripping into the sections and being able to pull that board through those turns. She's kind of placing those manoeuvres, just arriving a little bit later, but she's definitely going to chip away at the requirement here. 4.67 for Enright. She's now after a 4.67 to get herself into the lead, but she'll want to drop a lot more than that because Naneo has got the highest number of this heat so far. Here it is again on the replay.
First turn was good. Maybe, see that she probably should have put, foot to the floor and just done one big gouge at the end. And I think she could have commanded a huge number. The first turn was great. The second and third turns were a little rushed. So the result, a 4.67, 10.5 minutes remaining. And Surfer in red, Suzuki, out in front and trying to ditch a 4-point ride at the moment, Ronnie.
Yeah, this is looking like a pretty decent little insider here. Kobe Enright finding some space. She's got a good corner here. And she's got some big turns. And she throws one down on the opening section. Better timed hits. Less manoeuvres, but she's going to get a bigger score and easily turn in the number she needs to get in front here.
And some. That's going to be a massive number. I'll go out on a limb and say that's the best wave of the heat. And that's really frustrating when the Surfer in red basically gave her that wave. It was unpriority.
She didn't look at it.
Yeah.
She just didn't have eyes on it, and it was a nice little corner. And
you saw it coming.
It had a nice cup in it, the face of this wave, and she set the fins free on the first move.
Yeah, you saw it coming. It sort of cupped in under Suzuki, and really sort of...
From here, you don't really see all the different characteristics, obviously, in the ocean floor here and those little patches of reef.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a sandbar section that they're surfing at the moment. But I surfed with you the other day, and you kept waving me in, and I was like, man, I'm 43 years of age. I've been surfing more than half my life. I don't need to be told to come in. Sure enough, a wave came in, and I missed it. And you were kind of willing me to come back into the inside because it does kind of go with the reef out there. There's sections of it that go from deeper water quickly into the shallow sandbar section, and they do sort of stand up on the inside. So you're almost better off staying closer to the impact zone and darting out to the wave than trying to chase it in from out the back where you don't really get a look at how it's forming up.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny. It's exactly what Kobe did. She really snuck that, under priority. It was a great little double up. 7-point ride, the judges have said. So without a doubt, the highest scoring wave of the heat. A massive number now puts a ton of pressure on the Surfer in red. Looking for a 6.35. Still plenty of time remaining, but the situation has changed, and it's changed. It's a little bit scary situation for the red.
Yeah, there hasn't really been those significant changes where a surfer's dropped a number that has actually put the requirement, up to a point that it's going to make it really difficult to fight back. Still got under 8 minutes to go, so it's not out of reach. I think for me, the real positive for Naneo is she turned in a 5.33 on a wave that probably she didn't have too much business turning into a score that big. Here's one of the bigger waves of the day, but it's a straight closeout, and that's, again, just tactically an error because she's thrown that priority over to Kobe now, who's going to be controlling this heat and might even move on in and just shadow her around the lineup.
7 minutes remain, a little over. And you're right, Ronnie, you can see Kobe moving a little closer to the Surfer in red. We'll insert a little bit of pressure.
In its 37th year, Surfest, and it's always attracted an international field. It's great to have those surfers from the Asian region competing here this year. It's one of the longest running surf events in the world, and for that reason, it just holds that extra special little bit of prestige. We mentioned that winners list earlier on, but it doesn't feel like a QS 5000. It feels bigger than that. It feels like you're part of a real big celebration of surfing here every time you get to the event each season. It means a lot to the locals. They have high expectations of the Novocastrians who compete here, and they've got one coming up in the quarterfinals. She's South African born, but been living in the Newcastle area for about 5 years here. I think Sarah Baum is going to have massive support as she hits the lineup in the quarters not too far away.
Hasn't won the event?
got second here last year.
I knew she was close. Yeah, even last year she went on a real tear in that event, but it was Macy Callanan who beat her.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, she's good enough, and she's got the manoeuvres. Super deadly mindset. You know, she knows how to get big numbers. Even in the round before, needed a big score. You know, wasn't phased and got herself a 7.33 or something. Really solid competitor.
The most interesting thing to note too is probably the most experienced and hardest surfers to beat in the draw are both already on the Challenger Series this season. So they're competing without that stress. That's Bronte McCauley, who's already through to the semis, and obviously Sarah. So
it's a good point. That's a really good point. So much less pressure.
Yeah.
Generally makes for better performance.
You're sensing it even in their post-heat interviews. You know, it's not like they're sighing with relief through their post-heat interviews. They're just like, yeah, you know, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. I love this area. I just want to sharpen things up before I get on the Challenger Series and keep this winning feeling alive, and also bank a bit of cash because it's a long campaign and it's, you know, it's going to take an investment to get yourself onto the CT. Just under 5 minutes remaining here. Kobe Enright, massive turnaround on her last ride, a 7. A couple of big hits, and it's all about how Naneo Suzuki, the #1 surfer on the Asian QS ranks, can respond now. She's after a 6.35, doesn't have priority though, so you know that's her first goal before chasing this number down is finding some space away from Kobe Enright to get that opportunity.
Yeah, 6.33. It's a big requirement, Ron. 4 minutes to do so.
Speaking in colour, great to have them involved. What a fantastic organisation. For more on that, let's check in with Vorno.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. I'm down here at the Speaking in Colour booth, the tent, and there is just action going on everywhere. We've got painting, we had weaving yesterday, and I'm here with Cherie. And Cherie, it's so cool to have Speaking in Colour represented, not just here at the comp, but globally through the naming rights of Surfest, the Speaking in Colour Women's Pro, out there right now. How cool is that for you guys?
Oh, it's awesome. Like, we didn't expect it, and it's just been perfect timing, and we're all about it. I mean, we're a company that we 100% owned and operated Aboriginal business, 95% run by women. So to support the women's event is just perfectly in line with our values. So we're all about it, yeah.
It's so cool. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Speaking in Colour initiative?
Yeah, right. Well, I was a high school teacher, and I wanted to be able to support more of my colleagues implement Aboriginal perspectives and access professional development that would really support them. So there was a few of us got together and we started Speaking Colour. That was about 14 years ago now. And then about 8 years ago we became a company and we really went serious. And since then we've been working a lot with corporates as well with their cultural education journey. And it's a journey that people need to go on and take their time to be able to lean into. A lot of people are asking, how do we do change management well? How do we do diversity inclusion well? How do we make sure that we are an employer of choice, and how do we make our spaces culturally safe, but also how do we remember the social impact of what we can do and how we can be a part of it. So that's what we focus on at Speaking in Colour. We have activation that we do as well. We do annual exhibitions for our young people, let them, you know, thrive. We have annual cultural camps. Yeah, so we do some really cool stuff.
Oh, that sounds so cool and so important. I love that. One of the real highlights for me from the Speaking in Colour involvement has been the artwork. It's a beautiful event. Nori, the artist, is right behind us. Yeah. Hi, Nori. Yeah, tell us a little bit about how Nori came to be involved and a little bit about the story behind the art.
Yeah, absolutely. That is really special, and that's what we do well. We put education and activation together really gorgeously. So for us, I just rang Nora and like, hey, how about it? Do you want to do the design for the shirt? I'm thinking these colours, I'm thinking this theme. So basically, it is the women coming together from all the different places that the women come together. So older, younger, the elite, the grommies coming through, and representing the rock pools that they come from. So this particular artwork, if you look at it, it's like what you would see when you look over the top of a rock pool. You see the water swirling, you have the little sea stars in there and the sea life thriving. Regardless of what's happening out in the swell, you know, the rock pool is safe. It's a place where people can thrive. And that's the essence of Surfest, right? There's these youth comps, There's the Indigenous Classic, you've got the women's, you've got the men. So it's celebrating everybody in their awesomeness, but it's also helping people thrive. And regardless of where you sit, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
So that's what we want it to be, a rock pool where we all come together. So this is us celebrating everybody swimming in our rock pool.
Oh, that is so cool. Well, Sheree, it's been awesome to talk to you. Thanks so much for shedding a bit of light on Speaking in Colour. It's really awesome to understand, what's behind the name of the event, and look forward to digging into that, and best luck with your future endeavours as well.
Thank you. It's been great.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Awesome to hear the colour, hear the Speaking in Colour story, I should say, from Sheree there. Just speaks so beautifully, and you can tell she's very passionate about the work that she's doing. Also passionate are these young competitors who are trying to get themselves onto the Challenger Series. Kobe Enright, Naneo Suzuki, they've done the job. They've looked so good throughout the QS season. This is the final major QS event. Kobe Enright's done the job here. She had a 7-point ride. It was the high point of this heat. And Naneo Suzuki, she had the second highest ride, just couldn't chase down that 6.35 in the final stages. And Kobe's dreams of breaking through for a Surfest victory are still alive here. She'll take on Bronte McCauley in the semis.
Unreal. Great performance there from the Gold Coast surfer. Hitting the shore, Kobe Enright winning a convincing battle with the Japanese competitor.
Well, there you have it. Semi-final 1 is established in the Speaking in Colour Pro here at Surfest 2023. Next up, we will see Sarah Wakita and Ainon Matsuoka in the lineup in quarterfinal number 3. Stick around, it's finals day, and we're going to crown our champs later this afternoon.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Well, there she is, Kobe Enright. Through to the semi-finals, she'll take on Bronte McCauley, and she is looking to sew up that number 1 position on the regional QS ranks, and we'll have a look and see if she's already moved into that spot ahead of Paige Harrod with that progressing through the quarters. But we're getting set for a big clash between two of the stars on the Asian regional QS, and that is Sarah Wakita, who's still charging up those ratings, and Ainon Matsuoka, who is just ahead of her, actually, in 3rd position. So this is going to be fun to watch. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Beck Woods. Sarah was impressive in that round of 16 heat, but it's Ainon who's going to get things started here.
Yeah, Ainon drawing first blood there. That was a stellar heat, that last one. Good to see Kobe Enright getting a couple of huge waves on the board. It's really nice to see how much her surfing has matured. I haven't seen her maybe for like a year and a half, but yeah, that a couple of those inside rights that she was getting, the top turn, fins free surfing and the finish turns that she's completing, she's absolutely killing it, and I guess that's why she is sitting in 2nd on the ratings at the moment. I know she'd be chasing down a 1st. It's always pretty prestigious to take down a 1st position within the Australia region. Very competitive one, but she's had a stellar year, and it's really good to see where she's at with her surfing. Like she's really been working hard.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the live ladder now. We saw Kobe celebrating with friends down there because she has moved into the number 1 position ahead of Paige Harrod now, and that's likely where she'll stay, because when you think about who's left in the draw here, I just can't see anyone shoving her out of that spot. So she's the only surfer at this top end of the Australia Oceania ranks, still alive in the mix. So Kobe Enright is going to win the qualifying series for this region in 2023. Congratulations, Kobe. What a performance it's been here on finals day so far. A couple of big numbers dropped by Kobe.
Yeah, I saw, I was just up watching up from the surf club there, and you know, being able to pick off and keep building scores, but I know that her competitor kind of threw it down at her and took the lead from her with a nice looking kind of two-turn combo, but Kobe got one of the waves behind it and really, it just seems like she's kind of just cruising in cruise control. She's matured with her heat surfing. There's no flurry or fluster. She's not rushing anything. She just seems like she's really confident in her ability and confident in her wave choice too. So yeah, I'd say she's ready for the Challenger, and I dare say she's definitely ready for the World Tour.
Oh, man, you just think about where we're kicking the Challenger Series off, and it's just going to play right into her hands. She's just going to be going, thank you very much. I'll sleep in my own bed. I'll surf my own spot. I'll teach everyone a thing or two about positioning out here and basically, yeah, kick off the year with a win, hopefully. But this is going to be fun to watch this little battle unfold because, as we know, Matsuoka's sitting in that third position and Sarah's just behind her, and it's the top three from the Asian region that qualify along with a wild card. Wakita's got to be in the picture for that, just based on her performances. But yeah, we'll see. Got to remember too, Amuro Suzuki from Japan. She's had some really close finishes and almost got herself onto the CT. She'd got some opportunities in alternate, but she'd probably be in the picture for a wild card as well, you'd think.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there was a few years there where she did miss out by one, and there was a few rule changes, and then she did have a explosion onto the tour, and she was the first Japanese surfer to qualify on the women's side. So these Japanese surfers have been really impressive in this contest. I've been chatting to my dad over it because my dad watches more heats than I do. So he's like, no, you have to sit here and watch these girls. They've finessed their surfing, and we see Ryder in red right now blasting off the top. Bit of a Coco Ho-esque hand flare there.
Good call. Yeah, I've seen that in Wakita surfing before too. Beck, we were touching on it before when Mitchell Ross was in the booth, and I want you to speak to it a little bit. This is a QS 5000, but this event, it's one of the longest running surf events in the world, and you know, it just feels like there's more on the line here than QS points. You can speak to that, having won the contest 3 times. It's got a different kind of energy to some of the other qualifying series events, this one.
Yeah, I think it's a prestigious event. When you've got events like Bells Beach on the calendar in Australia, that's been running for 50 years. But Surfest is an event that I think for most East Coast surfers, it's something that you've known about for many years. It draws big names. It's always got a large, results are always really important here, particularly for this year, having it being the last event on the regional tour. QS 5000, we've seen so many different exchanges go on regarding points and qualification for Challenger Series. So it's been a super exciting event, but always a mainstay on the calendar and always one that you want to hold a trophy high at. But yeah, even in this heat, as we see Anon and Sarah, they're fighting it out for that prestigious third position and trying to get onto the Challenger Series. Both very experienced competitors, and there's a lot on the line for these girls.
Well, I mean, holding up the trophy is one thing. Did you notice that Ronnie's voice just got a little cracky?
Like, oh, there's
We
a
just
deeper
traded
pitch
out.
in the booth.
Vaughan
all of a
Blakey
sudden.
in the booth with Beck Woods. And let's throw it down to Kobe Enright, who no doubt just got the news that she's shot to #1 on the Australasian qualifying series ratings. Can't be beat. Cannot be beat. So congratulations, Kobe, the champ of the Australasian qualifying series. How does that feel?
It's been... Oh, my goodness. Sorry.
Oh, this is so cool. I mean, you can see how much it means to you, mate.
Well done, Kobe.
You know, it's been a big effort, and I know that, this is a full dream for you, and it's the realisation of that dream to get through that heat. You've had a wonderful series. I've got goosebumps, watching you right now and how much this means. Yeah, can you somehow find a way to articulate?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've had results, but I just feel like every time I've had a result, I've just been, scraping through and just just getting there. So this is like the one event where I feel like I've surfed well. So yeah.
Oh, you're surfing so well. And, you know, the good news is we get to keep watching you surf because, you know, that was a huge heat. You're into the semis. Oh, far out. Like, this is just such a wonderful story. And I know that, you know, after the emotion sort of dissipates from this heat win and this achievement, the excitement is going to kick in for you because you've got a semi to come, a final to come, and then snapper, your home break to kick off your Challenger Series effort. Far out. I mean, it's nothing but stoke.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's just, I'm just like so happy that I made the challenges. I know last year I did do snapper, but I was a wild card in it, so I didn't feel like I'd earned my spot there. So I can't wait to go to my home break and surf in front of my family and all my favourite people. So,
What's been the difference for you this year, Kobe? Because, I think there has been a massive leap forward in your performance, but also, you know, just your preparation, your strategy. You've really come into this year with a full mission, and you've accomplished that. But what do you put that down to, the difference?
Yeah, for sure. I actually came into this year and I was just like, I'm just going to do a few of my favourite events and just see how I go. Obviously, I'd love to get into snapper, but I just had no pressure on myself. I wanted to love competing again and just love free surfing. And last year, the last half of the year, I was surfing lots, trying lots of different boards. So I did really just get to find my feet again and really enjoy the sport for what it is. So this contest, I've just been going with the flow and it seems to be working. So I'm super stoked.
It's actually amazing how many people who have really hit peak form in their careers so far are saying the same thing. They're just like, don't worry about the results, worry about the process, enjoy the moment, enjoy what's in front of you. And it's really clear that you're doing that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough sport, like every sport is. It's so easy to get caught up in the points and the scores and sponsors and everything. So you've just got to bring it back down to why you love it. And yeah, I've got a great supportive people behind me, backing me. So yeah, I couldn't be in a better spot.
That is so cool. Now look, I spoke to Joel before, Joel Vaughan. He qualified. He got far enough up the rankings and deep enough into this event to snavel a spot on that Challenger Series. And, you know, I said to him, you know, now that that's done, that job is done, you feel like you can sort of open up a bit more, just even in this event. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like now that you've got that win, you're going to end the Australian qualifying series as the champ? Do you feel like that's going to give you something, I don't know, free you up a little bit for the semi?
For sure, definitely. Speaking of the boys, I was watching them and it was such a close battle for all of them, and it was super inspiring to see Joel and George and some of the other boys make their way from so low. So it's been great down here watching them, and yeah, I can't wait to go back out there. I definitely feel like I'm just surfing for fun out there. Anything out of this is a bonus now. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Oh, that's so cool. We are frothing for you. We're frothing for Snapper. We're frothing for everyone who's, you know, really wished the best for you. Who are you going to go and give a big hug to right now? There must be a few crew down on the beach that you just want to embrace.
For sure. I'm staying with the Dunn family. They've been like my family away from home, so they've been awesome. They're down on the beach, and then my partner Matthew's down there, and Safi, who's like another sister to me. So yeah, I can't wait.
Well, go and enjoy it. You've really earned it. Congratulations. It's a great result.
Kobe. That was awesome.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
How good.
So good.
What do you win if you win the Australasian qualifying series?
I don't know, but I think just even winning this event, you know, I think it's possibly about $10,000 Australian. So a nice little prize purse to head on into your local, your local surf break and surf in a Challenger Series. And so nice to see that raw emotion there from Kobe and her, like the surfing that she's displayed in this contest alone. The maturity, like it's just like daylight from 2 years ago when I saw her surf, holding composure. I know that the Japanese surfer put a score on her midway through that heat, and I was like, it's always difficult in that position. But Kobe just answered straight back and like banked a three-turn wave, second turn super critical. Just like I was saying to Ronnie, just like seems like she's almost in third gear. Like she just is cruising, having a good time. Vibing with the flow of actually, enjoying what she's doing. It can be you got to stay in the moment with surfing because
So true.
You can run away with all of the thoughts and all of the things are going on. Nice slash there.
No, just goes over the handlebars. I know that there'd be a lot of people, not just in the Japan, Asia region, but also Hawaii, watching this. Sarah Wakita, she's just got such a fantastic style. This is a nice ride. And so this was her wave before the one we just witnessed on screen. Brings it through on the inside and does get a nice finish there. And just check this technique back. Beautiful surfing. Mason Ho actually said that when he watches Sarah, he sees a little bit of Coco there. So that's coming from someone who really knows Coco surfing.
Yeah, that lead arm lift that she gets in those frontside carves and snaps, it's very similar to Coco. And technically pretty supreme. Nice to watch both of these competitors against each other because they are so close on the Asia Regional Tour. It's actually crazy how close they are. So, Anon in third at the moment and Sarah sitting in fourth, and there are only 3 spots available for that region. So a lot on the line in this heat. It's actually like for them to both match up in a quarterfinal. It's pretty crazy.
It is. It's a huge one. And, Sarah's already had a win this season. She won an event in the Philippines, 3,000, I believe. So that's a good result, but was coming into this event 6th. So she was, outside that bubble. And every heat she makes is just, stacking the points.
Yeah. This event is quite unique in, I saw you talking out there to Cherie from Speaking in Colour, and it is unique in the fact that we do get, so many sponsors on board for the women's event. It's a bit of a crowdfunder affair, and we have a lot of sponsors coming in from the local community, about 90, I think, or 91 this year have come on board, and it does make this women's event possible. And I know that, we're super appreciative of the community support that they get. Some of these surfers in the lineup right now have their own, you get a sponsor assigned to you at the start of the event, and for the people who place in the top 4,
that's cool.
The companies who place in the top 4, they actually get money back. So it's it keeps it quite exciting for the companies as well to be engaged. But Sarah Wakita has got Keelos Downer. They provide transport around Newcastle, and she's also got the CFO Centre. They're a part-time. They have put CFO, Chief Financial Officers in place to help businesses grow strategically. And Anon has Doyle Partners, accountants at Novotel, Newcastle.
That's so cool, yeah. I mean, this Surfest is and always has been a massive, it's a festival of surfing, clearly, the Surfest. But Anon here gets busy, but it is a massive community event. And, you hear Matt Hoy always talk about it. It's like small city, big town. It feels like you know everyone. When you walk on the boardwalk in the morning, it's thriving, it's heaving, everyone's waving hello and having a chat, and it's just such a good vibe. And, all these local businesses are really happy to get down and throw out there to keep this event running. So there's the North Shelley crew. They've got a couple of big heats coming up, don't they?
Yeah, it's huge. They've done so well, the boys. It's going to be exciting. Semi-final hit out for the men's side of the draw.
Well, they're in particular looking at Huey and Joel Vaughan, opposite sides of the draw. If things go the way that North Shelley want them to, it'll be an all-Vaughany final. I might even have to throw my hat in the ring there somehow.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, who do you go for when you're the parents? That's an interesting one.
There's Huey Vaughan. Oh, have a go at that. Yeah. He's Mick Fanning might be his hero, but he's not on the Mick Fanning diet just yet.
Yeah, highly nutritious diet there for his semi-final appearance. But
I love that.
Fast metabolisms for the Groms, so yeah, out there to launch a few more airs in the semi.
Could you get more grommet than a chip roll covered in sauce? That's just too funny. Loading up, big carb load up before the semis.
Pretty good to see that the swell has stuck around for this contest too. I was a bit concerned yesterday. We were on hold for a long time, but looks like, as we can see, there's some swell lines coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be picking up all afternoon. I was just thinking, Beck, it's lucky that a big seagull didn't fly past and see us. pick out Chip and Huey.
If he was at
fly off
Manly.
over the horizon.
If you ever sat at Manly and they pretty much eat your lunch out of your hand, it's quite frustrating. So they're very well behaved here, the Seagulls up in Newcastle.
This is a tricky heat, isn't it? No real scores of any meaning on the board just yet. And coming up next, Mia Huppets against Sarah Baum. So the local hopes riding on Bormy, no doubt. Mia is a rising star. Has had some wonderful results, but this is a huge one. You know, 5,000. The prestige of Surfest, the winners list. It's massive.
Yeah, I think Mia's still got a chance of jumping up into the Final Four as well. So it's been good to see her compete through all of these rounds. We see Surfer in Red up and riding. Nice finish turn there.
Yeah, adds a little bit of sting, and it was necessary.
Yeah, a bit of a slow heat so far. I think previous heats we have seen a lot of experience in the competitors who have come through. Kobe Enright showing, you know, how experienced she is. She's ready to take on the Challenger Series. We saw Bronte Macaulay answer back to Dimity. We see a wave of blue that replay there, so one turn.
I think Sarah's going to get the better here. Just this last turn just had a really nice little punch to it. She timed it beautifully.
Yeah, and getting rewarded for that, a 4.33.
There you go. So we finally busted into the fours. It says more about the surf than it does about the women out there, because these two have been absolutely flaring throughout the Speaking in Colour Pro. And finally, you know, there's no doubt that as the tide goes out this afternoon and this southerly, well, it's actually kind of just straight east, but as the wind picks up, there's a really decent swell going, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I saw that.
There's a break in the swell.
Yeah,
you know,
like a
like
period.
14 seconds.
Yeah,
that's it.
the period is slowly picking up. So, yeah, I mean, and everyone's been talking about it. So we have seen a few sets come in. I was up there watching just from the tower, and nice to see that it is slowly trickling in. You know, it's been a tricky forecast for a lot of these competitors, and you kind of got the cream of the crop out there who've negotiated those conditions quite well. And yeah, we're coming down to the 4-minute mark for these two surfers, so not much needed from the Japanese surfer in blue, Anon. Only looking for a 4.49, and she threw down some big scores earlier this week, but it has been Surfer in Red, quick in and out there. Unfortunately, that wave just closing out a little bit, but Sarah has kind of picked the eyes out of this heat, and it has been good to see her surfing. I know she's also been quite, you know, up there with a lot of the Japanese contingent for a few years, and you know, technically looking really sharp.
Anon has had one of those heats. She is so desperate to just get some sort of open face, some sort of steep pocket to at least, you know, challenge Sarah here. Sarah's definitely sort of had a little bit more rhythm, I think. I mean, it's reflective in the scores, a 4.33, a 3.33. But, I mean, a 4.49 now is what's required, and Anon has priority. So, in this last 3 minutes, it's really going to be, you know, how does she hold her nerve to pick the right wave? Because when there's not much coming in, I think the temptation will be to go something that might not be a good enough wave to get the score.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be, it will, I mean, holding composure, she has got priority, so that's going to really work in her favour, and Sarah might just keep staying a little bit wide of her and just keep trying to put pressure on her by scoring a bigger score, and that would be probably the way that she should approach the heat, I would say. Just stay away from her and try and get you know, a mid-range 4 and keep building pressure. Next heat is going to be a huge hit out as well. We've seen Mia just shredding away through this draw, showing composure under pressure. She's still in with a shot of qualifying for the Challenger Series, and she would know, she'd be very aware of what she needs. And I did hear that it might be a semi-final finish for her to jump into that final spot, but not 100% sure on that, can't confirm it 100%, but if she can make it through this next heat, she may qualify for the Challenger Series. And wouldn't that just change your year?
Oh, change your life. I mean, if you get onto that Challenger Series and you have a a hot streak of form. You can get some momentum. All of a sudden, you know, you've made a name for yourself surfing against some of the best surfers in the world. And you could just end up on that CT. We've seen people come from all over the place to qualify. None more so than local surfer Morgan Siblick. You know, he qualified in the last event of the year. So here we are, Sarah Wakita desperately needs to get through this heat. And if she does, it will be at the expense of Anon.
Yeah, fair few
My
points on the
goodness.
line here.
This-
Difference between quarters and semis, there's a lot of points, so it's really down to the wire for these two competitors with a minute remaining.
Hey, this is radical. I mean, Anon is out there, you know, needing a score, and she would know full well that if Sarah leapfrogs her here and gets the win, it could be the dream of the challenger goes begging.
Yeah, with 49 seconds remaining. Might be something approaching the line up here and only needing a 4.49. Trying to just maintain composure, I think, would be the way to go. Try and
30
keep your
seconds.
head on. See if you can find a wave. Oh my gosh, I can't deal with this anymore.
All going to come down to this. There's some lumps, but I mean, how substantial are they? The drone angle can cheat you a little bit. It looks like you've got something decent coming towards you, but there you can see it was just sort of slid under both competitors.
Might be a
17
lump here.
seconds here.
Is there a lump?
12.
Oh gosh. It's looking like it's going to go flat here.
Anon is desperately willing something, and it is not going to come. So Sarah Wakita has got a massive victory.
That is huge for Sarah. But yeah, I mean, under pressure, needs a result, performs. That was a workhorse heat. It wasn't easy out there for either competitor. And of course, wave of the day comes through as soon as the heat to go. So
oh my goodness.
You'd be a bit bummed if you're a surfer. You'd be very bummed if you're the surfer in blue, but we don't actually know. We have to wait and see to see where the points fall for Sarah and Anon there. You can see that Anon's looking a little bit disappointed. A little bit of head down there, but let's
Tense.
wait and see. Let's wait and see where the points drop for both of these competitors. I think Anon had a little bit of a lead there. Actually, she seems okay. A little bit of sportsmanship shown there. Smiling and having a bit of a chat. So let's see how points go and fall for both of these ladies. They seem pretty good friends, and I think that's nice. You can take it to the water and come out and still remain friends here in surfing. So.
We're going to take a quick break here from the Speaking in Colour Pro. Be back with more from Surfest 2023 in just a moment.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back. It's the Speaking in Colour Pro quarterfinal number 4 in the water. Mia Huppets, Sarah Bormy from East End Board Riders, just over the hill, the last local hope. And here we are. So Sarah Wakita needs to make the final. So she didn't get over Anon's point differential there. Very close, but needs to make the final, Beck. So still some work to do. I think that's why Anon was, you know, fair play, you got me, but you've still got a couple of heats to make if you want to take me out. So wonderful sportsmanship there, but Sarah Wakita, it's all going to plan at the moment. Mia Huppets out in the water. Sarah Baum, what can you tell me about these competitors? We know Sarah is on an incredible, you know, winning streak. She took out the Tweed Coast Pro biggest win of her career, 5,000 points up there. She's already back on the Challenger Series. She's just a powerhouse.
Yeah, and I think it's been really good for Bormy to get a feet in the wax pre-Challenger Series, keep that momentum going from last year. To win an event at this level is really good for the confidence. Once you know what it takes to win, you can win at a world-class level, and then stepping up onto the Challenger Series. Finishing last year in 10th on the Challenger, equal 10th with Vahine. So, it's always nice to win an event, but particularly in Australia. So nice little wave looking here for surfer in red, Mia Huppatz. We've seen Mia in this heat draw just blitz her way through, take down some big names. She's got a bit of pressure on her, coming into this. She's sitting just outside the bubble at the moment for qualification for the Challenger Series. She's super young, and she's holding her composure and her mental state really well, sitting in 6th at the moment, so just underneath. But there has been a fair few upsets in that last round. We lost Ellie Harrison. Nixie Ryan lost out early, and Zali Kelly also lost out in round of 16. So Mia on the move right now.
Wow, that's actually amazing looking at that live qualifying series rankings. Nixie Ryan lost early, and I don't know what you do. Do you sit at home and you watch the event? Do you just keep your fingers crossed? Do you sort of just ignore it and go and play tennis?
Yeah, third option there.
Yeah, okay. Well, Zali, Mia making moves. And Mia, as you say, has just been so electrifying throughout this event. Really taking 2 heats, attacking them, and looks like she's got a real mission on her hands. She just wants to get there. The determination, the intent is clear.
Oh, we see a big backside blast there for Bormy. She looks like she's going big, but unfortunately didn't stick that one. So she's looking loose. But Mia Huppatz is going to make it hard for Bormy in this one. Yeah, with Mia's previous heat structure and the way that she's worked through the heats, she's done very well. So back with priority, Mia's moved down towards the right a little bit more.
Let's throw it down to Sarah Wakita. Wow, congratulations, Sarah. Another huge heat for you. Yeah. They're all massive. You're so close, but, a little bit of work still to do.
Yeah, for sure. I was so nervous. I wasn't sure if we were in the wrong position or if it was just too slow. But, yeah, I was so nervous in the end, but I'm happy to make it through.
You and Anon are right next to each other. She's 1 spot above you in that qualifying position. So she was really going to go out there and throw everything at it. So you must have known that you had a battle on your hands before you paddled out.
Yeah, for sure. We've been battling a lot in Japan and all the other QSs. But it was kind of a slow heat. Wish we could have had like a better heat. But I'm just happy to make it there.
Sarah, were you aware, are you aware of points coming into this, or do you prefer to not know what you need to do to jump into the top qualification spots?
I haven't really calculated all my points and anything, but I know I'm here to win, so that's all I need to know, I guess.
I love that. That's
it
awesome.
is a good strategy for sure. What about the support? I know you've got friends and family in Hawaii, friends and family in Japan. How much has that played into your motivation?
It helps me a lot. They support me so much, and every heat they give me messages and say oh, you should have done that, and all the strategies they gave me. And my dad sends me a long message too. So yeah, just reading that and putting it in my mind and getting out there and try to do my surfing. So yeah, the support's awesome.
Well, you're on a fantastic roll in this event, the Speaking in Colour Pro. The 5,000 points are sitting there, and we really would love to see you go deep in this one and get a big result, because that Challenger Series is calling your name.
Thank you.
Well done, Sarah.
Sarah Wakita moves into the semis, and far out. She has been so impressive.
Just looking forward. She's like, no, don't know what I need, don't care. I just want to win.
Some people like to know what's going on. Other people just like to just surf. So here goes Mia, big set.
Wow.
Mistimes that one and gets clobbered. But that's one of the bigger ways we've seen.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see. It seems like there's been a bit of a shift in the ocean in the last 2 heats. The surfers in quarterfinal number 3 jostling each other for 3s and 4s. Whereas the previous heats before that were, up in the 6s and 7s range. So possibly a little bit of a change in the ocean out there at the moment. Generally, these 2 surfers are capable of getting, all surfers now at this level are capable of getting scores. So there might be a little bit of a shift coming with that tide coming in, but there are still waves on offer. Potentially surfers also just finding their feet here in the lineup. There's a good lineup shot. You can see that kind of the left-handers starting to run a little bit on that shallower part of the bank there.
You would imagine that Bormy knows this wave well. It's one of the premier waves in this zone. And she's picked off a good-sized one here too, off the bottom. Let's see this powerful backhand come into play. First turn was nice. Hooks it on the second one.
Good combo, good 2-turn combo there. So kept her head on that wave. I find this wave quite challenging down at Merewether, particularly when there's a bit of a northerly on it. It kind of bowls out really quickly and you've got to have your timing down. So Bormy kind of connecting a little bit lower with that first turn so she could go vertically with the second one, and it was a smart way to approach the wave.
I thought Dimity Stoyle, maybe 2021 was the most improved surfer in the world. I thought she'd just, she'd tasted CT heats. She'd been knocked off. She sort of took that time off to go and really work on her surfing. She came back so strong. And for me, as we see Mia Huppets now, gets a combo and does manage to wind up the windows and hold on to that one. Yeah, but for me, I think Bormy has taken that mantle. I think she has just become so strong and so powerful. And I've heard plenty of people saying, this... And I'm talking peers, saying that Bormy is a CT level surfer now. She's got everything. This is Mia. So she is the she's the upstart looking to
topple,
take it to Bormy.
Yeah, I think the main difference with Bormy is that now she's done a fair bit on her mental state and her mental prep, and she actually believes that she can get there now. Previous to that, she said she lacked confidence, and I think going up to Tweed and changing up her tactics a little bit and just giving herself more opportunity, taking out the event, you could see that she was just on a mission in that regard, and the momentum shift with her surfing. Coming 10th on the Challenger, that's kind of, it's basically top 10 in the world. So at a difficult tour level as well. Like some of the waves are quite challenging on the Challenger series. There you go. There's a bit of a pun, but yeah, it's she. I think she was a bit disappointed with how she surfed at Snapper last year. She just didn't give herself a lot of opportunity.
And you would think the backhand at Snapper would just be hooking it under those lips.
She said there was too many waves and she's never surfed in a contest with such perfection, so she kind of just didn't know which wave to go, and I was like, oh my gosh, could you just take off?
You know what, that was part of the big thing about the Challenger series, was putting it in quality waves. And they released the schedule earlier this week, and oh look at that, Dolphins in the lineup. Beautiful Newcastle
Dolphin friend out there. That was like right near her. But yeah, I think it's a change. It's a shift in gear, isn't it?
Imagine being Bormy, right? So you kick off where we know how strong she is on the backhand. We saw her win at that right-hand point up at the Tweed, Cabarita. And the Dolphins are going mad out here. This is awesome. But imagine like her brain thinking about Narrabeen and just getting on the front side with a really long, high-performance wall. Far out, she'll be able to do some damage. So there's plenty to love on the Challenger series for Bormy this year. And with that extra confidence that you're talking about, you're going to see some pretty top-level performances from her, I'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And I think to have, the unique thing about that, the start of that tour, is to start on a right, but also then to have a left straight after that. You really see the surfers who have worked on both sides of their surfing. I think some people who grow up on a right-hand point break, say, sometimes will lack a little bit on the left. So it'll be good to compare technique from front side to back side. We see a nice looking wave approaching the lineup here, and it is Bormy drawing the better of that exchange so far, getting a 4.67. So door is wide open for surfer in red, Mia Huppets. Super close between these two competitors.
Bormy now This is Sarah taking off and flying down the line. Big steep section, hammers it up and over. That is a spectacular move. And did not waste that opportunity one bit. Fully floored it into the section, through the fins over the back, and answering back now, Mia Huppatz. And this is smooth. Wow, she has just got so much style, this young woman. Cracks it off the top for a 3-turn combo. So it's going to be fun to watch the scores go in for Bormy.
Yeah, really good exchange there for both surfers. I think seeing the difference between that kind of accelerated attack, one turn, just focusing on the one section in front of you, as opposed to Mia's kind of more fluent 3-turn attack. So see how the scores drop here, but let's see the replay here. Super vert, throwing fins, throwing spray. She's been working on that turn a lot, and you can tell it's paid off. We see Mia here getting a little bit of a bauble on the first turn, but you know, making up for it on the second one, and then cleanly kind of banking vertically right there and connecting super well with the lip. So mature from Mia as well. 4.67 for Bormy. Let's see what scores drop through here as. Oh.
I love the way Mia comes out of her turns and just into deep bottom turns. You know, like if you watch her rail off the bottom, she's fully engaged, and that's what allows her to get so much speed out of the lip. She flies out of her bottom turns and links it together beautifully. I think that last score is in. It's a 4, which if you consider the first turn was a bit of a mistime.
Yeah.
A lot of that score is purely from the flow, you know, like getting the speed, maintaining the speed, and back-to-back combination maneuvers. So even though not as explosive as Bormy's wave, still getting enough interest from the judges to get a pretty decent score for a 4.
Yeah, and I think for someone like Mia, because she is a bit younger.
Watch the bottom turn out of this first one. Ready?
Yeah, really nice.
Bit of a bauble, but look. Zoom. And just into the lip. Glides over that whitewash. And again, just a beautiful technique for that 1-2 punch. But Bormy's wave is a 6.33. And for one turn, that is spectacular. That was fully rewarded for the commitment and the aggression.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, could watch that type of surfing all day long.
Here we go. This is well worth revisiting because she just loads it up here, waits, and hammers that section. I love the fins out over the back as well.
Yeah, make for a good photo, that one too. And yeah, I think Mia almost reminds me a little bit of Kobe N, right? She's like the junior burger version of Kobe, who's kind of finessed her surfing now over the last 2 years. And is, you know, she's on top of the rankings now. And I think Mia is almost kind of like the junior burger version of Kobe. You can tell with a couple more years and a little bit more meat on her bones, but she probably will start throwing down those hammers like Kobe has done. Just a little bit possibly out of time with that first turn at the moment. But, you know, early days, we've got 8 minutes 50 on the clock.
Was that Nixie Ryan sitting on the veranda just then?
Oh, actually, I wasn't paying attention, sorry. Oh. But, yeah, she's doing well if she's sitting there watching.
Well, I'll say. I mean, there's a lot of support and a lot of, you know, friendship on this tour, both men's and women's. A lot of the crew all hang together, they travel together, they surf together. So even when, you know, you're kind of hoping that if you're sitting there and you're in a position where you're hoping someone doesn't get through, you're still kind of in some ways willing them on. It's a bizarre scenario, but I mean, that's just because on the Australasian leg, you really do spend a lot of time doing back-to-back events, and these people kind of become like this travelling family.
Totally. I think, yeah, we saw that in the men's division as well. They're all down there on the beach and supporting each other, you know, celebrating and commiserating together. And I think, yeah, that camaraderie has been, you know, it served the Brazilian Storm really, like, positively. I saw them kind of, the way that they approached it at most World Tour events just towards the back end of my career. And I thought, oh, that's like, you know, the Aussies have always had that. And I think that the Brazilians took it to the next level. So
I think that is Nixie there. She's in 4th, and Mia Huppatz is, you know, climbing those ratings. Work to do, but Nixie is going to pay close attention to this.
Yeah, a lot riding on this heat, and a lot riding on this heat with Mia Huppatz as well. She is a little bit behind here.
That's an impressive top 10, isn't it? That's, you know, the future. There's a couple of solid campaigners who have been on the QS for a while, but that is a young top 10. There is a lot of fresh faces in there.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. I was talking to one of the sponsors of the event earlier, and just, you know, it's always good to come back to an event and watch an event and see how healthy Australian surfing is, and Japanese surfing, like and you know, the Asian region as well. I think yeah, the standard is really consistent, and it's something that you really, as an ex-competitor, when you spent like 10 to 15 years doing that, it's awesome to see the level rise, see how good they are, but also, yeah, to see that they're pushing each other so hard. So coming down to 6 minutes 20 on the clock. But yeah, I mean, everyone's like level is lifted next level. Even round of 64 heats were like, some of them were super stacked. You can't make mistakes even in that first round.
Yeah, I remember sitting with you. We were looking at the first heat going, what?
Straight up.
How can this be? But I think there's no denying there is a massive generational push coming from a really young class of competitive female surfers at the moment globally.
Yeah.
It's not just happening in Australia. I mean, that top 10 says to me that there's young women who might have been entering a couple of these QS comps, not really even thinking about doing the whole thing, surprised themselves by the results they were getting, decided to commit, and all of a sudden, you know, like Coco Cairns is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Went in that Tweed Coast Pro, came second, and there she is in the top 10. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, still a junior, just winning Aussie junior, like Australian state and Australian titles, to be at that age and already kind of in that top 10 in the qualifying series, it's a good sign. I mean, if you're making it inside that top 10, nice looking wave sneaking through the lineup here. Bit of a sniff out there from Mia Huppets, but we are coming down to the 5 minute mark here. So I think Bormy's going to, you know, not a lot on the line for her in this event apart from winning. And I know that...
well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that,
if you come from Newcastle, lifting that Surfest trophy is huge.
Yeah, living here, winning here, already winning a $5,000, but she said that the $10,000 from that event, she had, you know, some debts that she had to pay off. She was struggling to get to the next event. She was worried about how she was going to fund her Challenger Series tour, and then she won an event, and she just said, "Oh my gosh, it's just taken so much of the pressure off me for the rest of the year." And you know, I was so stoked to hear that, because it can be expensive for a lot of competitors, and the prize money is so important, and I think that, yeah, having the community get behind this event for the women's is just so important. So I know that a lot of them are grateful. See a bit of a jump off here from little
Thought
Huey
that was
Vaughan.
a limpet on the rock, and then it stood up. Huey Vaughan, he's been the story, and, you know, far out. We're going to watch this next heat so closely. Huey Vaughan on one side of the draw, Joel Vaughan on the other side of the draw. Reef Hazelwood still in the draw.
Yeah. Fourth competitor. Need to have a little bit of a look here, but...
And Georgie Pitter, who has been sensational. I mean, this is going to be crazy. Thank you so much for Georgie Pitter putting on a performance to qualify for the Challenger Series. So that's a big story. Reef Hazelwood, #1 on the rankings. That's a big story. The Vaughan brothers potentially getting into the final. It's really shaping up for an amazing afternoon here as Mia Huppets answers back. And we talk about, you know, young talent coming through, just being so cool. The strategy, the heat, management from this next generation is equally as impressive as the surfing.
Yeah, we see a replay here for Mia. Sniffs out a good-looking inside wave. Knows she can go big, so banks a big turn off the top there, and she's definitely going to improve on that 273. Did well to get that. Sneak it away from under Sarah, who's sitting patiently out the back. She knows she has to improve on that 467. So it looks like scores dropping there for Surfer in red, 4.13. So that's really pushed her back up into the heat. She only needs a 6.87 to advance. Difficult score to get in these waves, but we've seen Mia connect all contest, and yeah, I'd say Sarah will start applying a little bit more pressure to Mia now, because she's just heard that she did get a score off her. So a bit of a cat and mouse game coming into the final 2 minutes of this heat, but both of these surfers just really performing in this contest.
The Grom, versus the experience. Bormy has been around for a little while, still young, and is getting the results, is growing into herself, as you said, you know, doing that work, getting the mental state strong, believing that she deserves to be at the elite level and putting in the performances to match that belief. Plenty on show here from Bormy. Has the highest scoring wave of this heat so far, 6.33. But Mia Huppatz is, oh, you just cannot take your eye off her. She is deadly. And this is a big set moving through. I haven't seen one break out there all morning. And Huppatz, Bormy's going to let her have this one. Is there a section for her? No. So the experienced head just keeps her calm, keeps her cool. And now will she get an opportunity to try and ditch this 4.67? 1 minute 14 on the clock, Beck.
Yeah, a bit of a not a great wave selection there from Bormy, and she probably knows that I'll have a bit of a yell at her later in the heat. She's handed priority straight back to Mia.
Well, 1 minute on the clock and a wave here for Mia, and it's not a bad looking wave. As we take off with her, she throws the fins. It was steep, but it was just a one-turn option. So she really needed to time that perfectly to get the maximum points out of that top turn. She did throw everything at it. She's going to try and have a paddle on the inside now.
Yeah, no, she needs a lot. So she's trying to get that one big bank turn. You can see it in her surfing, but unfortunately, I think it will be Sarah Baum who will take this heat out. And Mia Huppatz has had a good showing in this contest, but unfortunately, I think she possibly may have needed to make that heat to jump up into fourth position. So a bit of a shame there for Mia. But she has had an awesome event and showing maturity beyond her years. Really well done to
Nixie
Bormy.
Ryan, we know she's sitting up there in the surfers area watching this one. So, you know, it's not like she'll be frothing that Mia didn't get through that one, but she'll definitely breathe a little sigh of relief. Big congratulations, though, to Sarah Baum, the local, keeping the dream alive here at Merewether Beach. And speaking in Colour Pro, Surfest 2023 will be back in just a moment.
Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Welcome back to the show. We're getting close to crowning our champions here at the Burton Automotive Pro, and this is going to be intense. George Pittard getting through to this point in the competition has got him in a position to have a run at the Challenger Series this year. Huey Vaughan, the Super Grom, he has been fighting his way through the rounds. He's actually been flying through the rounds, dropping big numbers for huge rotations. and he's sitting well up the ranks. He came in at 110th, basically just looking to test himself against those seasoned campaigners on the qualifying series, and the Grom is blowing minds. Ronnie Blakey with Matt Hoy. What have you made of Huey's performance so far, mate?
Mate, he's a freak. He's on fire.
He's a freak, all right.
Brotherly love. He's been on fire all week. Just consistent. He's got for a young bloke, he's got an old head on him.
Yeah, the young bull taking on the old studs, and it's been pretty impressive. When he's gotten that lead and had the priority, he hasn't been shy about it. He's gotten in their face.
Yeah.
He's let them know that he's there in that lineup and that he wants the W here at Surfest 2023. He's big bro. He'll be coming up in the second semi-final. He'll be up against Reef Hazelwood. So with these guys on either side of the draw.
Crazy, isn't it? What a story.
We kind of, we're starting to look ahead and dream of the possibility about the brothers going for it. But there will be people obviously in their way. And
yes.
Really tough customers too. George Pittard, he's been so strong. And he's had some decent results.
I was just going to ask, I've never heard of him.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm not being
no.
disrespectful or rude.
I think that's the beautiful thing about working on these events, Hoy, is that someone like George can stand up with a big performance, back against the wall, and come into a contest and really make a big move. He's proved his worth in this event.
And he's qualified, right?
That's right.
How good's that? He had to make the quarters, didn't he? Or he had to make this heat, semis. That's a huge accomplishment as well.
Yeah, his surfing has just looked just so on. He's really fast. He kind of slices his way through the face of the wave rather than kind of just having that big power foot hook. But it's been well suited to these conditions, and he's thrown some of the best end section fins free snaps that we've seen. So he does know how to turn the power on when he needs to.
Beautiful, and it looks like the swell's sort of kicking in too. It's a long period, small south swell, but yeah, it looks like it's sort of kicking in right now. The tide's pushing in as well, so the wave's only going to get better.
George was in 14th position when he rocked up here to Surfest this year, and he's climbed all the way to 6th place. 8 spots is the jump that he's made, and he can go higher.
Good just for a seed, right? That's what you're...
Well, for a Surfest title.
Oh, for sure. No, that's more.
And we've been kind of echoing the stat that there hasn't been a winner here at Surfest on the men's side that hasn't gone on to make the CT.
Oh, and there's so many world title holders in that list as well. Here he is, righto.
There's the slice that he's been using to good effect. And here comes the end section here. But he just sets the fins free, gets caught up in the lip there and goes down. So misses the opportunity to bank one of his big numbers early on here. And he is now throwing the ball into Huey Vaughan's court. And more often than not, Huey has just smashed that ball out of the park with a big punt. Let's see what he can do. Hoyo.
Roundhouse cutty to start. Good section ahead. What's he got? Big lip ride there, smacked the lip. That was nice.
2 foot out there today, almost double overhead for Huey.
It's 6, looks at 6 foot. That was a good looking wave. That wave come from right out in Bruce's too. He could have been on that a bit earlier even. It's a bit risky sitting out there, but I reckon he could have had a couple more turns in on that wave. One more at least.
Yeah, so no... major advantage on the opening exchange. Huey Vaughan's probably going to get the best of it with that big end section hit there. But there will be plenty of time for these two to rack up some big numbers. 23.5 minutes remaining in this one. Let's check in with another of our semi-finalists. Sarah Baum progressing through, keeping this dream run alive, Sarah. And there's only a few surfers that you've got to overcome now to get yourself that win here at Surfest. That must feel so special.
Two more, let's go. No, yeah, that I was a little scrappy, I felt like a little jittery in that event, in that heat, so I'm so stoked to make it through that one.
Yeah, it must, it's pretty logical that would happen. Obviously, you've already shored up your place on the Challenger Series, but the closer you get to that final heat, obviously that trophy is, almost within reach, and you're on your way to giving yourself that same shot that you had last year here. So well done on that account. Again, I just wanted to say that, your equipment has just looked so on point throughout. Are you still on the same board today, that Graham Smith shape?
Yep, still the same board. It feels amazing even through all these little bumps and chops. So yeah, I think I'll be sticking on that unless it picks up. I've got another really, really good board that I don't touch until event time. So I've got 2 really good boards that either way it'll be, I'm confident on both.
Ready to go. Obviously, this is your second home. You've got a lot of support down here, but have your fan been tuning in online from back over in South Africa and watching you run through this contest?
Yep, they've been, I think they set alarms for every hour when I surf, and I get a message, good luck and good job. So shout out to Mum and Dad for staying up all night. I love you guys and I miss you guys, and thanks for watching.
Let's just talk about it for a bit, because obviously that sort of pandemic period was really difficult for travelling surfers, but for someone who's set themselves up in another country, that must have been really difficult for you, and must be great to be able to, make those times apart count with big results at the top end of the tour.
Yeah, thank goodness for technology. Like, we were FaceTiming, and it was about 3 years or so since I had seen them over that COVID period. So it would have sucked a lot for a lot of people, and I'm just grateful for the family that I have here. Like, the friends that I've got, they're so close to home here. So it was amazing to have the people here, and yeah.
Oh, congratulations on moving on through to the semis, and all Sarah's family and friends back home, set your alarm clock again, because she's going to be coming up in the semis here on finals day. Well done, and loving
Thanks.
The surfing that you're putting together.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
So, yeah.
Doing it for Newey too.
I like it. She's, she
East
has
End board
been
riders.
at it for a long time. She has had big wins, but really starting to show some consistency in her performance surfing, her competitive surfing. And this guy too has just been on fire on his run
what's
through
he
the
going to
contest.
do here? You know what he's going to do. Doesn't land it.
Yeah,
what?
Well, the strike rate's gone down to 99%.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So a 7.17 to kick things off for Huey Vaughan. That was a big number.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you said it wasn't going to be much better, but it was heaps better.
It was massive.
Yeah.
I don't mind them.
I'd like to see that replay again if we could.
I don't mind them
that first wave.
going big.
They're going. That's big.
That was big, especially considering what he's been throwing our way through the earlier rounds.
Here's the first 2 waves. George Wave, this is a good slice. If he finishes this wave, it would have been a good score as well. Just get some speed and just comes unstuck on the foam. And here's Huey's one. Could have got it in a bit earlier. Nice roundhouse cutty to start. And then this is where all the points came from. Oh, it's a pretty sick lift bash on a big section too. So, and there's Huey's second wave just coming unstuck. That would have been a pretty big score as well. But he's well and truly in this heat. Made a statement. First wave.
Yeah,
Freak.
Made a habit of that.
Yeah.
We're on his run through the contest. Another finals day here at Surfest, Hoy.
Super Surfest Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, you may have kicked off the celebrations for finals day a little earlier than most, but it's just a really fun weekend down here in Newcastle. We want to thank, of course, the City of Newcastle for being behind this contest, always lending their support to the joint, and obviously we've been banging on about the setups here as far as finding a nice little wave for yourself. But there's plenty of other stuff you can do too. Go to visitnewcastle.com.au to get the full lowdown on this city that just feels like a coastal village town, really. It's just got such a good vibe to it. Everyone buzzing and loving the show. Good crowd starting to turn out for the finals.
All the boys, the whole crew for the Vaughan team down there.
Yeah. 80% of that crowd shares the same surname. But this is a big one. But George Pittar as well. It was really nice when George got through that quarterfinal heat. When he got to the beach, there was a cast of the QS campaigners from the Australian region there, and even some of the Kiwis in the mix there to greet him. And some of those surfers were actually right there with George campaigning for one of those top spots. So I love the camaraderie, and Nathan Hedge in his post-heat interviews has been talking about that. Like really encouraging these guys to get behind one another, because our region kind of needs it.
For sure.
It needs to get back to that place where the competitors are feeling well supported. You look at what that sort of cast of just talented Brazilians have been able to do, just by sort of
sticking
backing
together
each other and
for sure,
and being there to support one another when you get to the last few heats and be part of these great moments.
Yeah, in both their lives, right? It's exciting for everyone. That's so cool. Like, they've been travelling together for 6 weeks, though, all these guys, pretty much. So they got to know each other and travelling around Australia. It's not too bad up the East Coast.
Yeah, it's sort of the one part of the sport, Hoy, that, you know, during events we probably don't talk about it enough, but you talk to veterans post-career and it's the friendships and mates they made along the way and the places they visit that makes it so special. Huey Vaughan just starting his journey as a young competitive surfer, and he's not going to get anything out of that ride. But yeah, it's awesome seeing people like yourself catch up with old mates.
Yeah,
it's unreal.
It's the best. And surfing, you know, it's a mateship sport, you know, and you get to do it with, that's the best thing about surfing too. If people can just paddle out and surf with their heroes, it's so, like, I don't know, what do you call it, in touch, or what do you, like,
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Yeah, you might be competitive, you know, when you surf with your mates or your big brothers. I know I am. But it's also the sort of one of only a handful of sports that you can go and
hands-on
do that, perform that sport, that activity, and competition doesn't need to be a factor.
Yep.
Whereas everything else, every other professional sport, you kind of, competition's the big part of it. You know,
exactly.
having a hit of tennis,
Yep.
you got to compete. You know, having a hit of golf, you got to compete. It's like surfing's definitely unique in that sense. And
Huey on the end of a good one here by the look.
Oh man,
nice
loads
clean
up.
set. What's he got for us to finish? Oh, throwing a layback snap in there. Just coming unstuck. That would have been a good backup.
A little tangled up in that white water there. I was saying that Huey, for everyone in the contest, has kind of been that nightmare to come up against because he roves the inside so heavily, and with our priority, he's been you know, a real handful for competitors to deal with. They haven't been able to control him. He's off the leash.
It's Grom froth, that is.
He's off the leash. He's got no collar on. And they haven't been able to really
running wild.
He is. But, yeah, 15 minutes to go here. And Huey's got that big score banked already. But let's see what George can do. He's kind of had a similar approach on his rides. Great timing again. And you know what? It's a massive tip of the cap for him, but I do see just with his timing and that explosiveness out of the top, just some shades of Felipe Toledo in there. I think it's the black board helping too.
Yeah, that helps too. But just definitely he's flying along on that board. Is it a forefin, you reckon?
Nah, I think it's a thruster. He just has that spark, doesn't he, off the top? I mean, he brought that wave to life with that first hit.
Look at this. This gets so much speed out of it too. Look, whew, that was sick. Even though it wasn't that much of a huge move, it was still good. That was a well-ridden wave.
It's funny, surfing's, you know, that it's that activity where you see people try and manufacture a style, but you got what you got.
Yeah.
And George, I'm seeing a sprinkle of Jack Freestone in there as well when he's kind of gliding down the line, but it's his own brand of surfing. Like I said before, it's more of a slicing, razor sharp, like a real sparky approach.
Yep.
And it's been working out pretty well for him. 4.83 for that last wave.
Flying. Yeah, no real major manoeuvres, were there? But still, he surfed the wave really good.
Yeah, it's just still though. For me, there's just a bit too much in the point spread. I think Huey Vaughan got the most critical section, but big point spread. You know, getting to the top end of the 2-point range in the differential between George's last ride and Huey's 7.17.
Well, Huey just did a cutback and then a good lip launch, but not, you know. There's been better all week, that's for sure. I don't
mind that
we're in a break.
I don't mind that the number goes that high. I just don't think George should be that far behind on the spread.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
But that's just an opinion. We're just throwing it out there. 13 minutes to go. One thing's for sure, you know, both these guys are capable of so much more. That's why we're sort of feeling like the 7 is a pretty big score, because if Huey takes flight, He's going into the excellent range.
Or he does, two big turns like that. The
Yep.
first one was a sort of a flat roundhouse cutback, but then the second turn was pretty big. But, like you said, if he gets two of them, what's they going to give him?
Yeah, so just over 12 minutes to go here. The Grom's still out in front. The crowd sort of gearing up for semi-final action now in the second semi. We're going to see a great heat between Joel Vaughan and Reef Hazelwood. Then we'll move into the quarterfinals of the Speaking in Colour Pro, and Bronte McCauley is going to take on Kobe Enright, who's already won the Australia Oceania regional ranks.
Oh, has she?
And Sarah
Can't be beaten.
No, there's
That's
no
good.
one else in the mix to overtake
Oh,
her.
and she's still in the comp.
Yeah, and then Sarah Wakito and Sarah Baum are going to fight it out for a place in the final in that second semi. So, it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to have a new champ here on the men's side. Bronte McCauley's chasing a second Surfest title on the women's. So this is it's going to be very exciting to see what unfolds in these last couple of hours of competition.
Feeling confident then. Past winner.
She should be. She's
Yeah.
been surfing so well.
In that quarter, was she just going right every time?
Yeah, only went right. And Dimity Stoyle put in a pretty good start to that quarterfinal clash. But Bronte's just remains so collected and calm, even when her back's against the wall, and did enough to dig herself out of trouble there.
Oh, some good-looking waves approaching here. I reckon that pit, like I said, that swell's kicking in. It's a pity the tide is going out, actually, because this little bit of the reef will be coming on right now. Here's a good one, though. What's he got? Oh, is he going to miss it? Oh, he got it.
We'll
Go.
get into it. He's
Go.
got to get going. Just a little caught behind. He doesn't find the open face. So 10.5 minutes to go. And George is trying to make up some ground here on the Grom. We've got enough time for him to do it, but he's had a couple of uncharacteristic falls. He's been so focused on just getting to this point in the competition. He's got to regroup here and set his sights on a victory.
It just couldn't get on that wave. It just backed off on him, didn't it?
Well, Huey's, look at him just shuffling around. Hoy talked to me about how much of setting up a good score is getting yourself in the best position to take off and capitalise on the scoring opportunity.
Yeah, he was too far out the back then and missed the roll in, and said it like, because he was so late getting in the wave, he missed the whole section. But yeah, you got to be in the spot and get on the paddle.
And the ride.
Paddle.
The ride really starts, or the potential score starts before you even get to your feet, right? You've got to get yourself in the deepest possible position to capitalise on the steeper wall, especially on a small day.
Especially on days like today when there's not that many waves. It's a long period swell, as I keep saying. But yeah, he just got to get on. He was just that bit far out then and just missed the roll-in opportunity.
North Shelley board
Yeah,
riders
they all there.
Turned out in force. You can see Jughead there. And obviously Joel Vaughan in the background gearing up for his semi-final clash with Reef Hazelwood just around the corner. With Burton Automotive, they've been behind this event for a long time. They've had 60 years of supporting the Newcastle surfing community. Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota, proudly part of that group.
Legends.
But yeah, they've also got the Hunter, Cardiff and Port Stevens GWM stores, and yeah, you really do lend a lot of support to those high-profile surfers in the region by lending them wheels to get around the area and go chasing waves.
I'm one of them. Perfect. Yeah. Sporting it. That's there. It's good. Legends. Looked after us in Newcastle for ages. He's just Kim's just a mad surf lover.
I love it.
Yeah. Like a Grom, eternal grommet.
And Reef Hazelwood saving himself in his quarter-final heat with a last-ditch
He's down in
run
there
at a
in the mix
mid-range
with the
score.
boys too. I like the boys aren't in the competitors area. They're just down with their crew. He'd be getting some bad vibes right here, though, wouldn't he? He'd go, mate, throwing some soap at him and stuff.
Yeah, usually, someone might say, oh, you're riding that.
Oh, gee, that's a strange choice. Yeah, boys, before they look, yeah, it's sick.
No, good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Like you said, these guys have been on the road battling one another for around about 6 weeks now.
Yeah, you get to know each other.
Sure do. Yeah, well, you're riding the peaks and valleys.
With everyone, right?
As a crew and consoling one another sometimes if you're both falling out of the mix, eyeballing one another before your heats.
Yeah, well, that's not, they weren't eyeballing, they were high-fiving before their heat.
Who was the most intense competitor that you had to face back in the day, Hoy, prior to paddling out for a heat? Who just sort of sent shivers down your spine? Who was the Iceman?
Dummer was the Iceman.
Well, he was the Iceman.
He was not like that. Potts was pretty gnarly. Elko too.
Potts has got a pretty good sort of hairy eyeball.
Yeah.
You can throw it in.
Yeah, Elko too was angry back in the day.
I love that. I love those yarns. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Tom Curran always too. You'd like, I've had some mad heats with Tom. I've had some real bad ones too. But yeah, he was gnarly because he'd always get, he's getting 2 8s every time, or 4 8s back in the day. So yeah, they were all gnarly though back there.
George,
man heats.
Just looking a little desperate at the moment as he goes after these numbers and fell on the end of that one. That came through at a 2.87. So Huey Vaughan, again, finds himself in control with priority heading towards the final stages of the heat. And he's giving George a bit of space here, but if he needs to, I think you'll see him move into that position of protecting this lead pretty soon.
Well, his second one is only 1.63, so he's got to get it move on too. He only needs a 3.98, George, and it's only 5 minutes remaining. You never know. Huey's got to better that score.
If George can find the room to move and somehow match Huey's good number or get close to it, he's in the driver's seat again.
100%. It's not out of this heat. Huey's got to get a wave in this 5 minutes to better that score, because he's fallen on a couple too that he would have got the scores on. Usually in all the other heats he's been getting those scores for that air reverse, so he can get a wriggle on as well.
Just always feels like, in competition when you get that big number, you want to back it up sooner rather than later, because the pressure of backing it up becomes an issue as well. We saw it happen in the final for the women at the CT event in Portugal. Courtney got a 9 at the start of the final in the opening stages, and then just kind of got lost out there with priority, waiting for a wave. And
waiting for another 9.
Didn't happen.
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, little Katie Simmers
just
scrapped together a couple of numbers and got herself her first CT win. So, yeah, I think at any level of competition, even in board riders, you often find that you get a good wave at the start. And
back it straight up.
If you only have a few seconds to go towards the end or a couple of minutes, you start kind of stressing about it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with Huey here. He would have backed it up if he'd made that air reverse before, though. So that's what he's been doing, getting a good score and then backing up straight away.
I think George, on his very first ride, he executes the end section hit. He's right in the driver's seat here. So the mistakes have cost him.
And that paddle that he didn't get into, that was a good-looking wave. If he just was a bit late with the paddle,
he got into it, but he was too far behind to make anything of it.
Yeah.
So, 4 minutes remaining here. And the Grom on the precipice of cracking a final, a QS 5000.
Crazy.
And there is some incredible, phenomenal talent in competing in the QS ranks around the world, but I don't think we've seen a teenager, or a 16-year-old, I should say, in a QS 5000 heat here in Australia in some time.
Long time coming. It's good to see. Future of surfing in Australia is looking bright.
3.5 minutes to go, and Huey's in that sort of defensive mindset now with his priority. He's played that game really well so far in the event.
It's a good wave, I reckon. Not that I'd know, but...
Oh, he's let him go. Dangerous, because George has been so sharp with his rail turns in compressed amount of space. He gets a little fin drift there. Needs a 3.98 out of this one.
Is it enough? Nearly, I think it is.
Well...
It's a 4.
They've kind of been pretty cruel with his numbers so far. So you've got to compare it to his 4.83. I'm not convinced it gets him over the line here, but let's have a look at it.
Smaller wave. This turn. Yeah, right, that was sort of a check turn. This turn's good, though. Through the threw the fins out. It's
It
going
was
to be
kind of
close.
it was a nervous-looking tail slide
Yeah.
on the end section. It
I've just gotta
wasn't
make this.
performed with the same authority. We've seen him smash the oncoming sections through those earlier rounds, but I think it is right there, waiting on the numbers to come through. 2.5 minutes to go.
They're going to think about this too.
They're going to have a look at some
Yeah,
replays, I
yeah,
think.
for sure. And here's Huey paddling. He's a nice-looking set coming in.
What they don't have, though, they're only like comparing the 4.83, obviously, to what they've seen from George, because his numbers are the closest. Huey Vaughan's 7.17
Yeah,
is so
nowhere near
far
it.
away that you've almost just asked yourself, is this better than George's 4.83? But he's found some room again with 2 minutes to go.
Better
Nice
turn.
transition turn.
Oh.
Hammers the end section. That's a better version.
That is a better version.
Of a two-turn combo, and he's probably going to fall short on his previous ride. It's, as we said, it's right there. If he does get there, he'll only just make it. He might just do it with his previous
he did.
ride. He has. He got a 4. And we're saying that that last wave was actually better. So the
yep.
previous one's got him in front. The last wave, I think he can expect a better score.
Here's Huey on a
and
wave.
Huey's going to be chasing something small, but he's still chasing.
Oh, and he's fallen.
He stuffs that one.
Oh, a minute and a half to go.
Wow, and the heads of the North Shelley cheer
Faithful.
squad. Have a look at this, 6-point ride there for George.
Wow.
The judges ate it up. So a 3.66 is the requirement now
Good
for
turn.
Huey Vaughan.
And then he went for that one. That was
Wow.
way bigger than that last one, wasn't it?
That's
He
how
put
he's
it right
chased
on the
down
line.
the numbers throughout his run in this contest. And yeah, Huey Vaughan, 3.66, so capable of it. But now he finds himself in a situation he hasn't been in throughout this event, and that's being in second place with someone else chasing him around the lineup.
And he sat for a long time with priority then too.
Well,
just to get a small score too.
3.66.
He's got to make it this wave.
What a turnaround for George there. Because he really did make some mistakes early on that could have seen him take control early. But he's saved himself here potentially. Have a look at this. Huey's having a look at it. George has to go here.
Yeah.
20 seconds to go. And he'll want to try and get rid of this 4.83. Loading up, has some speed. Swings are reversed. Can't ride out though. 15 seconds. Can Huey Vaughan find some space? There's something rolling our way, but I don't know if it's going to get to the inside quick enough.
It's gone. Look, it's disappeared.
It just backed off completely. They're counting this one down. And the surfer from Sydney's Northern Beaches from Manly has hung on despite not posting the biggest number of the heat. And George Pittar is going to contest the final here at Surfest 2023 in the Burton Automotive Pro. And he has really saved himself in a short amount of space there.
Didn't he? Last 5 minutes, really. Got all his points.
Let's
good
give
surfing.
credit, though, where credit is due. The Grom, what a mad run through this contest.
Yeah, you got it.
And Huey Vaughan putting up the biggest number of that heat as well.
Yeah, the boys are frothing. So good to have a support crew on the beach. Nothing better.
Yeah, signing some autographs as well.
Oh, look, he's blowing up now.
Well, Hoy, you've been in that situation where you dominate the opening exchange and then can't find the backup score. Drives you mad. You always have a lot to reflect on.
Yeah, well, like you said, he fell on 2 waves though, which he hasn't fallen all event on those manoeuvres.
Hey, we're getting to that point in the contest where I'm sure that the pressure of closing out the event with a victory is right there. It's palpable for the competitors. And Huey Vaughan, he can be proud of himself.
Yeah.
He's going to build a much better seed heading into
He's
the
gotta be
next
stoked.
QS campaign.
He's got to be stoked, doesn't he?
Yeah, he'll be buzzing. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Semi 2 here at the Burton Automotive Pro, just around the corner with Joel Vaughan taking on Reef Hazelwood.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Welcome back to the Burton Automotive Pro. Burton Automotive stoking out the local surf community here in Newcastle for over 60 years. Who is going to be going up against George Pittar in the final of Surfest 2023? We're going to find out in about just over 26 minutes. Joel Vaughan's up against Reef Hazelwood out there in the lineup at the moment.
And started with a 6.83.
Oh,
we didn't see.
Kicked the door off its hinges.
Good start. Well, his brother did that in the heat before too, so you never know what can happen.
Yeah, we know it's not over, but let's have a look at what he got done. Nice slice off the top. Just have a look at the patience demonstrated and the timing. Love that. You know, this is... It feels like off the last heat, the judges have sort of pulled the scale back because they're expecting these two guys to really light up this lineup.
Mate, he just lit that up. That last turn was sick. He just got a little stuck on the way down, but it was a mad turn.
Yeah, keep him busy, looking for a quick backup straight away. Doesn't want to make the mistake that his brother did in that last semi-final heat. But yeah, this is a strong start. Reef Hazelwood, though, he proved in the quarterfinals that even if he's hunting a number at the back end of a heat, he can be dangerous. So I'm expecting him to put up something similar when he finally gets his campaign underway here. But hoy, it's all coming to an end. I'm getting that Sunday-itis, that feeling like I'm not ready for Surfest to end. I want to crown champs. I want to know who's going to be on the Challenger Series next year, or this year, I should say. But it's just been such a fun week hanging out with you.
It's been amazing, mate. What a week it is. Every time it's safe. It's such a fun week for everyone involved and the local community and the local surfers too. It's unreal.
Well, we've been enjoying our time in Newcastle. This guy is having the time of his life, putting together his best performance in a major QS, and he saved it for the perfect time. George Pittar, you're into the final, mate. How you feeling?
Far out. I was going for all money just then. I was just having an absolute shocker. Couldn't feel my legs, just kept falling off, going the worst waves. And Huey got that first one, I was like, oh. And then I kept falling off. I was almost accepted that I was getting knocked. But I don't know, he hadn't really backed it up. He just kept kind of falling. And I was like, oh, if I can get something going here. And he let me go on a couple and did 2 pretty average turns, but yeah, I'm just so happy to make it.
We made the point though, when someone has that big number and hasn't backed it up, if you're looking at it from a glass half full perspective, you're suddenly saying, hey, I've got a great backup number here, 4.83, and then you can set your sights on that big number, which is exactly what you did. Your confidence must have been shaken after falling on that first ride though.
Oh yeah, I hate falling on the first ride. You just want to get your feet in the wax. I knew it wasn't a great section, but I was just finish it. So you kind of feel out the heat a bit. But when I fell, and you could probably tell, I just kept falling because it just rattled me a little bit. But no, definitely when Huey started with that, I was like, I need to change my sort of game plan here. I've got a 4.8. I can if I get a 6.5, he still needs a 4. I think, if that math is right, but but yeah, I don't know. I managed to kind of get that one at the end, and I was like, that's almost a score. Yeah. And yeah, I was so happy.
Well done. We've been really picking up on the camaraderie between the obviously the Australian and those Kiwi competitors battling away on the QS and then trying to get into the Challenger Series. But it was so nice to see, mate, some of your friends on the QS who are also vying for spots on the Challenger Series coming to greet you after you made it through the quarters, and they were again there when you've cracked the final. Who are some of those individuals, and And what's it like to have that support even from your fellow commentators?
Yeah, for sure. Like we travel with such a good crew down here. It's all like Tully, Zave, Axel, Spencer Kay, like Reggie, Cooper, Hanada, like all those guys. And we all get along really well. And I think we all know that like everyone wants it as bad as each other. And like even if you're if you get knocked, you're like, well, that guy's doing well. So, you know, I know how badly I'd want to do well. So I want to support him. And I think it also helps so much with like going to contests and like going through the week. Like I know the last couple of days, like it's been a bit of overthinking for me, and just being able to talk to those guys, and I'm staying with Jack Thomas and Axel, and we just have such a good like sort of banter, and it just gets your mind off things a bit. And I don't know, I really appreciate it for all those like guys supporting it. It's a really nice feeling.
Mate, we know that the Vaughns obviously have half of the Central Coast up here cheering them on through the finals. But what about yourself? You're from Manly on Sydney's Northern Beaches. Anyone make the trip up to watch you here on finals day?
Yeah, my parents did actually. I normally don't. I don't know, for some reason I kind of like doing the QS just with my mates. But I think my parents were like, I think we got to come up for this one. But they didn't tell me because they know it would kind of like rattle me, changing everything. But no, I'm after I made that quarterfinal, I think I had a pretty good idea that I'd qualified, and just to see mum and dad there was like pretty emotional for me. So yeah, it's been nice. But I know all the guys back at home, all North Stain board riders and all those guys from down there. Shout out to them. They're all supporting me through the phone. Really appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I had a text message from Richie Lovett just moments ago saying that he's seen this coming for a long time, and really proud of you. So congratulations, mate.
Thanks, Ronnie. I really appreciate it.
Go and get set for that final. He'll be taking on the winner of this second semi, and at the moment, the person sitting in the number 1 position is Joel Vaughan, but like his brother Huey in the first semi, he kicked off with a bang, but he's had a couple of throwaways since then, Hoy.
Yeah, just some small in and outs after that one. But yeah, Reef's done nothing either, so he's still in the box seat. Just needs heaps of time left in this one, though. He's not going to sit for 20 minutes.
Joel's kind of warming towards those bigger event moments. Reef Hazelwood, we've seen him in CT events before, even getting himself into the quarterfinals up on the Gold Coast a few years back. And he's a guy that everyone kind of talks about the airs with, but he's got some mean big hacks. And yeah, I saw actually some clips of him from Hawaii riding a Channel Island skate.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Did you see that clip?
Yeah.
Big conditions, big beautiful slice, and then throwing. Mate, he is a helicopter.
I did see that. Just saw that.
Yeah, he definitely gets lands some of the biggest airs we've ever seen. But I like his open face turnings too. He's got some real power.
And he's not that big a bloke. I said that to Vaughan earlier on. I thought he looks bigger on TV than he looks in person.
Yes, that's often how it works. But he's got a heart the size of Texas. Under 19 minutes remaining here. And, yeah, Joel's just desperate to get that backup score. I'm sure all the crew down there from North Shelley and you know, the Vaughan family are just going, oh, my gosh, this can't happen again, can it? The dream start without the solid backup. But Joel on his first wave looked unbelievable.
Yeah, he did. That was a good second turn. He could have maybe got more for the wave, but great second turn. Bit of a weird wave too. It was a flat wave through the middle. What's he got? They're way apart here. Reef's in the spot, is he? No.
Oh, look at this. He's got some speed. Loading up. Eyes down the line. Trying to find the section. Big alley-oop, and he'll stick it.
Wow.
Great stuff there from the Central Coast surfer.
Quick thinking too then.
This guy was one of the best performers on the Challenger Series that didn't quite get into that top 20. So he just sort of missed out on getting himself a spot on the Challenger Series without the QS finish. He had a quarterfinal finish at the US Open. He had a great run through that contest. But he is showing now that he's so well-rounded, has a big repertoire. We haven't seen too many alley-oops in the event, Hoy.
That was the first one I've seen. That was good. He changed his mind by the look of it too. He looked like he was just going to go for a normal, air reverse or straight, whatever, different air, but then he changed his mind at the last minute.
And what a refreshing move for the judges to see. We've seen a lot of air rotations.
They loved it.
But they've been going the other way. but we haven't seen the alley-oop. 8.5 for Joel Vaughan. And in a real position of control now. He's comboed Reef Hazelwood. He needs a two-wave total of 15.33.
They absolutely loved it.
Oh, mate.
So did we.
Strong. Yeah. Well, it kind of, typically when people are loading up like that, you're foreseeing a reverse, an air reverse at the end of the ride. He actually was kind of coming to the section late, so he switched up his approach.
For sure he did. He changed his mind split second.
How
Crazy.
nice. How nice to have that and be able to make that pivot.
Here it is again.
I've got two options myself.
Look, just there, and then he went righto.
My two options are straighten out or kick out. But,
mine too.
Joel Vaughan.
Maybe a floater.
Yep. They're popular. But let's see if he can keep the roll going now. He's going to be running on nothing but confidence because he's so far out in front. Really,
this is up there with the highest heat scoring of the event.
The heat now is, the ball's in Reef Hazelwood's court. First mission for him is to break combination. He wants to break it by a good margin. He can do it, obviously, by getting himself a 5.33. You'd be thinking, though, he wants to break that two-wave total in the middle and get himself a couple of mid-range sevens to have a chance.
And that's a big score on a day like today.
Yeah.
There's only been a few scores like that, obviously the 8.5, but then the 6.83, he's got to at least better that on one of his waves. Put him in with a show. There's Joel again, just in and out. You can just relax a bit pretty much after that. This is, I think, the highest scoring heat of the contest, isn't it? Highest scoring two-wave total.
It's definitely up there. Yeah. The thing is,
they haven't been throwing many over 8s out.
He's got 15 minutes to dump the 6.83, and the way he's surfing and just, the way he's getting on that front foot and building speed at the moment has me thinking he's got more tricks in mind. So let's see if he can, just keep pushing Reef Hazelwood here. Reef's a guy, though, that, a lot of competitors in the draw who are relying on a quality wave and maybe the opportunity to throw a combination down would be really nervous in this situation. Reef's probably the guy in his head just going, okay, look, he's done an alley-oop and he got an 8.5. You can do better airs than this guy. You just got to find the sections.
Here it is again. Once again, 8.5 ride. Changed his mind there, I reckon.
Yeah, really didn't have an oncoming section, so exploded out of the pocket. The alley-oop's a great option for that. And, Joel Vaughan.
And mixing
in
it
control.
Up too. Like we said, that's probably the only one of the whole event that I've seen.
Yeah. No, well, we've seen a couple of chop hops. So that was a legit alley-oop. Here we go. This is going to be Reef's first real opportunity to get himself in this heat.
Yeah.
Great control. Forces a reverse, fins free reverse out of the section. Might just break combination here, but like I was saying before, he wants more.
Yeah.
5.33, because otherwise he's going to be chasing a 10-point ride.
Good first turn. The second turn's good. Just, no, that was pretty sick.
Yeah.
Fast.
Yeah.
But it's not
great surfing, but
the wave.
Joel's the one setting the pace, and also Joel's 6.83. It was a big wave.
Yeah.
By today's standards.
Huge wave.
Yeah, monster.
Set wave,
Yeah, almost needed to pull the ripcord on the safety vest after it. It was that big by the event window standards. We've been a little wave starved in these last couple of days of competition. Hasn't held the competitors back, though, from dropping good scores. And we're waiting on one to roll through for Reef. And it is going to help him break combination here. 6.17. So the requirement is a 9.16. And like I was saying before, 8.5 for Joel Vaughan for a big alley-oop. Reef Hazelwood has some of the biggest airs on earth.
Backhand ones?
Everything. Straight hand, backhand, forehand. He's an absolute gymnast above the lip. And he gets loft, while some surfers kind of fly through the sky and it all happens pretty quickly. He just seems, he's like a kite.
Hover.
He is. He's like a kite up there. Yeah.
Like a hovercraft.
A hang glider. Just,
he does that, you're right. He just hangs in the air.
So let's see what he can do. He's going to need something monumental here. Like,
Yeah,
which is great for us as spectators.
He needs 2 waves still, I reckon.
You still?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he just needs a good section.
9.16 is a huge score. I don't think there's been a 9 in the whole, maybe 1.
Yeah. Well, there hasn't been many 8.5s either. And
true.
Again, just the 8.5, as refreshing, as impressive as it was, it's not like Reef doesn't have those moves.
Yeah, true.
So bring it on, Hazelwood.
Yeah, Hazelwood, come on, let's see it.
He's been given a bit of space here too, which, you know, it's kind of dangerous for Joel to give Reef too much room. I think even with 11.5 minutes to go, he's still probably thinking I can better the 6.83, so I'm going to stick to the spot where I've been collecting
the points.
numbers.
Yeah, for sure. He's in that spot too, just inside Bruce's Reef there, outside of the rocks, sandbank. Little double up there every now and again. The dream is still alive for the Vaughan family too. They would have been shattered, like it's not over yet, I know, but losing 2, getting so far, all the dreams of having a final together with your brother.
Hasn't Surfest, just the evolution of the event, worked in your favour, Hoy? Newcastle Beach was the home of the event for so long. Now it's just down here at your beloved Merriweather.
Beloved.
Yeah, you can just stumble down the road in the morning to work.
A 5-minute walk.
And take it in.
Yeah, take it all in. Look at it. It's beautiful, mate. Where would you rather be?
Nowhere right now. This is right where I want to be, watching these two battle it out for a place in the final. Reef loading up. Nice hit there, but he wants an oncoming section. That one's not even going to help chip away at this requirement, so just taking a chance on that one, praying for a ramp. 10 minutes to go.
That looked like the wave he got in the quarterfinal. Pretty much to get him through was exactly like that wave then, but just didn't have that last section to fit another manoeuvre in, but he got a little bit stuck too. I reckon he's going to be hunting for one of these wedging lefts to go to the air. Joel's on him now though, I think. He's going, all right, I better get all over him right now because he's still in the hunt.
Yep, time winding down. Joel's absolutely been so staunch with priority here. You know, he hasn't looked at anything that's not going to help him improve this 2-wave total. He wants to improve on a 6.83. So
it's a big wave to improve on, isn't it?
Yeah. So he's better off with the lead, taking nothing and waiting to see if Reef can challenge him. But at some point, he's going to make a move. He's going to go into defensive mode. But he hasn't gone there yet. He
might be that confident he doesn't need to. Just go, mate, I got you here. I don't have to sit on you. Let's see it. Do your best to beat me. So that's a huge score. I reckon he needs 2 too, Reef. That's my call in these conditions.
Reef Hazelwood well and truly has stitched up his position on the Challenger Series. We know Joel Vaughan progressing through that quarterfinal heat to make this point in the competition has done the same.
That'd be all done and dusted now, wouldn't we? Know who's in and who's out?
Yeah. Well, Joel's sitting in 8th position, but we know that Jarvis Earl's already got a wild card, so that 7th spot kind of drops a place to him. Reef Hazelwood, he's got the #1 position, but George Pittar is chasing down a big finish here. He's got a bit of ground to make up on Reef, but if Reef does get knocked here and Georgie boy goes on to win the event,
can he take him out?
He might just make that big jump up into the #1 spot.
Wow. I think it's a good confidence booster to win this regional tour.
Well, you want to go into the Challenger having ticked the box of winning a major QS event on the regional circuit because it's a hard thing to process getting a breakthrough result on the CS. Think about Callum Robson. Hadn't really had a big QS victory a couple of years back. Won the last event. It was the Tweed Coast Pro at that point. When he got on the Challenger Series a couple of years later, you know, he obviously qualified for the CT, but then he won a Challenger Series event. So he had that sort of winning mentality.
Yeah, you know how to win. That's what it takes.
know how to shut it down. Just over 7 minutes to go here, and
there you go.
Joel, so goes into that. Wow, have a look at that. Big inverted reverse.
And he held Reef off then for sure. Reef wanted that wave.
Yeah,
that was a priority block as well.
Interesting to see where they go with this score. It was a straight closeout, but man, he's
Whipped
going to
that
log a
around, didn't
decent
he?
number for it.
It was powerful too.
It'll be fun to watch the replay of that one. But Reese going to get priority now. Don't really feel like it's going to be as good as the 6.83, but it'll be maybe up in the 5-point range. Maybe.
Well, it's going to be very, very interesting. There it is.
6.47.
They liked it.
They did like it.
That was pretty sick though.
Yeah,
quick and powerful.
The judges don't really tend to dive into replays on every ride. They do run on that feel, and I think if you watch that move in slow-mo, it'd kind of take away some of the magic of it. It was so fast, the spin, and yeah, he just definitely chucked it up there. So didn't go into the top two, but he's on at the moment, Joel Vaughan. 6.47 for that one.
And I reckon it was a tactical block too, because Reef was looking at that left. For
Reef
sure.
was on the other side of the next section too, and the wave did have a bit of a taper to it, so might have been able to rack off a couple of nice big turns. But he's still after a 9.16 with just under 6 minutes to go. Great to have Reflections Holiday Parks presenting this event to you, the Burton Automotive Pro, 36 destinations along the coast in unbelievable parts of Australia. And yeah, definitely worth checking out those venues if you're thinking about a surf trip.
They're in a lot of good spots too.
Magic zones.
Yeah,
Just
magic.
had a mate come and visit up the coast, and he set up camp on the pass there. They've got a camp in Byron Bay, and they had the dream zone.
Oh,
It was in heaven.
Just walk everywhere.
Yeah, 5 minutes remaining here though.
Look at that wave, bro. Way outside. No one even looked at it though.
So Joel's just, you know what? Usually we talk about the surfer with priority controlling the lineup, but sometimes if you've got no priority, you can put question marks in the mind of your rivals by moving around the lineup. Joel Vaughan stomps a big air on a section that really didn't give him a whole lot of time to load up.
No,
and I think this might improve his situation. That was pretty chunky, that section. It had a bit of meat in it, and he did really well to just throw everything out of the lip there and complete that move. So waiting on a score to come through, to me, that's better than the backhand reverse.
I like the backhand one, personally. But this is huge. Look at this. It's a closeout. Look, he's hardly even got to his feet. Oh, that was...
Chucked it to the beach. I mean,
His
we
board
saw
was-
the entire bottom of his board.
Yeah. Inverted. That was pretty mad. Mate, they only just got to his feet and he was in the air. Here's another one. Oh, floater there. See, they're not dead.
He's just frazzled Reef Hazelwood with that last one, because Reef, he's after a 9.16. He's not looking at waves like that. It wouldn't have been the wave for him to turn the heat either.
No.
But it is going to help Joel Vaughan solidify his place in the final. An 8.27. And the surfer from North Shelley has pushed Reef Hazelwood back into combination, and now he's after a monster. This is the heat score total of the event, 16.77. And Joel,
to do it in the semi-finals,
he's been on fire.
too.
Yeah, look at that. He's throwing away a couple of mid-range sixes. Even his throwaway scores are better than what Reef Hazelwood's been able to serve up here. What an animal.
What a heat for him. Hopefully he can keep the roll on. You don't want to peak too early. Sometimes that happens and you have a great heat in the semi-finals and you lose all your momentum into the final, but we'll see.
Well, Joel was in that 8th position, and I said with Jarvis Earl already having a wild card, it's dropped to that 8th spot, the qualification line. However, to get yourself right up there at the pointy end of the ratings and give yourself a shot at winning the title here at Surfest, that's what he wanted. You know, it was a big breakthrough to get himself into that position to challenge again.
Look at this wave
on the
this
challenges. But
look.
yeah, this is, have a look. He's got an opportunity to ramp things up again here. Joel Vaughan on fire already. A couple of excellent scores to his name. And he's just sticking everything he attempts here at the moment.
Oh, he's having one of those heats, isn't he?
Mad flare on the end section.
Just everything coming towards him.
Won't go into his top two, but he's just, I mean, if he was counting all his rides, he'd just be
miles ahead.
He might raise the bat. He might get to the ton. But this has been a really
Kiss the badge.
A really impressive semi-final performance. I mean, some people, Hoy, they get to where they need to be in the competition to ensure that they've qualified for the Challenger Series, and then they kind of switch off. They lose that fire. Not George Pittar and not Joel Vaughan.
Joel Vaughan just gone next level.
These guys are charging up the ladder still. They're not done.
Yeah, they're not done. What can Joel end up? You don't know.
He can go a long way to getting
5,000 points.
Yeah, he can get there.
Yeah,
Mate, with a victory, he might be able to get there. It just depends, though. George Pittar.
No,
Joel can get there with a win.
Yeah, well,
for
that's a huge result too from where he came from.
Yeah, well,
and then
Joel
take the whole thing out, win the comp, and take the whole series out. It's pretty huge.
The clutch performers of the event are Joel Vaughan and George Pittar. 19th place for Joel Vaughan. He jumped 11 positions just to get to this point and give himself a shot at the Challenger Series this year. George, he jumped 10 spots from 14th to 4th place and still climbing. So,
what a way to finish.
Magic. And, you know, that's going to set you up well for a run at a really grueling Challenger Series schedule with a lot of talented surfers from regions all over the world. So this has been impressive.
And to start it in Australia too, which is really good for him as well. In 2 good waves, right? Up the Goldie and then Narrabeen. Is there only 2 comps?
Yeah, 2 comps in Australia, but what a massive advantage for the surfers in this region to get that opportunity to compete in front of friends and family, but also at waves that you're really familiar with and that you've had some competitive experience in the past. So Reef Hazelwood, he's out of this one and really just bringing it through to the inside now. Puts on a bit of a show for the crowd, but we appreciate the performance of Reef Hazelwood. He's the guy sitting at the #1 position on the QS ranks at the moment, but Joel Vaughan and George Pittar, they're going to have an opportunity to overtake him when we get the final of the Burton Automotive Pro underway. Right now, though, we're going to a break. When we return, the semi-finals of the Speaking in Colour Pro will get started with Bronte McCauley and Kobe Enright.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds, we know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter in Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Hunter in Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
At It's Speaking in Colour. We go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
And welcome back to action down here at Merriweather Beach as we see Joel Vaughan sign some autographs down there as he took down that semi-final heat against Reef Hazelwood. But out there at the moment, we're welcoming two incredible young women to the lineup. As you can see, the girls out there. Surfing in the red is Bronte McCauley, the goofy footer out of Western Australia. In the blue is Kobe Enright from the Gold Coast, and Beck Woods. You excited for this one? Two of the best battling it out.
Yeah, super excited for this one, Rossi. Also, that last heat was freaking phenomenal from Joel Vaughan. I mean, that aerial display was just nuts. I think it's really exciting to see him jump up and have a go at the Challenger Series. He has qualified, has he?
Yep, he's done. Yeah.
Did well. Clutch performance.
Absolutely. He was well outside the bubble coming into this event. He was, late teens, so needed a big result. And now I'm sure if he was to win this event, he'd be really close to actually clinching the series. So.
Wow. Yeah, huge performer here, both him and his brother. Been just a pleasure to watch Central Coast represent there. But yeah, this heat, really experienced competitors in the lineup, and having, ex-CT performer Bronte McCauley. Bronte's made a lot of consistent semis, and she's basically over here warming up for her year. She finished 8th on the Challenger, so just outside the bubble for the women's. I know she'd be keen to get back up onto the World Tour because that's kind of where it's at for her, and we know she's very capable of it. But Kobe Enright solidifying her QS ranking as the first place getter. So that's a very strong performance for Kobe all year, and she was pretty emotional in her interview, just saying that she feels like she hasn't really performed this year as far as like a really good performance, and she's really stoked with how she's finishing her year. Performing, she said she feels like she's actually surfing to her potential and her ability, and we've just seen her like be able to maintain her head in each heat, and yeah, like my dad texted me actually and was like, oh, Kobe Enright is like showing so much more maturity than like 2 years ago when I watched her surf, and yeah, you can see that showing with consistent sevens and being thrown in this event.
Do you think she's been the standout? Because for me, I think she's been the most consistent competitor getting big scores.
Yeah, I think both her and Bronte actually. So they're both matching up right now, and Bronte really likes to take charge of a heat. She came flaring back at Dimity in the quarterfinal. Dim got a quick start on her, and I think that might have been a bit of a tactic because, yeah, Bronte likes to get a quick start and get, scores on her competitors. But again, Bronte, with the experience kind of under her belt, she came back to Dim and answered back. So, yeah, I think both of these competitors have thrown down pretty consistent sevens, and that's like, and kind of commanded their heats from start to finish. So it'll be a good hit out between these two.
And I guess the beauty of these two girls too, they're both qualified. So as much as there's no pressure to qualify, I guess there's a little bit of pressure to win the event because it's, it's such a special one. You've won it. What did it do for you in your career?
Yeah, it was huge for me. I think it was a stepping stone from the junior series onto the qualifying series, and it actually made me believe that I could actually qualify. I think if I hadn't have won those events, 18 and 19, I probably would have struggled a little bit mentally because that was something that I always struggled with, just the belief. But Bronte, nice backhand attack there on the opening wave. I guess she would have liked to have got a two-turn combo on the board, but obviously wanting to get busy here. But yeah, it basically opened up my mind to the fact that I potentially could step up to the World Tour. And at a young age, winning that event, it really opened doors for me as well, I think. Yeah, like winning an event on the East Coast with the prestige of Surfest, 37 years running. I'd say it's probably the second most, only to Bells.
Yeah, you're probably right. Can you remember who you took down in your finals?
I was talking to Dad about it the other day. It's 20 years ago, so I'm feeling very young at the moment. There was a few names. It was like Jessie Miley Dyer. I'll claim that. If Jessie's watching, I'm going to claim it forever. Yeah, I think there was Nicola Atherton, Amy Donahoe, a few of the World Tour competitors in there. So, yeah, like always nice to get one up, especially now we're all mates and I can rub it in every now and then. So, yeah, yeah, there was like a lot of the juniors, like in that event, and a lot of us kind of snapping at the heels of the older competitors. So, it's just one of the most consistent locations. Newcastle packs a punch. It's one of those events. Like sometimes if you go to Europe, you can get like half a foot. We even had an event in Newquay one time, and Newquay's amazing. It's lots of fun, but it's really tidal and it's really tricky because it's got no grunt. So Newcastle has a lot of grunt. It will certainly bash you up on the shore if you hit it wrong. So, I think both of these competitors, with their knowledge base, we should see a good heat here.
Yeah, we've got 22 minutes remaining in this one, a little over. It's Bronte McCauley with a 3.67. She is travelling with her old man, a Masters world champion over here in Newcastle, Dave McCauley. And we're looking at Surfer in Blue, holding on to priority at the moment, looking for a low score. We have up the ante for the girls, giving them 30 minutes to catch their best 2 rides. We have surfed 25-minute heats all day long until the semis, so plenty of time for the girls to get acquainted with the lineup. It is a nor'east wind here. It's actually picked up throughout the day, maybe 2 to 3 foot. The tide is going out now, so it should get more and more consistent as the afternoon goes on.
Yeah. What about you, Mitch? Did you have a few good results here at Surfest? How did you feel competing here?
Oh, not really. I didn't actually. I made up the numbers a few times. So
Don't believe that.
I've surfed. I did all right in the pro junior.
Yeah.
Which felt like a QS because it was like Adrian Buck and Sean Canstel, all those guys.
Yeah.
But I never did too good in the main event. As we see, Kobe Enright up and right. That was a nice turn there.
Oh.
Wow, second turn was big as well. She doesn't fall off much.
No.
She's got that. It's kind of funny. You're watching her surf and she's very tall. She's got these really long legs. You would think if a little bit of sort of whitewash would bump her, she'd slide off. But she somehow just rides out manoeuvres and does it with such poise. As we go to a quick interview with the winner of that last heat, his name is Joel Vaughan and he's into the final. Joel, how you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling really good. I'm stoked to take that heat out. Reef surf's so good, so I'm really stoked to get into the final.
Now, mate, it was a nor'easter blowing, which favours aerials on right-handers. Obviously, southerlies favouring airs on the lefts. You must have thought about that. Yesterday it favoured Reef Hazelwood, but today it was up your alley. You must have been stoked.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. I came down yesterday afternoon after the comp was done and came and had a look at the waves, and it was actually there was nor'east winds last night, and I just got so excited, hoping that it'd turn up today, and I'm stoked it has, and yeah.
Mate, 16.77 combo. That's one of the highest combos of the entire event. How can you one up in the final?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go out with the same game plan and trying to find good waves and surf them well, and I can't really keep thinking about that last heat. Just kind of move forward and stay present for the final, and I think that's what I'll do for the final.
Unfortunately, we're not going to get the all-brother final. Did you have a word to younger bro, Huey?
Yeah, as I was walking up, I saw him, and he was a little bummed, but he's pretty stoked to go so well in this event, and he's been surfing really well. But it would have been really fun to have a man-on-man final with Huey. I've had a few heats with him before, but never a final or man-on-man, so it would have been really fun.
Maybe it was fun for him not making the final because I'm sure you would have, put some big brother love on top of him, huh?
Yeah, we actually had a bet that if both of us made the final, our first waves had to be switched. So I guess I'm not doing that anymore.
Mate, I'm sure a final between the two of you is coming up soon, so we'll wait for that one. But right now, we're congratulating you, moving on through to the final, and all the best in the big one. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, thanks heaps.
We've got to say he's probably the narrow favourite at the moment.
Yeah, just slightly after that performance.
Some confidence too. I've got a lot of confidence about him.
Yeah. And also quite humble. I was like, he's very much just like keeping his head on. It seems like his work is entirely not finished. He's like, I just want to, not think about it and just take each heat as it comes. And I think if I ever performed like that in a heat, I would be claiming myself pretty heavily because the amount of airs he landed, that was sensational to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. The final will be up after semi-final number 2. Georgie Pitter will be taking on that man we just had a chat to, of course, Joel Vaughan. So hang around. It will happen in 50 minutes time, as we see a bit of a paddle out the front and a score in for the blue. It was a 5.83, and now it looks like Bronte McCauley taking this wave under priority.
Yeah, getting busy here. Just coming a bit unstuck, which is not really like Bronte. We don't see a lot of that, but yeah, she's just got that really nice drawn out backside bottom turn. I love watching her at locations like J-Bay and out at Bells, Snapper as well. So really nice for both of these women to be surfing Snapper in a few weeks. I think that would be that used to pretty much make my year when I qualified, just to be able to surf Snapper with 2 people out. I think my first year surfing out there was overwhelming, but after that it's just like you're just grateful to be out in the lineup. Like I used to come in from a free surf there and either be crying or the happiest person alive because you got the wave of your life, but yeah, there was never any in between with that. So to be out there with only like 2 to 4 other people is just such a great opportunity for these Challenger Series competitors.
It's an awesome event to start the series with, right?
Yeah, like I feel like it's probably there in Trestles is probably the most performance-based and the funnest of all contests. I remember there was a 4-star Trestles event, which was not a highly rated event, and I saw it was on the calendar, and I was like, I don't care, I'm just going to go and surf in that event because it's my opportunity to surf at Trestles with no one out. And I just made it my main priority to make heats there, and I ended up getting second in the final because it was just so fun. Like I couldn't believe how perfect the waves were and how high performance they were. So yeah, I think to see both of these competitors out there, Kobe's obviously got a little bit of an advantage growing up there, and surfing against Steph there was always pretty tricky because she just knows the wave so well. But yeah, I think it'll be great to see Kobe out there this year.
As we see a couple of surfers on stage, they're obviously the finalists getting geared up for the big one with our very own Ronnie Blakey. Joel Vaughan, George Pitter, going to be very exciting. And as I said a moment ago, we'll be out there at the end of semi-final 2.
It's crazy that both these guys were probably the furthest back on the ratings, and they've made the final.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's, yeah, like as far as like performing under pressure, they've both done really well. So it's going to be a pretty big hit out for both of them. Obviously, I would say possibly the Central Coast surfer with a bit of an edge in these conditions, but yeah, it's been really good to watch George perform. That board looks pretty good under his feet as well, so it's going to be a big hit out.
It's a big moment for George too. Like we've seen Joel, he had a crack at the Challengers last year, but for George, it's going to be his first chance. I think that's really cool, and he's been around since he was maybe 14 or 15, came into the scene, had all the stickers, had a ton of swag, but then there's a few years, a bit of a downtime, but over the last couple of years, it looks like something's changed, and yeah, I don't know, he just found some magic, and he's looking really good. As I know that's the gang from Burton Automotive, just presenting the rash shirts. I don't think Kim Burton is here today, but that's his best buddy presenting the rash shirts. So a big opportunity for these guys. We've got 14 and a half minutes remaining. A 5.83 for Kobe Enright. That was for the sort of 2.5 snaps.
Yep.
2 decent turns and a foam climb. Pretty good number as we push on through the halfway mark, and it looks like Kobe found another ride on the inside. Priority with Bronte McCauley. Have you had a couple of good battles with Bronte over your time?
I feel like we were in that transition where I surfed against some of her older sisters, or her sisters, sorry. But I don't know if Bronte and I matched up too much. I remember having a bit of a surf when I'd just come off tour, and we were surfing out at Broken Head, actually. And having a bit of a chat, and I think she was just stepping on to World Tour. And I just stepped off, and yeah, she was absolutely shredding out there, super aqua blue water, and yeah, I wished I had had a camera because she was surfing super good, and she kind of like burst onto the scene. That was probably back in 2014-ish. So yeah. Yeah, I think we always, she was always there as a Grom when we were at Marks, and her dad obviously at that contest and representing, but we see a bit of a presentation here.
From the sponsors of the female event, getting gifted some speaking in colour items there, unreal. This is, it really has that feel of what we saw on the Olympics. Was it last year, the year before? getting up on the podium before you paddle out. Must be a lot of nerves, a lot of excitement. I don't know how the guys feel about actually
standing next to each other.
Yeah. It's like a boxing fight.
I can imagine Lane on that stage right now. She'd be having a bit of a heckle straight at you. So, yeah, I wonder how these guys are going. But, yeah, it would be really good to see both of them.
That's a lot of gifts, isn't it?
That's awesome. Yeah. Speaking in colour, they've also got a surfboard that they are, they've got a silent auction on, and you can go to their socials for that if you want to place a bid. The surfboard looks amazing, and that is, proceeds for that are going to go towards the Indigenous Classic for next year. So Speaking in Colour really have represented well at this contest, and we're super grateful that they are the naming rights sponsor.
Yeah, it's an 100% Aboriginal-owned, woman-led business connecting people to our rich Aboriginal culture. Speaking in Colour educates, equips and encourages an understanding to embrace Aboriginal culture. 12 minutes remaining in this one. And Bronte, pretty slow start. We've been underway for 18 minutes and yet to get a big score on the number. The 3.67 at this stage might actually be a part of her top two scores once we get to the end, because, yeah, really slow. There's been maybe an opportunity or two that she hasn't capitalised on. But, yeah, looking for something special. That's Kobe Enright.
I think, Rossi, I would ask you, I mean, I would always want to ask you, and I have wanted to ask you, you coach one of the best women, or one of the best women surfers in the world currently. What would be your direction or advice in waves like this for someone like Carissa?
With Carissa out here today, I'd be I'd be telling her what my opinions would be trying to catch waves with a lot of emphasis on the closeout section, because Carissa's sort of one of the more powerful surfers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if she can find a sort of end section with a lot of grunt and can throw something big, you know, she did that big air reverse here at Newcastle a couple of years ago.
That was awesome.
Big scores with one turn. A little bit different to maybe what Bronte's made up of on the back end. Kobe's a similar sort of surfer as Carissa though. But, yeah, I think for... It's hard. Little beach breaks, 2 to 3 foot. It's like a lucky dip a lot of the time. You know, with priority, just look for a huge big closeout, or under priority, maybe keep well clear of the surf with priority. There's actually a couple of different peaks out there at the moment too. There's a southern peak, and there's also a peak to the north.
Yeah.
This one right here, that's sort of where the rocks is here at Merida, and there's always a consistent right. As we see Bronte in the middle of the peaks right now, up and riding.
Yeah, super strong backhand attack, and there it is, that second back-up turn that she was looking for. That's basically what I was expecting within the first 10 minutes from Bronte. It's a bit of a slower start to this semi-final, but she did come from behind in a quarter-final against Dimity as well, so she has shown the composure under pressure. But, yeah, I've always wanted to pick your brains a little bit about that. I used to compete against Carissa, and she was bloody hard to beat, and... yeah, I've seen you guys and your relationship. You know, it's a really positive one, and it's great to see that unfold. And obviously, doing a bit of coaching here and there, it's nice to see how different people approach heats, playing to their strengths. And yeah, obviously, you've got a bit of local knowledge with this lineup. It's a tricky lineup, Merewether. I always struggled a little bit once it moved here, but Bronte super strong again.
Yeah, she found it. That was good. Yeah. When there was a CT here and Carissa was coming out, I was actually, oh, this will be fun. Get to sort of poke around in my backyard. But, yeah, she figured out the lineup quite effortlessly. Big score there for Bronte McCauley, really similar to what you keep sort of referring to, that matchup she had with Dimity.
Yeah.
Very slow start. This one was actually slower again.
Yeah, right.
But I think in that heat she maybe came back with a 6.7. I think she's up the ante a little bit today with this heat, sorry, a 6.83. So a massive number for those two big snaps on the back end. Yeah,
putting pressure back on Kobe Enright. But yeah, I tend to agree. Kobe's been kind of one of the standouts. Yeah, just maturing. It seems like she's matured in the last year. And yeah, I think watching her technique mature as well. Like, she has been basically landing every turn. I think a few years ago she would sometimes fall off in those clutch moments where she needed to ride out of a turn, and it seemed like she was putting a bit of pressure on herself, but she did say this year that she's actually just taken that a step back from that and just gone back to just enjoying you know, what she's doing. And it's such a unique opportunity for these surfers to travel up and down the coast and surf in contests and really, you know, trust in the process and trust in themselves. And I think you've seen that mature in Kobe in the last year. And yeah, really stoked for her to take out the regional kind of qualifier.
How do you, that mindset, it's easy to put out there. I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to do it differently. Is it really hard to implement though? Like, I know you can say you're just going to have fun, but deep down, you're still going to be super competitive and.
Yeah, I think for her, she just basically got to the point where I think she'd done the other approach, where it was like putting all this pressure on herself and like sponsors, like with what you have to do to perform and what you have to do to retain a sponsorship. And there was always that playing on in the background. I think for myself, like I had a bit of a clean slate. And I knew that I wasn't really aware of what I wanted to do with my life coming out of school. So for me, anything that I was doing was a bonus. So, and surfing provided a community at a time that can be quite challenging when you're a teenager and maturing. You kind of have this little family that you start, you know, connecting with, and you're well supported with that environment. So it's almost like, for me, for a lot of these competitors, you really don't have, you know, everything that you're moving through, you're growing, you're learning, and it's kind of like, what else would you be doing apart from surfing if you're enjoying it? And I think that's the main thing. If you are enjoying it, then why not keep doing it? So yeah, I had a lot of fun, probably up until I was about 26, and then it got a little bit hard, like traveling and surfing in tricky waves and tricky conditions around the world sometimes can be, you've got to really get your game head on, and you've really got to start, you know, picking the eyes out of waves. And there can be pressure, but I think for those women who tend to have fun and stay in the moment and really work on that and work with sports psychs through that, that really helped me, I think. They can enjoy what they're doing.
Well, right now it looks like Kobe is enjoying her time, because it's amazing. If you did change your approach, it's definitely worked. You know, coming number one now on the ratings, and I'm sure she's starting to shift focus to Snapper Rocks already. I know that event isn't for a couple of months, but that's where Challenger Series event number one will be, as we see the current ratings leader up and riding.
Yeah, nice looking wave here. Tags that first section and comes through. And yeah, puts the throttle down, slams the second section. I feel like Kobe sometimes feels like it looks like she's a bit Parko-esque, where she's just cruising a little bit. It'd be great to see her be able to kind of open up fully on a like a wave like Snapper and Bells, where she's refined that frontside snap. But nice looking wave here for Kobe.
Yeah, first turn was good. Second turn was maybe a little bit bigger. It needs a 4.68 to get the jump on Bronte. I think it's going to be really close, right on that sort of bubble. A 4.68. What do you think? Yay or nay?
I'm going to say just under.
You're right, 3.97. So not quite the score there. Still looking for a 4.68 to move up into the lead.
Yeah, you can tell they're really looking for that hammer first turn, and then like you said, Rossi, if you had Chris out in the lineup, like really going to town on the second turn. And I think now it'd be good to see Kobe kind of match that in the lineup. We've seen her do it all contest. She has dropped 7, so let's see her having a bit of a sniff at this one. But 4 minutes remaining in the lineup. At the moment, it is Bronte Macaulay holding down the highest wave score so far with a 6.83. Has gone a little bit quiet, looking for a second score so far, but there is still nearly, basically like 3 minutes 45 on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time. Coming up next will be semi-final number 2. That's a battle of Goofy Footer versus Natural. Sarah Baum, the Goofy Footer, will take on Sarah Wakita. Sorry, another big heat just around the corner with 3.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, the Sarah affair in the next heat. That's going to be a little confusing, but at least their stances are different. And I think Sarah Wakita has a lot on the line. She got interviewed earlier, and I asked her, have you been thinking about the ratings? She's sitting in 4th. I think she needs to get into 3rd to make that cut for the Asia region. And she's just like, No, to be honest, not even thinking about it. I just want to win. And I was like, that's excellent.
That's
the
probably
best.
the most honest response we've had, because a lot of these surfers are, yes, thinking of it daily.
Yeah, done the mathematical equations and like, Sarah Wakita was just like, no, like I just want to win. So I was like, wow, that's actually really refreshing and good on us. So I think she's pretty hungry out there, but so is Sarah Baum. So
on the flip side from their ratings, the Asian Pacific, with the local ratings are pretty much tied up, right? So Nixie Ryan, she made it.
Yeah.
Fourth spot.
Fourth spot, because Mia Huppets didn't get through that last quarterfinal against Sarah Baum. She didn't jump Nixie, so I was down there and the girls were celebrating up in the tower, like a whole bunch of them. They were all, high-fiving each other and hugging Nixie, and I think it would have been a nervous wait for her. Like, it's not really the way you want to end your events. Like, she lost in the first round, and then you have to sit around and wait and see how everyone goes. So,
I've seen her around every day, though. Is that right?
Yeah, she's really been down here, and I was just chatting to Bormy about that, and she said, Jackson Baker actually did the same thing over in Haleiwa last year, and I'm like, geez, I don't know. I don't know if I could do it. I'd have to leave the event site for a few days, but I think good on Nixie for staying around, and she's earned a well-deserved spot into that top four. A little bit of a paddle here from Kobe.
So in the end, Nixie fourth.
Yep.
Third place.
It might have been
Did Ellie hold on?
Ellie Harrison, Paige Harabin second, and Kobe Enright taking it out.
So Paige got flipped. Paige first coming into this event, right?
Yeah. Also with Nixie had a shocker in that first round. So she also had to sit around and wait for the week, but she was very solid. Like, she had 11,000 points and was pretty much, she just said that she wanted to take out the series, and Kobe's kind of pipped her at the post.
Well, the consolation prize is still a spot on the Challenger Series.
Yes, yes. I think
it's a bit different to Nixie's situation.
Definitely, yeah, and that's a big consolation prize. I think to have that taken away from you, but I mean, really strong showing from Mia. It's been really like a pleasure to watch all of the young Groms coming through the Australian region. Everyone, it's Australian surfing is in a very healthy situation. So same for the guys. Like, I'm just blown away by the level. And 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Can Kobe Enright get a wave from or off Bronte in this semi-final?
Yeah, the clock's ticking. 20 seconds remaining. A 4.68 is the requirement for Kobe Enright, the surfer out of the Gold Coast. As we just mentioned, she is the ratings leader, and I believe she cannot be, she can't have that taken away. She will win the ratings, but I do know she wants to win the event. It looks like Bronte McCauley will utilise priority here and book a spot in the final. A great showing there for a pretty slow heat there.
Yeah, slow heat. I think Bronte and Kobe both did well to get one wave, but obviously would have liked to have performed a little bit stronger, but it does, it's tricky out there today. Both girls into the Challenger Series, really strong showing for them, but I'm sure Bronte would be pretty stoked. She's already won this event in 2020, so winning it twice would be super nice for her.
Yeah, great showing there from Bronte McCauley, booking a spot in the finals, and we'll be back to get started on semi-final 2 back in a moment.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds until Michael's. Get to the Royal.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. for free. Come feel it all and feel new.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometers to your destination. No beds until Michaels. Get to the Royal.
Welcome back to Merriweather Beach for the Speaking in Colour Pro, and that is Bronte McCauley, who's booked a spot in the final. An impressive performance there from Bronte, defeating Kobe Enright. A couple of local grommets here, rubbing shoulders with the winner, Bronte McCauley from Western Australia. A fantastic performance. Got one good score, couldn't really back it up, but it was enough in the testing conditions. Our first finalist, and out there at the moment, whoever wins this one will move into the finals to join Bronte. We've got Sarah Wakita in the red and Sarah Baum in the blue. My name is Mitchell Ross. Alongside me is Beck Woods. Going to be a good one, this one, Beck.
Yeah, this will be a good hit out. Again, both competitors have been really consistent all event. Both Sarahs.
Sarah Wakita, short in stature.
Yep.
Sarah Baum, looks like she put some work in the gym. She looks strong.
Yeah,
a lot of power.
Yeah, she's her partner's an exercise physiologist, so there's definitely some training that goes on the side there. And
I see them around.
Yeah.
And they look really fit. So what you just said makes all sorts of sense.
Yeah, Georgia plays really high level soccer. So both are really high performance athletes, and I think with coming into this event, less pressure, I guess, on Bormy, but potentially she's just putting a little bit of pressure on herself because she wants to perform. But we see the Asia ratings here on the screen.
Has to make the final, Sarah. So not too sure if she has to win it. I'm pretty sure a final will secure a spot. Yeah, makes the final. So
so
doesn't even need to win it, just needs to win this heat.
One more heat to get in there, and Sarah's going to make that hard. She's up and riding right now with a big backside belt. This is going to be a challenging heat for both competitors. And yeah, Sarah Wakita, it's the first time I really watched her put together a full campaign in a contest. And I think
Don't speak too soon.
No, I think it was Vaughnie who basically pointed out the similarities between her and Coco Ho's style. And I was like, yeah, actually, like the front lead arm and the speed that she gets, she's just been zipping through basically every heat. Like she said in her interview, she just wants to win this event. She's not even thinking about anything else. So Bormy, huge backside belt.
Yeah, 4.67. Thought it might have been a little higher, but the judges keeping the scores a little bit sort of low. They're expecting big things from these two girls.
Yeah.
She's a real deal, Sarah Baum. Do you think she's got what it takes to make the Elite Tour?
Yeah, to be honest, like I competed against Sarah for years on the qualifying series when I'm like a full decade older than her. So I used to watch her, and the first heat I had against her, she was 14 and she was ripping. And I was like, I'm going to go and hassle her right now because I don't want her to catch any waves. And when you're 10 years older than someone and they have that effect on you, you're like, okay, this person's like meaning business. And we see a replay here. Super nice connection. She managed to get the fins up and over that section, but she did do a turn in her quarterfinal that was a little bit more flary than that, and they did give it a 6, like a 6.4-ish or 6.5-ish. So I think they're expecting that now from Sarah. She's always been there. I think she lost her sponsorship from South Africa, so she really struggled from that like 19 to 25 year period to get money together. And it was frustrating to watch because she was living in Australia, and I kept texting her because I was at uni, and I was like, Sarah, what are you doing? Like, why are you not competing? And she's just like, it's just really financially difficult. And she was trying to string like some money together to get a campaign together. And then once she kind of settled in Newcastle, and it was kind of like when everything started working for her.
Yeah, she joined East End Board Riders, and then they sort of got behind her and supported her quest onto the qualifying series, and basically are a big part of where she is today, as we see a bit of a wipeout there. But you did mention that she has been around for a long time. But without judging, I think she's got a lot better over the last couple of years, maybe the last 3 or 4 years. And what you said about her partner, it nearly makes a whole lot of sense. Maybe she really sort of identified that she needs to maybe go that extra yard.
Yeah.
I know there's a similar story right now. I read an article about Kyo Belly, his new fiance.
Okay.
I think she does something similar to Georgia, is it?
Yep.
And I think she was quoted as saying, like, whatever you're doing, you're not putting in. You're not like...
Yep.
You call yourself a pro surfer. What you're doing now ain't pro.
Yeah. Well, I think, with all the data that's come out to do with, like training and the effects on muscle building and, a lot of the time we didn't really know a lot of that stuff. I know competing and getting consistent coaching was difficult on the road. It was up to you to do your own training. And I think Georgia has really whipped Sarah into line as far as, she's an athlete. She plays at a really high level with the soccer and, you're totally right. Like that, what you're doing, whatever you're doing, it's a definition of insanity. So like doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I think Sarah's kind of changed her entire philosophy, and I think the icing on the cake for her has been the mental approach as well.
Mm-hmm.
So she's kind of come at it from all angles, and it's something you need to do now at any level in surfing competition. And you can tell. Like in the last 2 years, I think the thing was, Bommy started getting on a roll right pre-COVID. She'd won like 2 events and made a final in a row, and then COVID happened. So momentum-wise, she was on. We see both riders splitting this peak.
Oh,
huge.
Make it.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Did the hard work. That was so perfectly put together. Unfortunately, the foam just wiped her out. Just got absolutely bashed in the foam. But that turn, that was technically perfect.
That was, good connection. Just unfortunately kind of got a little bit hung up there, and I think Sarah might have gone the right-hander on that. So, I think all competitors now just have such a professional approach. I know Sally Fitz started training, and when she blasted onto the tour, she'd been training for a few years, and you could tell the professionalism of the sport started changing. Like when I first got on tour, there was some interesting antics that went on when you're traveling around, and some of the parties were just wild. And I think surfing has changed. It's been some people let their hair down after events and they have a good time, but there is a real like leveler of class that's entered the surfing profession now. And I mean, even seeing Jack Robertson and his approach the last few years, I've seen him meditating. You can notice the little differences, the 1%ers in that top class. And I think, Sarah's been putting in the hard yards with that, and it's showing in her performances.
Yeah, I think she lives down south a little bit, a beach called Redhead, and perfect sort of training grounds as well. Not too many people around. There's a lot of open beaches there. Similar waves to what we're seeing here at Merewether. There she is on screen, looking for something better than a throwaway score of a 0.93 at the moment with 19.5 minutes remaining. Look at the technique here. I loved it. Hard off the bottom, square, vertical turn. That was going to be a massive number. I know we mentioned it before. One big turn will get you a big score. I think that was going to go maybe 6, something big. Only a 1.2, but so close to a big number on that occasion.
Yeah, I think they both, it looks like, had a bit of a bauble on that last wave. And, I think Sarah Okita also, she got 37th on the Challenger Series last year. So she had a full year in there, and potentially it might have been one of her first full years in there. I know I have seen her name around for a little bit as well, but I dare say she'd be really happy to get back in there and have a backup performance. It would be nice to do back-to-backs. Like I know when I first went on, my first year was a bit of a shocker. I didn't really have any ratings or seedings or anything, and I had to really work hard to build. I think my first year I finished 20th. And then the second year, it was do or die regarding sponsorship as well. And I finished 4th, I think. So my first year, I learned a lot. I learned who not to surround myself with, what not to do, and how to prepare again. Because I had quite a successful junior career. But all of a sudden, you're in the big bad world by yourself and you're 19. It's like you can get up to all sorts of mischief. And you're over there, like, I think now it's great that there is a little bit more money in and you've got support. If you can afford to have that around you, it really can keep you, where you need to be. But it's a big step up from juniors into the Challenger Series and onto the QS. Like, it's a very big change.
As we see Surfer in blue, have a look at this wave. This is the current heat leader, Sarah Baum. Nice looking wall here. Is it one section? Yep. Unfortunately goes down. So no sophomore blues for you. You went from pretty average year into a fourth.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I had a lot of pressure on me. If I didn't qualify, then I basically was dropped, and so I was
Billabong?
like, yes.
You were with Billabong for a long time.
Yeah, I was with Billabong a long time.
Great relationship.
Yeah, they were great. They were great to me. They supported me basically from a 17-year-old to 27, so 10 years. And we worked well together, but there was always that, in the contract, it's very performance-based.
Mm-hmm.
So, they basically gave me 2 years to challenge and to qualify for the World Tour. And I had to get to work. It was like in my last year, I didn't have a rating my first year, and then the second year was like, okay, qualify or it's going to be really hard for you to go anywhere. And it was...
IE.
IE, you dropped. Yeah, so I'll never forget the phone call from Brucey Lee up on the Gold Coast. I won one of the last events in Lacanau because I was sitting outside the bubble, and then I won an event in Lacanau, and he rang me, and I think he was happier than me. I was crying, but he was like, it was great. It was like having a second dad, to be honest. And I'll never forget that. That was really cool. And then I went down to the next contest, which was another 5,000, and 2 Brazilians sat on me in my first heat, and I got a 0.00. So it made it.
Is that a record?
No, I did that in the US Open final too. So
Really?
It went high tide, and I didn't catch a wave. It was. Everyone yelled at me, and I was like, well, you get out there, mate, on a high tide heat that doesn't break and tell me how easy it is. But
there's been some highs, there's been some lows.
Yeah, there's definitely been a few experiences there. And I think a lot of these women will have that underground pressure going on that a lot of us just aren't aware of, like regarding sponsorship dollars and where you're finishing. And it's tough, but I wouldn't have changed it for the world.
How about now with the cut? There's even more sort of opportunities to trip over.
Yeah, it's challenging.
Yep.
If you're a not a veteran, and pipe's a hard wave if you haven't got a lot of experience out there. Like, I think as a Grom, I would have loved to have had the opportunity because I had Chopu when I was first on tour and Fiji, so we kind of just got thrown under the bus. I had a heat with Sofia Milanovic out at Fiji. I'd never surfed it. It was like 8 foot. One of the buoys got washed in, and like I looked at Surf and I was like, what board are you taking out? And she's like, I don't know, maybe my 6'2". So we like paddled out. I didn't even know where to sit. We just both kind of fed off each other because it was so big. I was like, do I sit here and paddle? And the waves were so big I didn't know when to start paddling. I'd never had that experience before. I'm like, do I start paddling now or now? And then, so it was all just winging it. But pretty amazing experiences when you're young. You don't really think about too much, do you? You just throw yourself over the ledge.
Yeah, wow. Unreal. Just under 15 minutes remaining in this one. Huge opportunity up for grabs for the surfer in red. She is in second position right now. Wakita needs to make this semi-final to not only book a spot in the final and have a chance at winning, she also qualifies for the Challenger Series. Huge shout out to all the sponsors for making this event possible. Burton Automotive Group, 60 years of supporting the community. Destination New South Wales, something for everyone in the Hunter region, of course. What a place it is. City of Newcastle. More about this amazing city at visitnewcastle.com.au. Of course, Reflections Holiday Parks, 36 stunning nature-based destinations. And speaking in colour, they're all about this event underway right now, connecting people to our rich Aboriginal culture. With 14 minutes remaining, another slow heat. Sarah's had one big opportunity, Sarah Wakita that is, but unfortunately went down. She'd be in a completely different situation right now. She'd rode that backhand manoeuvre out.
Yeah, I think it's put a little bit of pressure onto her now coming into the back end of the heat. And she probably would be aware of that. She needs to get a score to keep herself in the heat within the next 5 minutes. Just in case any more opportunities present themselves to Sarah Baum. But they're sitting, a little bit further apart in this heat, so giving each other a little bit of space. Tide is going out, is that right?
Yep.
Rossi? Yep.
Yep.
And yeah, it has been a bit of a slow affair. I think Bormy's also maybe baubled on one wave too, so it would have made it a little bit harder for Sarah. So the door is still wide open for the surfer in red. Does need to make this heat to qualify for the Asia region, and yeah, challenging at the moment. It's ever changing, and I think the most versatile surfers will probably rise to the occasion.
Yeah, very challenging conditions at the moment, but one surfer who made conditions look pretty good was Bronte McCauley. Congratulations, Bronte, booking a spot in the final. Yeah, how was it out there? A little bit slow, but just like the heat with Dimity, you started finding a little bit of something as the heat went on.
Yeah, I didn't do too much out there, just got one with 2 turns, but yeah, it was really difficult. It was quite a lot slower than I thought. Not too much opportunity, but yeah, it's just the way it is, I guess, here. The guys' heat before mine, they were dropping like eights. I think Joel Warren got 2 8s or something. So, yeah, I guess it's just always changing here with the tides.
In a slow heat like that, when you have got priority, then that one sort of wave comes for you, comes in front of you, you go, okay, if I do a couple of turns of this, I'll probably get a 6. Bit of pressure, or what goes through your mind as you're stroking into that wave?
I guess just trying not to think is probably what works the best for me. Just don't listen to that crazy person in your head and just surf. That usually works best for me, just keeping it really simple. And I guess knowing like before the heat, like, if the opportunity comes and at the end you really want to be able to like surf the best you can. Nothing feels worse when you get the opportunity and you surf a wave soft or just nervously. So yeah, I guess every heat I'm like, I just want to surf properly at least, even if I lose.
Yeah, Bronte, when you come over to the East Coast, I mean, obviously you've come a bit earlier now, getting your feet in the wax. Do you find that the waves are different, and do you find your equipment is different when you come over here?
Yeah, I really do. Like every time it's a bit of an adjustment. I haven't surfed a beach break in about 3 months, so I definitely felt pretty rusty, and I haven't surfed my small wave boards in 3 months as well. Just been surfing, not like big waves, just I surf like 4-foot lefties pretty much most days. So yeah, it's really good practice for me, like just trying to keep the speed up and just figure out boards for when the Challenger Series starts.
Well, congratulations, Bronte. We'll let you rest up and gear up for the final, which is going to happen in just under an hour's time. So good luck, all the best, and yeah, hope to see you up in the, putting a big trophy above your head at the presentation later today.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks heaps.
Well done.
Maybe, just maybe, if you poll all the surfers around the setup, she might be voted as one of the nicest girls on tour. What do you reckon?
Oh, 100%.
Legend.
Yeah, just such and a dad. Like,
yep.
I remember just going to WA, and I think our uncle's involved in that event too, and they'd always ask us, like, do you want to surf today? What are you thinking? Like, do you want to surf in bigger waves? And, like just even and having that conversation and being allowed to have that conversation back in the day, it was great. I think, yeah, Bronny's just, she's got a really level head and nice little slash here for the surfer in red. She gets a wave. Huge bank off the section there, and there's that Coco-esque kind of arm flare that she's got going on. She looks like she's one of the faster competitors on tour at the moment. But yeah, I think Bronte, really cool customer, isn't she?
Yep. Yeah, nothing much phases her, as she did say that she tries not to think about it when she's paddling into a ride. But yeah, did a great job in that one, booking a spot in the final. Nice ride there for Sarah Wakita.
Yep.
Pretty good number, maybe. There it is, 4.33. So all of a sudden, heat is on. We've got 2 of the girls that have got 4.67 and 4.33. So they've both had a good ride. Now it's a battle of the backups. The 3 is Sarah Baums. And, yeah, Surfer in red looking for a 3.35. So 9 minutes remaining. It looks like there's a bit of a peak out the front. That red having a look there. So it's really tightened up this one.
Yeah, I think Bormy drawing first blood and getting a 4.67 kind of straight off the bat. She's gone to sleep a little bit here, and I think these are the little things she's going to have to work on heading up into the the top tier of competitive surfing. Sometimes you'll be against more experienced rivals, and they'll just put a combo of scores on you and add pressure. And I think it would have been good to see her do a little bit of that. It's kind of left the door wide open for Sarah Wakita to come through here. There's still 8 minutes remaining, so it's, I mean, for a competitive surfer, that's quite a while. But, I think it'd be good to see Bormy. She's been catching waves, but just, she did get a 3 on her last wave, so improving her situation a little bit. But nice technique here we see from Sarah Wakita there, throwing a little bit of fin flare at the end. And
this angle makes the wave look even a little bit better. I know the sort of looking down on it view wasn't quite as good, but that angle, that first turn was unreal.
Yeah, she seems really technically sound, and again, the speed. I really like watching Sarah because she's got that speed element, and I think that is something also with Ellie Harrison. This has been the first event that I've watched of hers as well from start to finish, and technically a super sound surfer. I've really enjoyed watching her perform in this event. But yeah, we are coming down to the tricky part of the heat. The surfers still electing to stay. Oh no, they're a little bit closer now. So yeah, I think opportunity-wise, probably smart of Sarah to stay within reach of her other competitor, because you can come across and if a wave does present itself, be on it if need be. But it does seem to be the waves are dropping off a little bit at the moment, or just going through a bit of a quiet patch. See a replay again there of Surfer in red.
Basically, only needs another one of them, and she will be in the lead. That is Wakita in second spot, just under 7 minutes remaining. It was a 4.33, and the points were earned from a couple of turns. It wasn't even a big wave there, so it doesn't need much to move up into the lead and book a spot on the Challenger Series. Here we go, have a little paddle there. Unfortunately, couldn't scratch into that one. I've had a few chats with Sarah throughout the week. She's travelling with her mum. In between heats, she's having Japanese snacks that have been homemade by mum. They've been doing the trick thus far. Really wants to book a spot in the final. Just get over 5,000 points, which is very, very important at the moment for Wakita. 10,000 Australian dollars, which definitely helps pay the bills to get to the next events. Georgie Pitter surfing in the red. He'll be in the final taking on Joel Vaughan in that heat just around the corner. It's going to be a massive final. We have been talking about the fact that history has said if you win this event, in the males side of things, you will go on to make the world tour at some point. So
no pressure. No.
Nah, not at all.
No, that's pretty amazing, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
That's awesome. So yeah, I dare say watching those two men warm up for the final after seeing them surf in this event, they've just been on fire. Nothing to lose, coming from behind. With their qualification, managing to just storm on through. Coming into a final, 5,000 points on the line, and really rising to that occasion. It's going to be really good to see them on the Challenger Series. We see a little bit of a flurry of waves coming into the lineup now. Sarah looking to position herself pretty well on this one.
Yeah, great looking wave here. Sarah Baum up and riding. Nice first snap. Looking to ditch a 3-point ride. I think she's done that. Good combo. Looking for a finish. Big snap. Great surfing there. That's going to be maybe the best number of the heat. Maybe even a couple of points better than the current best wave of the heat. 3 solid turns there from the South African come Newcastle local.
Yeah, she really poised herself well there. Didn't rush anything, which I really liked. She kind of got that deep bottom turn. Went nice and high on the first one, allowed her to set up the second one nice and tight in the pocket, and then, rode vertically through that third section. And I think that's where the leg strength comes into play with Sarah. You can see it on the third turn. She doesn't hold back at all, and it was almost one of the better turns on the wave. So I reckon, agree with you, Rossi, that's going to be the best score of the heat.
6.17, so a monster number there for Sarah Baum. As we see, no, Surfer in red electing to let that closeout go by, so massive score there, 6.17. I love the transition from the second manoeuvre there for Sarah Baum. Great surfing. Really held a nerve too. Yep. I know you were starting to sort of say, is she making the right
back up? Yeah.
she making the right decision, just sitting, throwing the anchor in? I guess she did, because that was a fantastic ride there for Sarah Baum, and now way out in front has The Surfer in red got a 6.51 inner. Here we go.
Yeah, another nice looking wave, but just a bit deep there for Sarah Wakita. She does need to make this heat to qualify for the top 3 positions on the Asia region. So,
Big mistake.
I would say at this point in time, yes. If I was Sarah, I would be just on the hunt to block at the moment.
Which Sarah?
Oh, sorry.
No, massive mistake there from the Surfer in red, though, right? That was, I don't know if there was much in that wave. I know utilised priority for basically stand up and jump off. I think if she had a time over again, I don't think she would have caught that wave. Just under 3 minutes remaining. What's going through the mind of Sarah Baum right now with 6, 4, 2.5 minutes remaining?
Yeah, I think at this point you're just wanting the clock to run out. You're just like, okay, we're ready for the heat to end. Can we hurry up and end it? And I think it can be tense, obviously, with priority. I mean, do you go and try and better your 4, 6, 7, or do you just blanket the Surfer in red? I was always more of a blanketer in that regard, where I try and do a little bit of blocking if I held priority and wanting to pick the eyes out of the waves. Can be hard sometimes on a point break because there's always like a couple of waves in a set, but it is hard to find a score with a 6.5 out there today for the Surfer in red. I haven't seen it in this heat so far, and I guess Sarah did 3 turns and got a 6.17, so they're obviously looking for some pretty solid surfing to drop a 6.5, but we've seen very, very different situations happen in surfing, so there looks like a little bit of a flurry coming in again here.
Yeah, just left Wakita to get an opportunity. She's been better than this. I think she's been one of the standouts. I'd love her to get some sort of opportunity. Here we go. Under priority, another average wave. A great sell there from Sarah Baum, the current heat leader. As we see a bit of a set roll through, it looks like it might just about be over for the Surfer in red, as Sarah Baum trying to ice this one out with a 6.17 and a 4.67. That's 70 seconds remaining. Even if a good wave rolls through for Sarah Baum right now, she's probably not going to catch it, right?
No.
And why isn't she?
Like, please don't catch another wave. You just want to hold Surfer in red off the next wave. You've got priority, so you just want to be basically right up in a grill and stopping her from getting anything in these dying seconds. And I think that was a smart lead there by Sarah. She's obviously very aware of what Sarah Wakita needs, being a very world-class surfer and already having a year's experience on the Challenger Series. I think Sarah Wakita's still doing juniors, so she's had a couple of thirds this year in Junior Series, so she's a young competitor, but she's had a great campaign here, and it's a shame, that she had to make this heat to qualify for the Asia Series, but really good showing from her in this event. We've seen the Japanese surfers just throw down to the Aussies here, and it's been a pleasure to watch them surf, but really big congratulations to Sarah Baum. I maybe have said that too soon, have I?
Here we go, 10 seconds remaining. Last throw of the dice for the Surfer in red. Goes for a big snap for a moment there. It looks like she was going to go for a Hail Mary, but unfortunately that wave doesn't really work out. And you're right, Beck. It looks as though Sarah Baum does hold on to that win and book a spot in the final. Solid performance there for Sarah Baum, but as you said, also a great performance from our Japanese friend, Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, really strong showing from both competitors, and Baum would be stoked to be into her second 5,000 final. I know she's looking to win it. Every cent would help her in her campaign for the Challenger Series this year, but pleasure to see the Japanese surfers absolutely killing it in this event, and we will be going to a break right now. Come back for the men's final straight after.
Wait!
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
Wait!
Welcome back to the show. This is the Burton Automotive Pro. It's all part of Surfest 2023, and the final is about to get underway between two surfers who've already locked up a position on the Challenger Series for 2023. They'll be there at stop 1 on the Gold Coast, and they're ready to have a crack at getting themselves on the championship tour. What a run in this contest, though. George Pitar and Joel Vaughan fighting their way from the back end of the top 20 to give themselves a shot. But we've got someone going for a Surfest title here for the first time ever. One guy that's got one joins me in the booth at the moment is Julian Wilson. Great to see you, Jules.
Cheers, Ronnie. Nice to be here. Here we go. We've got to start with Jolie Vaughan.
Yeah, man, he had a great performance in the semi. He's putting together the highest heat score total of the event so far. We'll see if he can keep the roll going. But a good size set standing up on the outside. George can't get into this one, though. But, man, what's it like getting to this point in this contest, Julian, when you think about the honour roll for this event and, you know, just you're on the precipice of breaking through for your first big victory?
Yeah, well, I guess there's a range of emotions that both of these boys will be feeling. I think over all of those, they'll be feeling extremely confident being at this point in the event. They know their boards are working well, body's feeling good. Not sure if they'd be too tired. It hasn't been the most challenging week of conditions, although sometimes little waves are just as fatiguing to surf to create your own speed and stuff. But I think, yeah, definitely going for the Surfest title, a lot of history, prestige in that. And then, you know, they've locked up their spots for the Challenger Series, which I'm sure was their primary goal going into the regional QS Series. And they'd be feeling good. And I think there's a great bonus for the winner at the end of this one. And there's definitely going to be some fireworks for sure.
Bring it on. We've got just over 29 and a half minutes remaining to watch these two battle it out. But yeah, we've got a rider having a look at this one. George Pitar using his priority here. Has a lot of speed as he just comes flying off the bottom and lets go of a couple of turns. Not going to ride out of that final move. Let's quickly get caught up with our finalists on the women's side. And it is Sarah Baum. Again, Sarah, you've just continued this magic run. And we could kind of see the matchup coming together on opposite sides of the draw. You're going to be surfing against the fellow goofy footer in Bronte McCauley. It's going to be a good test of your backhand approach out there.
Awesome, let's go. She's yeah, she's always been a surfer that I've looked up to. She's always ripped, and yeah, I'm excited. This is going to be sick.
Congratulations for getting into the Surfest final for the second year in a row. Obviously, just falling short of the victory last season. But what's it take mentally to get yourself through an event that's this stacked in tricky conditions?
Yeah, it pushes me more, honestly. The field here is incredible, and I feel like the harder the competitors are, like the harder I'll surf. And yeah, this will be a major title. I've still got my little second place trophy sitting on my shelf, and I'd love the first place one. So yeah, I'm ready. I'm pumped.
Well, best of luck as you look to complete the collection. We'll not keep you here. I know you want to get set for this big clash, but congratulations once again, and let's chat again after the final.
Yes, thank you.
So just under 30 minutes to go here. And here goes Joel Vaughan. Kick things off with a couple of low-range scores. Haven't really seen anyone kick into gear just yet here, Julian, but Joel's going to make this one count.
Yeah, that's the first score for the final. I think that's a great baseline to work off. I think he's got a mid-range score as a starting point for the final. I think maybe as the final now continues on, I think he'll probably try and generate a little bit more speed into those closeout air sections to get a bit higher, a bit more loft and projection out to the flats, but obviously was able to make that one happen. He kind of forced it around, but that's, that tenacious, that will to make a score out of anything showed through there at the start of the final, and that's a great way for him to get a little confidence going and build as this final continues.
That's right, yeah. Well, thanks for joining us. You are watching the final of the Burton Automotive Pro. How lucky am I, sitting alongside two of surfing's best, two guys that have had victories at the elite level on the championship tour. Hoy, great to have Jules living in the area, no doubt.
Rose between two thorns or a thorn between two roses?
I'm going to go with the latter, no. Obviously. But, mate, Jules, you were telling me just off camera before that you love living here in Newcastle, and obviously your wife's from this area, but so many little waves that you can tap into, and it's little waves that the surfers have had to get their head around this week.
Yeah, for sure. And even looking at Joel's first scoring ride here, you can see the bounce, the Merriweather bounce, just how steep this beach is. There's always some sort of backwash and bounce, and I think the guys that can get in a flow and predict that bounce usually become, a here at the end of the event. Catches out so many people, whether it's landing airs or timing off, your snaps out of the lip. You really got to time the backwash, and that's a pretty key feature of competing here. And yeah, I just, I don't know, it's a yeah, you go.
Good test. But yeah, look, Joel Vaughan, you're pretty familiar with. You actually went and competed in the US Open last year where Joel collected his best result on the Challenger Series, a quarterfinal finish. You're pretty familiar with what he can bring to the party, but kind of really getting your first look at George Pitar and the kind of talent he's possessing here in this final.
Yeah, for George to be here in the final, obviously he's put on an amazing performance so far and worked his way up the leaderboard massively at this event, so huge props to him. Joel's proven himself in a large range of conditions already, from big to small. Here he goes again, nice little tag and a bit of a flat section, but looking super sharp, and just you can tell by the timing, just making lemonade out of lemons there.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? That kind of small wave surfing, Hoy, where the wave's laying down, but you've got enough kick, enough punch in your surfing to throw a bit of water around it. It ends up being almost unpredictable when someone explodes out of sections like that.
He got speed out of that turn. Hit the foam and got a lot more speed, got pushed some power into it and ended up doing a rebound off the foam as well, so that was a good ending.
There's been so much great small wave surfing on show, Julian, but you've seen a lot of the competitors that are rising through the regional ranks and onto that Challenger Series, but you've also seen enough around the world. Well, it looks like we're getting set to present our finalists on the women's side with their jerseys. And that is Cherie Jackson from Speaking in Colour there, who is handing out the rashes and also passing on cool. Some nice artwork. Nairi is the artist who put those works together, and They're awesome. They kind of represent the ocean pools as a place to all meet. They're safe. And, yeah, it's really colourful work that all the finalists are receiving. So, yeah, great to have Speaking in Colour involved as the title sponsor. But I did want to just talk about the depth of this region, because obviously they've reduced the numbers that will qualify under the Challenger Series, but at the same time, Australia performed so well last year. We had 3 surfers in the top 20 that already graduated to this year's Challenger Series ranks. But how do we stack up, you think, against other regions around the world?
So, it was actually pretty interesting last year. I had the opportunity to do the Challenger events because I gave up my spot on the World Tour, so I could pick and choose and had the opportunity to do those. And it was pretty special travelling and doing some of the challenges. It felt pretty old school, like, you know, there was an Aussie pack and they were all feeding off each other. I guess Australasia pack, even some of the others that were able to qualify through our region were kind of banding together, and it's yeah, it was cool to be a part of. I got to sort of dip in and out of that a little bit. I enjoyed doing a few of those events. I loved watching guys like Joel, especially perform at Huntington. I watched a lot of his heats. He's got a really sharp vertical backside snap that he was fitting multiple turns in, and then a really exciting front side that he loves to load up and go for those big airs. And he has a lot of a very large repertoire of airs on his front side, as well as a nice big front side wrap. But yeah, I think the main thing is, like, it's changed a lot. The competitive landscape has changed a lot. Qualifying can happen easier, but also you're spending a lot more time on the road. And I think guys like Jacko Baker, Connor O'Leary, that are just they're making a real conservative effort to bring everyone together and do it together. I think that's how you got to do it now. Spending that amount of time competing, you really got to get together, and almost that was nice.
Wow, he's been on this magic run, and I know that you've been in that place too with the jersey on, where, you know, you're putting things together, but you're kind of sticking everything you attempt. Magic zone to get to with the jersey on, and it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting about watching finals and semi-finals. Whoever's made it to that point is feeling that mojo and got that confidence up and confidence in their equipment, and you can see it. George hasn't really had much of an opportunity yet in the final, but Jolie's found 3 ways. I think that score might hopefully come in a touch higher than his first 2 keeping scores, but I'm sure there's going to be a wave soon where he's able to get one of those snaps along with a really dynamic fin throw or air like he just did on that last wave, and crack it sort of wide open.
Yeah, Hoy, Joel Vaughan, he's got as Julian said, just a deep bag of tricks that he can reach into. And in conditions like this, it's kind of great because every little section is different to the last, and you're not getting the same wave time and time again.
Yeah, 100%. He showed it in that semi-final how many tricks he had up his sleeve. He actually doing some big turns and did a backhand air reverse, frontside air reverse, and then did the alley-oop. So, yeah, bag of tricks, all right.
Absolutely tearing. The Burton Automotive Group, 60 years of supporting the community and the surfing community in particular here at Newcastle. And Maitland and Port Stephens Toyota, they're part of that group. And the Hunter, Cardiff and Port Stephens GWM, also part of the Burton Automotive Group. And they also do a fantastic job of getting behind those surfers who are vying for points on the Championship Tour and on the Challenger Series, and even get behind a couple of good old boys. Hoy?
Yeah, mate, they look after everyone. You should see how many Burton Toyota cars are driving around this city. It's epic. Oh, nearly come off the board there.
Yeah, when you talk about being at that position where you're making everything and everything's working like that, maybe in an earlier round, easily doesn't pay off for him. He was tippy-toeing on that. His toenails, I think, were the only things that held him onto the board there. It was pretty cool. It was very cat-like reflexes to make that pay off.
It's switched on as he's looked in the final so far, and we're kind of approaching that midway point in the heat. Still doesn't really have any super solid numbers to speak of, felt like that 517, you know, that was the wave that he had the strong opening turn, lay back into the foam, rebound with the backhand. Thought that could have been a little bit higher, but at this point it doesn't really matter too much. Everything's going to be compared to what Joel Vaughan has done once George Pittard gets to his feet. But I guess they're expecting both these guys, based on the numbers that they were throwing out earlier on in the event, to really bring things home strong here in the final of the Burton Automotive Pro. Great to see a solid crowd on hand to watch the event come to a close. It's always, Julian, such a celebrated stop on the schedule, and it's come in sort of a lot of different forms, the Surfest event. It's been a championship tour event, it's been a high-rated QS, and now it's part of this new system, finishing off our regional qualifiers. But I was thinking about it, as far as QS events go, in all the regions around the world, this is the longest running and probably the one that holds the most prestige.
Yeah, and I'm super proud to be able to surf in the event. Warren Smith is, you know, he's done an incredible job throughout the history of this event. Honoured to get a spot in the event and support Warren in any way I could, and I wish I could have done a little bit better, but just the effort that he goes to, it's interesting because you hear a lot of the guys and girls, they come to Newcastle for the event, they're like, oh, you know, just love the community, love the waves, just it's such a great surf town. And I think Warren's a huge attribute to that. I think they come here, they get looked after really well. It's a very professional event. For QS events, like, to show up to an infrastructure like this and the professionalism is second to none, and hat goes off to Warren, and I think that's why there is such a rich legacy and such an honour to win this event. And I think, yeah, a huge thank you for Warren and all his efforts that he's put in, and the whole community for embracing the event. I think for the event to have multiple locations from the history of Newcastle Beach and that amphitheatre over there and everything that went down over there, and to then come to Merewether and create a whole other chapter and splice in a few days in the harbour. It's been a pretty special history of the event.
Yeah, it's epic. And really cool at the Hall of Fame Awards this year, Surfing Australia's Hall of Fame Awards. Warren actually got recognised for his contribution to the sport. And,
finally.
And got the opportunity to get up on stage. He keeps a pretty low profile though, but yeah, I know that he spoke about it not being an individual effort, but a lot of effort from a huge team of people that helped bring this contest together. We got just on 16 minutes remaining here. Destination New South Wales, they're big backers of the event too. Something for everyone in the Hunter region. You can visit this website, visit New South Wales, NSW, I should say, .com, and just get a long list of fun activities to do in the region. As we see some energy pulsing out here in the lineup at the moment. Joel Vaughan has the lead, but George hasn't even really had a decent ride to speak of just yet. He'll want to start his run soon, but he did fight his way out of a tough situation in that first semi-final to earn his place in the draw. So we know he can maintain his composure. He's not a choker, boy. He hangs in there.
He's not a choker at all. But I reckon that there was a couple of sets when I was walking down that hit the outer bank. I reckon George has seen them before the heat and just posted up out there, but not one has come through in the whole heat so far.
Well, he's sizing something up here. This wave's got a nice corner on it, and George is going to get some speed as he drives up into the bowl, and he threw everything at it. He only had the one section to work with, so I don't mind the approach, but he'll want to start to build some momentum soon, Julian, because even though when you break it down, he doesn't need a whole lot to get to the lead at the moment once he gets 2 scores. Just mentally, it seems to kind of weigh competitors down a little bit when they can't find momentum early.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for him at the moment is there's no great scores on the board, but definitely the momentum is with Joel. And I'd say the confidence at this point, just with having a few swings at it and completing a few rides. And now George has waited a good part of this final for what it seemed like he wanted to wait for a really good wave. And I think he quickly realised on that last set after the first 2 came through, the one Joel came through, that Joel stood up on came through. And the second one that looked good, and he looked at it, but it didn't eventuate. And then he was like, all right, I'll just roll the dice on the third. I think he's starting to think that I've waited long enough. I need to, throw my hat in the ring here, start going for it, and the waves aren't perfect. It's got that little crumble on it. The shape's pretty good. I think stand up, just ride some more waves. Obviously, everything's working. Just give yourself more opportunity to create some scores and not look for. It would be really hard to identify a good score in these conditions. And I think you just spent a large portion of the final doing that, and I think you'll probably reevaluate after that last set and change his tact a little bit.
That was a real all or nothing approach then, Hoy, and unfortunately for George, it came through at nothing. But it's
again.
It's an aggressive philosophy he takes into it. He might have been able to hold off and just throw one of his sort of trademark fin throw jams on that end section and potentially banked a score to rival what Joel's got in the account, but he went for the big number.
Didn't he? And coming unstuck. He waited for that wave for a long time too.
I think maybe just a little bit indecisive. Like it wasn't the wave that he just spent that time waiting for, so he, maybe took off going, oh, this is
not what I was waiting for. I've got to have a go here.
Have a go here. Sorry. And he almost looked a little bit heavy-footed, if you ask me. I think he came off the bottom a little slow, got to this section a little bit late, didn't get the projection off the lip like he needed to, and that Merriweather bounce just caught him out.
Forced it a little bit.
Yeah, if he was a little bit earlier to the section, or even if he mid-face trimmed that first section, didn't go right off the bottom, there was a huge meaty air section off the end of that wave.
Big ramp. Maybe not the right choice for that particular section.
I think there was a couple of options there.
Yeah, high-lined into that bit, the next bit, for sure.
But, yeah, look, now you can already tell he wants to start giving himself a few more opportunities. He knows there's not there's not really large scores that are winning this final, and at the end of this 12 minutes, someone's got to win this prestigious trophy, and it looks like he's able to change his tact a little bit here. Anything over a 1.8 at this point is going to help his situation and lower that 8-point ride that's needed to win.
Nice little backhand snap there to finish that one off. Hoy, it was a beautiful moment when he progressed through and found out that he'd done enough to get himself into the Challenger Series, and he had his mates there join him on the beach. And his folks had made the trip up from Sydney on the Northern Beaches to be here for that. He said it was pretty emotional for him. For you, when you had your big wins, you had to pretty much write a postcard to let your parents
no
know
one knew.
that you'd had success in the event.
No.
But that was awesome to watch that.
Yeah, it was unreal. It's good his parents up to witness all that too. And yeah, he's got a bit emotional, he said, but then he had to get straight back out there and do it all again now for the contest win.
Yeah, these guys sort of had a different reaction to making that crucial heat to get them in a position that's going to see them onto the Challenger Series. George, it felt like the pressure valve kind of was released and sort of lost a bit of the fire in his eyes that he had, and he had an interesting kind of semi-final heat to crack this final. But Joel Vaughan, on the other hand, he did what he needed to do and then went out and put up the best performance of the event so far, and he seems to just sort of be really focused on shutting this contest down with a victory.
His semi-final was huge. Like you said, highest score of the whole contest.
You do see it sometimes, though, don't you, Jules? You see someone with a goal in mind, an event that they've got to reach, and it's not necessarily the win, if you're talking qualification or whatnot. And, once they get there, it's almost like, okay, well, I've done that, and then that competitive fire kind of burns out a little bit.
I think that the hardest heat to back up is your best heat. You really blow the lid off it and sort of surprise yourself with a really high heat total. It's always the hardest one is the next one to back it up. I think that comes from pre-event expectations that you may have set for yourself, and you might reach or exceed those expectations. So then there almost is a little pressure valve that sort of lets go, and you sort of give yourself a bit of a pat on the back and go, I can perform at that level. I am, deserving of where I'm at competitively, and then can almost sort of take you away from the present moment and the heat at hand, and going back out and getting that same grip between your teeth and finding those scores and surfing is hard. I think that's definitely something that through the history of watching competition and stuff, you see it happen all too often. But it looks like Joel is coming off a great heat, but he looks tenacious and fired up to have another great heat. Looks super light-footed. He's excited, giving himself a lot of opportunities, not sitting there going, oh, I just need 2 waves, I'm ripping, I can make this happen, and really back himself. He's still throwing a lot.
Building,
throwing a lot at it, and he timed that wave so well. Look how well he timed that backwash on that. Yeah, just that bounce and met the lip perfectly.
5.83, so the best ride of the final so far. But Hoy, we were calling the semi-finals together, and George was in a similar situation with Huey Vaughan, the younger bro. He kind of didn't really have much going through the earlier stages.
5 minutes to go, I think.
He looked frazzled too, but then when you kind of looked at it, you sort of went, well, he's not even really in trouble yet. Even though it's all the momentum's been with Joel Vaughan, his numbers are in the 5-point range, and George has been putting up 6s and 7s through his run, and he's up again at the moment. Some great small wave antics to kick this one off, and he'll look to finish it off strong on the inside. He's had some well-timed hits on this wave, but he's going to need a bit more wall, you'd think, because even though Joel Vaughan's only got 5-point rides, when you reflect on them, they're pretty impressive 5-point rides, so the judges will take that into account too.
And the other thing is Joel's the only one that's felt what those scores feel like, where George, he did just get a 4-pointer on that little left-hander, and I feel like he made a good score out of that opportunity. There wasn't a lot there. But Joel's felt what it feels like on those rights to get the scores he's got. And I think if George was in a similar situation, that last wave is maybe a wave that he wouldn't have taken off on, because Joel's waves have been twice the size, much more critical sections, and he is getting that 5-point range, where it almost wasn't achievable on that wave that George just had. But I feel like George has sort of gone to either side of the equator in this heat, where he's either been really patient, and now he's on the other side of it, scrambling and trying to make scores out of very marginal opportunities. So I think going off that wave, he looks really good on his board. He looks super on point, and I think he's really dangerous coming into this last 6 minutes. If he gets a good opportunity, I think a 6.9 is well within his capabilities.
Yeah, I actually love that point, Hoy, don't you? That Joel is the only one who knows what that number feels like, because throughout the event, I'm calling the judges have just pulled the scale back a little bit, but throughout the event, I think some of Joel's waves could have taken him into the 6s, the high range of the 6s, but they've just held it back. But he knows what that feels like, and he knows what he's got to do to get more out of them.
Yeah, for sure.
George, on the other hand, is kind of thinking, I need a 6.9, and I've had those for, a slice and some nice little end section hits.
And I'm only getting 4s in this heat,
So,
But
in his mind, he must be going, I'm not too far off the pace. I actually think there could be a little bit more separation in their numbers at the moment, because George's 4s haven't had a whole lot in them. And he has been doing much better surfing on his run through to this point in the comp. But he's in it, 5.5 minutes to go, as Julian said. He's got the capability. And, he's just got to tap into some of that form that he showed to crack the quarterfinals here. Joel's going to give priority over to the surfer from Manly. North Stane board riders would be tuned in. We know the North Shelley crew are here. All the board riders events getting behind all the competitors in the mix, as Joel just looks for random opportunities to the northern end of the bank here. We did see him pull an excellent score out of the board on a similar ride to that.
Yeah, that last heat. He was on fire in that semi, though. Nothing can go wrong for him.
Here's some of the small wave antics of George on his last ride. Came through at a 4.1. So
Joel would take his throwaway waves in that semi and he'd be still winning this final.
That's right. Yeah, he was on an absolute tear, wasn't he? A couple of excellent scores for Joel Vaughan in the semi-finals.
That's an interesting moment in the final that just happened. Like, that wave didn't look that good, but Joel's plan, it seems like, through this final is taking every opportunity he sees. And although that wave didn't turn out, I still think it's a better move to take that opportunity off red, not let George get into a momentum of catching opportunities and keep stalling him. And now he's able to move a little bit down to the left, where he's had his best scores in this final, and it doesn't matter if he's got priority or not. I think it was more important that he took that opportunity off George and didn't let George do what Joel's now able to do to George, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I followed that.
It's just a hard. It's just. I mean, what do you do when you have priority in those situations and it's a marginal opportunity? But it's that size wave is a set for today.
Yeah.
And it's easy to let that go and go, oh, it's not the score. But then if George takes it, shifts down the beach, keeps looking for opportunity, he's more dangerous than taking it.
I think you're spot on too. In conditions where you don't even know if you're going to see any real scoring opportunity in sort of the final minutes of the heat, don't let someone back in by giving them something that maybe has an oncoming section on it. We know that, the judges have been really willing when someone throws a big single high-risk turn out to throw a solid score at it. So I think you're spot on. I think that was Joel Vaughan's plan there. 3 minutes to go. He's out there. He doesn't have priority, so he's steering well clear of George Pittard. George doesn't mind because he doesn't want to have to make a decision or be sold on a wave. But for Joel Vaughan, it works too because he can easily replace one of these the 5.17 with something stronger. If he can let go of one of these big airs that he possesses, loading up some speed here. Can he find a ramp? Oh, he went the stalefish grab by the looks of things. Yeah, he almost had it. I mean, that's a really technical grab, Julian, one of the most technical airs that you can kind of go for, one of the hardest ones. It sort of almost doesn't work with that flowing rotation when you're reaching back over your board like that. But
here goes George with an opportunity.
Too. Maybe it's going to double up onto the bank.
The judges certainly would have had to throw an excellent score if Joel Vaughan stuck that move. But George is going to get his opportunity here, but the wave just lays down. It didn't give him that oncoming section.
That wave just went out to sea. Didn't even hit the bank.
Never closed out. Wow. So that was interesting there for Joel. Like, that was his first really good ramp that he timed really well. And I think if he had some higher scores off what he had done earlier in the heat, he may not have went for the stalefish. A full rotation would have been his best score if it was completed.
You can speak to it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Well, he cleaned it up that time, but I'm glad that you made that point, Julian, because you can speak to it. It's so much more difficult to go for that stalefish grab than just to naturally let the arms go where they want to go and go with the rotation.
Yeah.
But he did. He cleaned it up. This one's going to be his best number, I think.
Surely. Look how well he timed it again, off the lip.
This guy's just in that rare space. Yeah. He's in the zone. He's just looking great. He's like Matt Hoy in the final at Bells, 97.
I wasn't in the zone. Different zone.
You entered the zone at the celebration party. Thank you, Wayne Leach.
Yeah, thank you.
But 45 seconds to go here. The number's in. It's an excellent score for Joel Vaughan, and he has now put George Pittard in a really heavy situation. He needs a near perfect 9.73, and what a quick recovery from maybe a bad option with the stalefish grab and sticking one and making it count.
Yeah, that was exciting. I mean, look at just the ebbs and flows of that one decision that, he's even going to get another opportunity, possibly right here on this wide part of the bank.
It's a late takeoff, but...
just lucky
that could be his last wave of the final.
Yeah, it will be. This one's counting down. George Pittard is going to be chasing a 9.73. He's not even going to get into this one. Not the performance that he would have wanted to finish the event, but without doubt, he's going to be proud of himself because he has got himself onto the Challenger Series, George. This is his best ever finish in a major qualifying series event, a runner-up. But the champion of the 2023 Burton Automotive Pro here at Surfest is Joel Vaughan, and he's making his way in, and the crew are ready to cheer him up to the podium. What an effort.
Very good effort.
That was exciting. Congratulations.
Also for him, 28th position on the Challenger Series last year. Probably only really a couple of heat wins away from cracking that top 20 and not having to stress his way through a QS campaign. And he came from the back end of the top 20 in this event. So he was well out of reach of that qualifying position. He's had to fight hard for it.
And huge confidence boost too.
Yep. And if you ask any of the boys that are inside of that cut for the challenges, which event, if they could pick one to win out of the regionals, I'm sure they'd all pick the last one going into the first, so they can take that confidence and momentum into the first challenger event.
Oh, big time. Well, you think back to Callum Robson and the fact that he had a clutch performance to qualify for the Challenger Series when he was coming through the regional ranks. He did graduate to the championship tour. He's been on a mad tear since then, and I think that was at the time the biggest contest win he'd had, and it just taught him how to close events down, taught him how to get to that top end of the podium, and just gave him a whole lot of confidence before he kicked off that campaign. There's his little brother Huey, hugging it out, and the North Shelley cheer squad. Big result, Hoy, getting the win at Surfest. I mean, it eluded you, but you've celebrated a lot of wins here.
Yeah, it's everyone else's.
Julian, you were lucky enough to break through for a victory here, getting the jump on Ryan Callanan in a really close battle. I know it's one of the proudest moments of your competitive career.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty special to be a new resident to the area, to win here down the street. It was special, and obviously to be against Ryan, had some of my best battles with Ryan, and it was a big one to get over him out here at his break, and it's a special one to win. A huge congratulations to Joel. It's one that he'll cherish for his career, and hopefully this is a big stepping stone in the start of something really special in his career.
Well, Jules, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I've heard wins in surf contests are celebrated bigger in Newcastle. So I'm sure that Joel Vaughan's going to have a fantastic afternoon. He's got a couple of things to celebrate. He's on the Challenger Series, and he's also claimed a Surfest title here today. We're going to take a quick break. Julian, thanks for joining us, and we're going to be back in just a moment to kick off the Speaking in Colour Pro. That final is just around the corner.
Wait!
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
Your champion for the Burton Automotive Pro is Joel Vaughan here at Surfest 2023. The biggest win of his young career, and he's going to be on the Challenger Series. He's absolutely beaming. And we've still got to find out who's going to be the champ on the women's side. But what a moment for this guy. Really did campaign beautifully at the contest to get his place up at the top end of the QS ranks. He jumped from 19th place into a position to qualify, and he's going to finish off the season in 4th position, I believe.
How's that for a finish from him and George? They were both outside by a little bit actually, and they both come through and just made the final. So I'm sure the Shelley board riders are going to go a bit nuts tonight. Maybe,
guaranteed.
Yeah, just a slight bit of a hectic party tonight for all the crew from Shelley Beach board riders and Central Coast, Northern and Central Coast. That's a big win for the Shelley Beach competitor.
That's right. Well, let's get stuck now into the Speaking in Colour Pro final with Bronte McCauley chasing a second Surfest win out there at the moment. And she's up against last year's runner-up at the event, Sarah Baum. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Sarah kicking things off here and winning the opening exchange, 4.83. It hasn't been a problem for Bronte chasing down rivals when they get her on that opening exchange so far. But let's have a look at what she was able to do. Beautiful, sparky backhand hit there to get started, Beck.
Yeah, that was a solid turn, and she managed to do a bit of a connector turn afterwards. So I noticed the judges were going pretty hard on the guys in that final, what I thought. Anyway, that's my own opinion. But, yeah, I think possibly there for Sarah, the section went a bit flatter, and then she managed to do a second turn. So Bronte also doing a big backhand blast. And this is the attack of the goofy footers today, both Sarah and Bronte. I'm sure they've competed against each other for a really long time, probably going through junior events together, and it must be a pretty special moment for both of them to share this moment out in the final at a QS 5000. Sarah did take a win up at Tweed Coast. Both of them have already pre-qualified for the Challenger Series, so this event has just been a bit of a, get some ranking points, get some experience, get your feet in the wax, get ready for the year. Challenger Series is on for both of these competitors, and it's going to be a really exciting hit out in this final to see who gets the better of the exchange.
Yeah, it's going to be intense because everyone wants that Surfest title. We've got, I think, two really capable Challenger Series campaigners out here in this lineup fighting for the victory. Bronte Macaulay gets herself in the lead, so she's answered back now. She's got a 5.17 at the moment. It's the highest scoring ride of this final. And we want to again thank Speaking in Colour for getting behind this event, a 100% Aboriginal owned, women-led business, connecting people to our rich Aboriginal culture. And yeah, they got the rights through that crowdfunding effort of the community here in Newcastle. We love that story, Beck.
Yeah, they've really, the community's band together here and created a prize purse here equal to the men's. Really great event. The whole community gets involved, and yeah, a lot of the supporting partners came down at the start of the event window, and we had a little beach party / cocktail party down there, and I got to meet a fair few of them, and that was pretty special. Most of them saying that their kids and grandkids are now getting involved in surfing, and I think that that's pretty cool. Introducing more people to the lineup and getting them involved in a sport that, I mean, really, it's changed my world and changed my life, and I really appreciate every moment that has come from surfing, and I think to be able to gift that onto the next gen is pretty special. Absolutely.
So as we know, these two are already on the Challenger Series, but the regional ranks are set now. And representing the Australia-Oceania region this year on the Challenger Series, taking out the QS is Kobe Enright, Paige Harrop, the Kiwi in second spot, Ellie Harrison in third position, and Nixie Ryan hung on to her place in fourth. So there will also be a wild card handed out, and those more spots will probably become available in those first two events too. So we might see some of those surfers that finished off the year just below that cut line making an appearance in these first couple of events. But yeah, Nixie Ryan, what a nervous couple of days she's had, and she's managed to hang on to that fourth position. I'm really glad she has too, because she's won a lot of those lower rated QSs, but also recently broke through for one of her biggest wins. So yeah, she's very deserving of a place in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I think a bit of a nervous wait this week for a few competitors. Getting knocked in your opening rounds, it's always really challenging, and it becomes quite a bit of a nightmare week. But I noticed that Nixie was kind of down here each day and really taking note of what was going on in the lineup, and she did well with that. She really handled the pressure well, and her and all of her mates were down there when Bormy took out the competitor in that heat.
Mia Hupperts.
Yeah, I think it was Mia, and I think also for the Japanese contingent, it also happened because Sarah Wakita had to make that semi-final. Yes. So she had to make the final. So her Japanese, the Japanese surfer who was in the position above Sarah came up and thanked her and said, thanks for knocking out Sarah. So it's been a big week.
Oh, man.
For all of the competitors. So Sarah was like, I kind of feel bad. But yeah, I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes in each heat, and it's been as a non-competitor, it's been really good to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. It's super entertaining when there's high stakes and a lot on the line for the competitors. Heartbreaking for some, but obviously the QS schedule or season kicks off again after a nice break, and they're going to have the opportunity to really get away and work on their surfing. All those that didn't make the grade onto the Challenger Series. On the men's side, Reef Hazelwood hanging on to that number 1 position. Jarvis Earl, he finished the year in 2nd spot, but he's already got a wild card because he won the World Junior title. So he's freeing up some space for Kiu Butler. But Alistair Reginato in 3rd. Joel Vaughan moved up into 4th position. George Pittar is going to be on the Challenger Series in 5th. Billy Stammen, the Kiwi, in 6th. Mikey Madonna in 7th, and Kehoe taking the last place to graduate to the Challenger Series. So there you have it. And then as far as the Asian region goes, it's looking pretty interesting there too. 4 spots, I believe, for the men. And Katut Agus easily hanging on to his position at the top end of their regional ranks. Oni Amwa in 2nd place, Daki Tanaka in 3rd, and John Mark Takong in 4th. And as far as the women go, it was 3 spots for them. And it was Nanao Suzuki who jumped ahead of Manami Nanoka to get that 1st position, and Ainon Matsuoka was the one that held on to 3rd place ahead of Sarah Wakita. But I'd be surprised if Sarah gets a call up just based on the form that I've seen her surfing with. She's a real talent, and yeah, would definitely be vying for that wild card opportunity, you'd think.
Yeah.
A lot's got to play out. There's a process to these things, and we're not going to go out there on a limb and start predicting where those wild cards are going to go. Otherwise, I'll throw my own hat in the ring.
Yep, that's
Get out of the booth.
I might stay on land.
No,
but I think for Sarah, she did get 37th on the Challenger last year, and it would be good. I think she's done a few juniors as well, so she's still a young spring chicken, and be good for her to back up a year on the Challenger. We see Bronte, nice looking wave here, big open face slash, backs it up again with a bank off the second turn. Went nice and vertical.
Oh, I really liked it.
Yeah.
I love the choice of manoeuvres for the 1st section. I mean, you want to take off on a beach break wave and just hammer the 1st section, but it takes a level of restraint to sort of hold back and realise you can fit 2 turns in here. It's a well-timed hit, moves a bit of water, but gets the board up there. Always has that nice little tweak on the tail, Bronte, when she rides out of those backhand hits. It's not just a pivot up and down. She really drives through that move.
Yeah, and I think, for Bronte, she just composure-wise, every single heat, even if she hasn't had the lead, she's managed to just maintain. I think Kobe Ann Wright was the other one in this event. Also Sarah, she's done that obviously to be in the final. But those two for me, particularly Kobe Ann Wright, watching her maturity this event. I think she's done a few heats that I've seen in the past where she maybe will fall off on the second turn, and now she's really kind of capitalised on her skill set and is showing a lot of form and a lot of consistency. And Bronte being the other one where she just, no matter what anyone throws at her, she's just ready to do what it takes to kind of flip the heat. And I saw her do it to Dimity today, and got close last year on the Challenger. Be good for her to have another crack at it, I think, and I'm excited to watch her up at Snapper.
Wendy Botha won the contest in 1985, Freda Zambo in 86, Jodie Cooper 87. She was part of the expression session here with yourself, Beck, and Pam Burridge and Pauline Mensa. Pam's had victories here. Man, oh man, the women's honour roll is much like the men's, packed with world champions, packed with icons of the sport, and definitely somewhere these two want to etch their names. For Bronte McCauley, she has the opportunity to do it a 2nd time. She was victorious here in 2020. She's just dropped a 7-point ride. She's on her way.
Yeah, she's made things hard here for Sarah. I think, I dare say, Sarah's going to need a pretty big score, a 7.34, to take that lead back off of Bronte. She kind of timed that little apex peak really well there. Timing was impeccable for Bronte, I think. And then just kind of having the resolve to just wait for that 2nd section, and she managed to just, super vertically attack it and ride out of it cleanly. So putting a lot of pressure on Sarah in the opening half of this heat. Be good to see in this final how Sarah responds. It is the second QS 5000 that she has made on the Australian leg. That's a really solid showing. If you're gonna get results, the 5000s seem to be where you want to do it. And I think let's see how Sarah answers back. A little bit of pressure on her now with Bronte with 2 of the highest wave scores so far in this heat. It's been a tricky day. Seems to have been enough waves in each heat to make it contestable. I was a bit concerned yesterday. It was such a small day.
Well, this is twice as good as yesterday afternoon, for sure.
Yep.
But, the New South Wales government, through its tourism and major events agency, Destination New South Wales, welcoming competitors and spectators back to beautiful Merewether for another fantastic year here at Surfest. And we want to thank Destination New South Wales for their support of this contest. Also the City of Newcastle. And you can go to visit newcastle.com.au to learn more about this zone and figure out when to get here and what restaurants you want to eat at and what activities you want to get a part of. Reflections Holiday Parks, also big supporters and the presenting sponsors of Surfest 2023. And we've been mentioning just some of their incredible locations around the country. 36 nature-based destinations, just great little pockets along the coast, especially where you can set up camp or get yourself a premium cabin, a glamping setup, and get to know a bit of fun out there in nature. This is sort of getting away from Sarah just a little bit. She's been kind of pretty still in the lineup.
Yeah.
She hasn't been charging around too much. She's obviously really aware of where she wants to be out here, but Bronte just keeps moving around and finding opportunities all over the place. Doesn't get into this one, but she definitely kind of be putting question marks into the mindset of Sarah as she just continues to stalk this lineup for scoring opportunity.
Yeah, I think watching Sarah in the semi, I was a bit concerned that she had gone to sleep. She got similar to this actually. She started with a mid-range or a high-range 4, and I was like, would have been better if she had put a bit more pressure on Sarah Wakita by backing that up. But she did wait, and she held her resolve, and she managed to get, I think it was a 6.83. And she waited a while. I think it was something like 12 minutes to get the second wave. So she's kind of proved that under pressure she can perform, and I can tell that she's waiting for a particular looking wave out there. And whether that comes or not, I think we saw Joel Vaughan get a couple of screamers in his heat. So this is a replay of Sarah's opening wave. Kind of just backed off on the first. Is this a replay of her wave that she just caught? This is a 4.83. So yeah, she's I feel like that section kind of backed off a little bit, so she kind of stomped the back foot, and it looked really solid. But because the wave backed off a little, they kind of they gave her a bit of a lower score. Whereas Bronte's was full face attack, full vertical attack, and yeah, they rewarded Bronte for a 5.17. This was a nice wave for Bronte.
I love the breakdown of the two backhand hits there from Rebecca Woods here. And Beck, let's just wind the clock back while we can to 2003, where you broke through for your first victory and put yourself in that same position of being out there in the lineup with kind of you're halfway through the final at that point. Any memories of what you were thinking at the time, or?
I was just so amped because it was at Newcastle. It was 6 foot closeouts, and that was like my favorite as a girl. So I was like, okay, I don't really care and there was 4 people in the heat, so I was like, okay, I don't really care what happens right now. I just want to like do a couple of big turns and do a couple of big floaters, and that was, I think, the extent of my depth of thinking at 19. But that's a long time ago.
Obviously that was the biggest win of your career at that point in time. What did it mean to you to break through and get a Surfest title that first year?
Yeah, it was big for me. I think I hadn't really performed in the opens. Like I'd had a really stellar junior career. I'd won a World Grommer title, and I was intimidated by the older women. I was like, oh gosh, like am I going to be good enough? And how am I going to beat all of these women? Like I looked up to so many of the women for a long time, and that's hard. Like if you put them on too much of a pedestal, you go out there and you just kind of like sit in the lineup. I did that with Lane in my first heat at Snapper. Actually, I just kind of froze and was like, oh my god, it's Lane, and it's not really where you want to be at. But I think that getting a win at a qualifying series event was something that really it helped me to grow as an athlete. And I think it's challenging. I find that the QSs were like there. It was cutthroat and it was brutal. There was none of this priority system like all of the new age surfers get. They're very polite to each other.
The sensitive new age surfers. Let's skip ahead to the next year then, 2004. You make it all the way to the final. You get another victory. That's that's where Bronte's at the moment.
Yeah.
Chasing down a second victory. I'm sure you couldn't have dreamed of breaking through for a second Surfest win the very next year.
Yeah, I don't think you really, you're thinking too much about it when you are competing, and I think probably maybe the same for Bronte. She's just doing her job, and you can tell with how consistent she is. And, you don't, when you finish, I think you turn around and you think, hey, actually winning is really hard. It's very difficult to do, even in the smaller range of events. You need a plethora of things to kind of come together for you in that heat and in those contests, and the consistency is really hard. So it's something that I think if Bronte can get a second win here, going into a Challenger Series year with that momentum, it will be a really big deal for her. I wonder when her last win was, and sometimes you start thinking about those things. You can go a bit quiet competitively. You can make semis and quarters, and people don't remember that stuff.
2004, what came first, the second Surfest title or the World Junior Championship win?
I think the World Junior win from memory, but I think so. Don't quote me on that. But the World Juniors was it's always an important one, and I see it even now. You see everyone going over there, and what it means to represent Australia and what it means to go and win a World Junior. It really, you look at all the names on that trophy, and they've all been on tour. You want yourself to be there.
But you were touching on the importance for Bronte in particular, because we know that Sarah had a win in the last 5,000 up there on the Tweed Coast Pro.
Yeah.
But that winning feeling, you had it in 2003. You got it again here at Surfest. You won the World Junior title that year.
Yeah.
How important is it to break through in these major events and get those victories so that you kind of have it figured out before you move to that next stage? As we see Sarah up, she's chasing a 7.34. This wave does nothing for you. It just seems like, until you break through at this level, it makes it very difficult to make the next step and break through at the elite level.
Yeah, I think quick kind of little in and out there for Sarah. I know she'll be looking for a bit of a different wave, but I think once you realise that you can win it, it's something you can hold on to, because my first year on the, like I've said it, on the QS, I got lost. I got lost in the amount of people in the contest. I got lost overseas. I was away from home. I got homesick. I struggled a lot. And if you have had a stellar junior career, it doesn't always translate across. If you can't handle the pressure of traveling and changing environments and different people, and treating yourself with some worth, and that you can actually succeed. You're a baby. You're 19. You're getting thrown amongst amongst all of the adults. So you've got to really keep your head on. And I think it's good to see someone like Bormy now. She's a bit more mature. She's kind of
29 now.
Yeah, 28, I think. Same difference at this point. But I think she's, she has matured and she's grown into that, and I think she is ready now. I think sometimes you see some competitors going too young. Like Katie Simmons, I thought it was good that she actually was like, I just don't feel ready.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Really mature decision there. But you're right. Sarah Baum, for me too, has entered that space where she's got good perspective. She's not running on other people's expectations. She's running on pure confidence now, having taken some big results on the Challenger Series already. I've just got to say it. I'd be remiss not to mention that you came back a couple of years after 2004, won your third Surfest title in 2006. Congratulations, Beck.
Thanks. Yeah, I think, you kind of, I don't know, it just turns into a bit of a whirlwind once you're doing all that stuff. So it was always good. It was a pleasure coming here, and I've moved here. I love it.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the competitors in the post-heat interviews too have had that same feeling about this region, as we see Sarah now so focused on turning this one around, but she just can't find a steep wall to lay into there. She was after a 7.34. She's still going to be chasing that score. 9.5 minutes remaining here. And what is the last heat of the event? The final of the Speaking in Colour Pro. We loved hearing from Cherie Jackson from Speaking in Colour earlier on. Just so eloquently broke down what her organisation is about, doing great things, connecting people to our rich Aboriginal culture. Just a really appropriate title sponsor, and yeah, can't wait to see who gets that privilege next year when they have that great night where all those communities that back this event announce the new title sponsor. It's so fun.
Yeah, how was that for a match? Like, you know, what Cherie stands for and the business she's created, and it is about, you know, empowering Indigenous Australians and in particular women. So I think, yeah, it's a match with a crowdfunding kind of organisation, and then, you know, a women's event as well. I think value-wise it seemed to align really well, and Cherie seems like I had a good chat to her yesterday, and she seems like a pretty cool individual. So, yeah, she's got some good initiatives going on, and yeah, it's been a pleasure having her as a naming rights sponsor. So, big shout outs to the Speaking in Colour.
Yeah, the whole team.
Whole team. They've been awesome out there in the festival atmosphere that's going on.
Yeah, Nairi's artwork too. It was given to each of the finalists when they received their jerseys before hitting the lineup to battle for a Surfest title. Was awesome as well. Just under 8 minutes remaining here. Bronte McCauley, she's been in control throughout the duration of this final, really. She's out there with priority at the moment. Still on the move, though. Hasn't really dropped anchor at any point in this final clash. She's seeking out the opportunities, not really waiting for them to come her way. Sarah, on the other hand, just has kind of really failed to click into the rhythm out there at the moment. Taken a few waves for throwaway scores. But she does have a 4.83, and a 7.34 is definitely within her reach. Just such a strong approach. These two actually possess some pretty similar weapons.
Yeah.
Really deep, drawn-out bottom turns into a great variety of backhand hits.
Yeah, I think been doing, like, having a bit of chatting, like work with Sarah this year and chatting to her about different points in her surfing, and yeah, I think for Sarah, her backside attack is, you know, it's world class. It's up there with the top kind of 5, 6 backside surfers, and yeah, I think frontside, it's always hard for goofy footers to find lefts to practice on, so that's why they do go and surf shories down the beach all the time. You see them frothing down there, but yeah, I think Sarah's put in a lot of work on her frontside this year, and I've had a few free surfs with her, and yeah, just seeing the way. Yeah, or just me yelling usually and standing on the beach drinking coffee. That's more my speed now. But yeah, she's her flow, like she's got the flow down now front side, and it seems like not holding back at all. And that's, I think, yeah, if you can attack the World Tour with that whole arsenal and that whole kit, where you're not like, oh, I need to work on this or I need to work on that. I think it's a strong entry point. So yeah, Bronte obviously has a lot of experience. So. Here's Sarah, nice looking right.
Oh, there's a nice start. This is a better wave for Sarah. She does well to hang on to that turn. So I think this is maybe going to be better than a 4.83.
Yeah, there was a bit of a funny wave. It almost had a little bit of a rib or something.
There was so many bumps in it. Have a look at the backwash coming in. But, you know, that was nice. She pushed that tail around. Really just to tap that second move. It's probably going to be pretty similar to a 4.83, you'd think.
Yeah.
She would love to take anything off this requirement. It doesn't matter, because the next wave, it might be right there on the line, and those just small little increments could play a part. Unfortunately for Sarah, that one didn't go into the top 2, came in at a 4. I think that they didn't like that she was so late to that final section.
Yeah, it's always hard. It's, yeah, when I was coming down at you like that, I thought you did well to place it up there. It's not a nice fall off when your board gets taken out from under you and you can land in all sorts of positions. But yeah, I think the wave just really not allowing her to get that two-term combo that Bronte has had. And again, Bronte's just been so consistent, hasn't she, in this event? Just, yeah.
So solid, and yeah, just kind of at no point has looked too flustered, even though she's sort of dictated terms to her rivals in the early stages of most of her heats on a road through to the final here at the Speaking in Colour Pro. you know, in the semis, in the quarters, when Dimity Stoyle was able to get off to that quick lead, it just never felt like Bronte wasn't coming back. She just sat there. She was never got frazzled, and really, you know, once she got her opportunities, converted in a big way.
Yeah, the composure. And I think that you can see that with, you know, ex-CT or CT level athletes. They do tend to hold their composure. I think watching a few of the earlier rounds, men's and women's, you could see the surfers when they did start to get a little bit frantic. It was interesting to kind of to see that, and then even the body like language of some competitors when the surf it was real tricky at the start of the week, and you can read people really easily. And I was saying earlier, if you're up there judging all day, you're all day on conditions like this, and you're really looking for a point of difference. So it is those surfers who can hold composure and just explode in the moments that they need to. And I think, yeah, watching Joel and Bronte and Sarah and even, George, all the finalists,
well,
I'm like actually,
30 more names that we've
got
to rattle off.
Can we keep going all day? But yeah, they just, all of them, I guess even from like round of 16 kind of, they just all had that hunger and that composure where they just were never going to give up. And it was a pleasure to watch.
So this is obviously a major event to wrap up the QS season before these surfers tackle the Challenger Series. But before we get there, you'd be thinking that Bronte's probably a good shot at getting a wild card at the Margaret River Championship Tour event. If not, she could potentially surf her way through the local trials. But she's going to be a force. So, I mean, what a threat to have entered the mix at a venue where she's, you know, had good success in the past in semi-finals. So Bronte's got probably a few big things to think about as she moves on from Surfest 2023. And she's just basically in a position now where she's looking to control the final stages to get this result in the bag. She's having a look at one, cornering up here at the moment. She lets it go. Sarah can't get into it. Maintains her priority on this outside here. And just on 2 minutes to go. Bronte hanging in there. Can she get that second title? She's coming for you, Beck. She wants 3 wins.
Well,
here we go.
She's certainly bloody young enough, isn't she? She's killing it right now. Huge backside attack there from Bronte. And, yeah, a big blast. It may better the 517. I'm not sure. I feel like the 517 may have been a bit of a bigger wave. But you can see blue and red just completely playing cat and mouse out there in the lineup at the moment.
Got to just... you know, you can tell what goes through the surfers' minds when they take off on these waves. It's a quick adjustment. Bronte quickly realising that she's only going to have time for the one move, so she does dig in, get that board in a critical position, swings that tail around, tries to do her best just to up the ante and improve on the 517. But one thing she does do in taking that wave is just stop Sarah from gathering any late momentum here.
Yeah, and I think we have seen Bormy get rewarded. I think she got a 6.5 for one turn earlier in the contest. So, again, Bronte being very smart, shutting her opponent down, not giving her too many opportunities. It is Sarah with priority now, and there is 1 minute remaining. So looking for a big score, but definitely not out of Sarah's reach. She's proven that in numerous contests this year. So final minute countdown. It's been such a great event. Awesome always to come to the event in Newcastle. And we see a bit of a paddle here, a bit of a sniff. She may, let's see how they go with priority there for Sarah. But yeah, it's always great to come down to Surfest, and stoked to be a part of the event this year. Final 30 seconds for the two competitors in the lineup right now. It is Sarah Baum needing a very big score. Bronte did better her exchange slightly. With that last wave.
Impressive, 5.23, so the requirement just got pushed a little higher here for Sarah, who's out there, hasn't quite conceded just yet, but it is getting to that point because I can't see a whole lot of waves rolling our way. She needs a 7.4. And they're counting this one down, and for Sarah, it's going to be 2 runner-up finishes back-to-back. For Bronte McCauley, it's going to be 2 Surfest titles. Her last came in 2020, but she has broken through for the win here. And, you know, she came all this way to take part in an event that she loves, and she's made the investment count for something here, Beck.
Yeah, what a legend. Well done to Bronte Macaulay. Two-time Surfest champion now. She's certainly stamping her authority on this region and on this event. And yeah, she's going to have a big year, and so too is Sarah Baum. So congratulations to both women in the final. That was an awesome showing, an awesome event for both of them. Sarah just tries to do a backhand. She lands it now.
Sticks it. Well, she was looking for that section for some time, but yeah, she's had a magic run on the qualifying series in our region. But Sarah Baum with a strong performance, getting to 10th position on the ranks, on the Challenger Series ranks, that is, last season.
Yeah, she manages to land an air on the way in the final. So she's obviously got a bit of momentum going into the Challenger Series. And yeah, that was great. That was a great event. And well done to Bronte Macaulay. David would be pretty stoked.
Beck, an absolute pleasure to call this event with you. And looking forward to doing it again next year.
Yeah, thanks, Ronnie. It's been great. Thanks for having me. And well done to the women finalists. That was awesome. Looking at all the Groms on the beach right now. Swamping Sarah, looking to swamp Bronte as she comes into the lineup. Second event win here for Bronte Macaulay. Huge event win for her. She'd be super stoked. And yeah, I think heading up to the Challenger Series, she's been on the East Coast, playing around with boards, being back in the softer waves on this side of the coastline. They may be looking at, look at the Groms holding the board up, and Baumie getting congratulated by some of her mates here. She's a local girl, and everyone's pretty stoked for her that she made the final. So, yeah.
She's had a great year. She's been in fantastic form. Sarah Baum. That rhymes. There you go. I'm on fire in the tail end of this. But
only at the end.
There's the happy victor. And we're going to stay with Bronte here and just cop the reaction. There's Jacob Wilcox, fellow West Australian. And just trying to get eyes on who's who. There's Dad, the Masters World Champ.
Going to get cheered up the beach here.
Dave Macaulay.
What a huge win here for Bronte Macaulay. And second Surfest that she's taken out. I mean, to take out, you know, two events, it's been a couple of years between. 2020 was the last event she took out, so she's come back and proven herself once again, and she is looking in fine form for the rest of the year.
Her name's already on the Surfest trophy, but now she goes into really rare company. I mean, Mick Fanning, he's got 3. So, who else? Who else has won multiple?
Pam Burridge.
Surfest. Yes, Pam. What about Beck Woods?
Yes, it's been
I know, look, I keep
long
bringing it
time.
up
Long time.
But you know this feeling. You know what it's like to be here in Newcastle, Surf City, and to be chaired up. Did they chair up the beach back there?
I can't actually remember. I think, no, I don't know if it was a thing then, but
Okay.
I'm glad it's been created now. Definitely a big win for Bronte, and I know her dad he would be very stoked for her.
It's a great feeling.
Pro competitor over on the East Coast. They're surrounded by many friends and family over here.
Are you going to be presenting trophies? It's a rumour I heard.
Okay, well, looks like our beach crowd is going to chair Bronte.
All right, let's have a quick break here from the Speaking in Colour Pro Surfest 2023. We're going to be back to crown our champions. The presentation just after this.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air, and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicle with stock available for immediate delivery.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
Welcome back to Surfest 2023. The Burton Automotive Pro and the Speaking in Colour Pro have wrapped. We have new champions. In fact, not totally new, Mitch. One of our champions has won here before, but on the men's side of the draw, the Burton Automotive Pro, Jolie Vaughan getting it done. A huge breakthrough, and what a result for this young talent to come from 19th place on the qualifying ratings coming into this one. Had to go deep. Went all the way.
Got into his bag, as they say.
Mm.
Yeah, he went big, and yeah, there wasn't a more deserving winner, I think. Would have been nice to see Georgie Pitter win, but at the same time, I think, yeah, Mr. Vaughan was just incredible. And even to have his brother a part of the draw, it felt like one of them was destined to win this thing come semi-finals time. So, yeah, unbelievable job.
It was. I think, you know, the big story of this event, other than the fact that George Pitter and Jolie Vaughan went from 19th and I think 10th? 14th. So 19th and 14th, all the way up into qualifying for the Challenger Series. The other big story was Huey Vaughan. He was just an absolute sensation in this thing. Big raps, eyeballs on him from all over the globe for 2 years now. But validating all that hype with just a really gritty in some cases, completely mind-blowing in others.
Yeah, one of the younger surfers in the draw. I think there was a couple of sort of wild cards from Mirror that were a little younger. But, yeah, 16 years old to battle with the best. A couple of, 7-point rides. There were some high sevens in one particular heat against Nathan Hedge. You got back-to-back sevens, which earned him a shoulder up the beach from Hedgie. As we look at the final ratings, have a look at this, Vaughan. Reef Hazelwood, I believe he was in second prior to this event, so you can see the shuffling.
Yep.
But there it is, Reef Hazelwood first. So it's been a long year for Reef. He didn't just surf in events this year. He was also one of those surfers that surfed Cruy, he surfed Nias, so he got a lot of points together.
Got some points, yeah. You can see the movement, and the big move is Joel Vaughan, 15 places in this event. Georgie Pitter, 9 places up the rankings. But some heartbreak here too, mate. Kihu Butler, in fact, finishing in 8th. I believe he might still make the cut because Jarvis Earl has attained a wild card from the World Junior win. So because he's the World Junior champ, he gets that wild card into the Challenger Series, which means Kihu is probably safe. Heartbreak for Solly Bailey and Mike Clayton Brown, mate, because they were progressing. They were qualifying before this event.
I want to say that Mikey was 5th. So a lot had to go wrong for Mikey to fall out. So, yeah, devastating for Solly Bailey and Mikey Clayton Brown. It'd be interesting to note what does happen with Jarvis Earl. Does he go into the challenges with the seed points of a wild card or the seed points of a second place finish?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I think he was in this event to try and get some seeding points, but we'll see what happens there and we'll let you know. But as far as the women go, Kobe Enright, beautiful surfing throughout this event. Couldn't quite get to the finals, but took out the Australasian qualifying series, regional rankings. The girl from Snapper Rock, she is on a real tear this year.
Absolutely. She was really good, really impressive. She's featured at the top level before on the championship tour in a couple of wildcard spots. I know she's had a few heats with Carissa Moore down at Bells over a time. So, look, she's been around, and it will be exciting to see how she does, sort of step up to the Challenger Series. No big upsets in the end. I know Nixie Ryan, she fell out of the event early.
That's right.
But she hung on by the...
She was in that scenario that could have gone the way of Mikey and Solly.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get deep into the event and really needed to just put it away, but unfortunately got knocked, found herself in that position, but the cards fell her way this time, and now she will be on that Challenger Series representing Lennox Head. They're going to be frothing up there.
The qualifying series in Asia, there's the results right there. That was super tight as well. Katuragus won the region in the end. Onyeonwa got the second. Daiki Tanaka, he got third spot. John Mark de Kong got the fourth, and Keen Martin, gosh, he was really lucky, sort of holding on to that last spot as well. Couple of late runners. I know someone who's not there is Hirato O'Hara as well. He had a couple of big explosions of scores in this event. He needed to win to get up there. It wasn't to be. So, yeah, the top 5, there it is in front of you.
Yeah, Tenchi was probably the standout of all these surfers in this event. He did so well to go deep into the heat draw, and he was just so stealthy. I mean, I didn't know much about him coming into this event. I definitely know about him now, and so do a lot of the guys on this tour. Unfortunately, it's back to the drawing board for Tenchi.
Yeah, another big year coming up for Tenchi next year. But, yeah, great job from Katut and the crew getting the job done. And now we're looking at the women's. Very, very tight. And I really feel sorry for Surfer in 4th spot. Needed to make the final, Vaughan, to book a spot in the Challenger Series, but
made the semis.
Yeah, really tight.
Far out. Yeah, all right. Sarah Wakita spends a lot of time between Hawaii and Japan, and you know, she had fans from all over the world sending messages of support. She said she was using that as motivation, and gosh, she surfs so well. But far out, man. This is just how competitive these regional qualifiers are. It doesn't matter if you're in the Australasian, Oceanic region, the Asia region, the US region. All these zones are just cranking out talent, and there's no easy heats.
Yeah, so only 3 in the women make it through to the Chenga. So great stuff there from all those 3 girls, as we see a lot of people are making their way down to the presentation area.
Yep, let's throw it down right now to Ronnie Blakey, who's down there to crown the champs.
G'day everyone, welcome to the presentation of Surfest for 2023. Did everyone have a good time this week? Awesome. Best supporters on the qualifying series schedule for sure. Thanks for getting along to support the event, to support the surfers. It's great to have your company here for the presentation as we crown our very deserving champions. I'm going to get some special guests up on stage with me to help me get through this, including the state member for Newcastle. Give him a big round of applause. Tim Crackenthorpe. On your crackers, good to see you again, mate.
Oh, it's just awesome to be here. Thanks so much. And just to start, I'd like to say Wanakayu, which is a Wabakal for greetings. Fantastic event yet again. I mean, what sort of event do you get that broadcasts Newcastle all over the world in all its majesty and attracts people, brings them here to surf, and supports this event, which also supports all these wonderful kids that do all the catering, kids from Waratah High School, employs people, shows us to the world, and has world-class surfing. I mean, Bronte and Sarah and Joel and James outstanding today under difficult conditions. So, yeah, wonderful to see so many people here enjoying awesome Newcastle. Thanks for coming and thanks for having me.
Beautiful, mate. Thank you. And stay up on stage with us. We also want to welcome to the stage the City of Newcastle Lord Mayor, Councillor Nuatali Nelms. Fantastic to see you again. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. We're very proud foundation sponsors of this amazing event. I just wanted to acknowledge yourself, Warren, the Surfest team, all of the locals that have come together to put this event on year. It is our showcase event for the City of Newcastle. As Tim said, showcasing our wonderful lifestyle, our city and beaches, and I couldn't be prouder of the team here in Newcastle delivering this for our community, so thank you.
Thank you, Nuatali. All right, we also have with us the WSL Tour manager Ty Sarati. We'll get him up on stage. Thank you, Ty. Put your hands together for him. He's had a big, grueling QS campaign he's been part of. And last but not least, please put your hands together for the 4-time world champion. He is the man behind the event, really. Mark Richards. Love it. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for having us. All right, we want to obviously thank all the competitors. What a wonderful job they've done this week. This is a stressful week for all those QS campaigners, and some of them stood up in a big way to make the grade onto the Challenger Series. But to all the competitors, thank you. We want to thank the officials. We want to thank the sponsors, the major sponsors, the City of Newcastle and Destination New South Wales. We want to thank Kim and Janine Burton from Burton Automotive. For 60 years, they've been looking after the community here in Newcastle, but in particular the surfing community. We love their support. We want to thank Speaking in Colour and congratulate them on being the naming rights sponsor for the women's event. We had Cherie Jackson on the broadcast earlier on. She spoke about the organisation. We're going to get her up a little later to help us present these awards. But yeah, big round of applause for Speaking in Colour, please. And one thing that we all marvel at is just the crowdfunding effort that happens to get the women's event on. That's been happening since 2016. Over 90 businesses contributing. And yeah, next year we'll have a new title sponsor. And we just want to thank everyone for getting behind the event. All right, it's time to hand out some trophies. And to help me do that, I want to get Chris and Sharon on behalf of Burton Automotive up here. Are they around? Oh, here they come. And Chris would like to say a couple of words on behalf of Burton Automotive. Thanks, mate.
Hi, guys. Just a very quick apology from Kim and Janine. They did run into a family wedding situation this week, and I guess with 7 boys between them, it's likely to happen at some stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Sharon. All right, let's get our finalists up here. First up, this guy, he had his work cut out for him. He wasn't on the Challenger Series last year. It was an amazing run through the contest for him. He was extremely emotional when he hit the beach after cracking the quarterfinals. Put your hands together for Manly's George Pitter. An unbelievable effort, razor sharp surfing, and he's going to give it a good nudge on the Challenger Series this year, mate. Congratulations. What an awesome week for you. Fair to say Newcastle's one of your favourite places on earth?
Yeah, thanks so much. It wasn't before, actually. I haven't really had that many good results here, but no, I'm so happy. It's been such an amazing week, and a lot of pretty terrible sleeps this week, just being so stressed out for the qualification. But I don't know, just to get here, get to the finals day, and then, I don't know, give it a good crack. I'm just so happy. It's definitely been the best day of my life probably so far.
Congratulations, mate. You must be stoked to have your parents here, but really excited about getting a run at the Challenger Series this season.
Yeah, definitely. Really looking forward to Snapper and some of those events. It's going to be great travelling with all those guys. You know, we're all really close mates, and yeah, I'm really excited. Also, a quick shout out to the people from Vanuatu or the Surfing Association over there. You guys have really kind of shaped my junior career, and surfing over there has been a massive help. So yeah, cheers.
Mate, congratulations. Give it up for the runner-up of the Burton Automotive Pro this year. He's on to the Challenger Series, George Pitter. And have we got the runner-up trophy there? Come on over and see Chris and Sharon. Well done, mate. Stay up on stage with us. All right, now time to meet our winner. We've got a new Surfest champ, and here is the interesting stat about Surfest. Every male that has won this contest has gone on to make the championship tour. Not a lot of pressure there, but put your hands together for him. From North Shelley, it's Joel Vaughan. An amazing run through the contest, showed great variety, put up the best numbers in the semi-final and brought it home strong. Mate, just for the family, what a fantastic week, but for North Shelley, I think they're pretty happy about it too. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Not many words can describe how I'm feeling right now. I'm super stoked, and yeah, Huey surfed amazing this week, and I'm sure he's very stoked too, but yeah.
Mate, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, they've all won this contest. Your name's going to be on that trophy as well. How good does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good. A fair bit of pressure to try and make the CT now, but yeah, I'm very stoked.
Mate, congratulations. Obviously, always a lot of people to thank. Your shaper, your boards looked amazing out there throughout the week. What were you riding?
I was riding a Piezo Radius. I actually broke my squash tail in the quarterfinals, creased it, and I just jumped on a round tail and it felt really good. So very stoked with that.
Anyone else you want to thank, mate?
Yeah, I want to thank the rest of my sponsors. I want to thank my dad and my brothers for coming down, and everyone from North Shelley for supporting me, and also like to thank everyone at Surfest for all the support and putting on an amazing event. Yeah, I'm just really stoked.
Mate, great performance, beautiful surfing. Can't wait to see what you do on the Challenger Series this year. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Burton Automotive Pro, your Surfest champ for 2023. Come over and see Chris, get your trophy, and have a look at the Perpetual Trophy as well, held by Mark Richards there. And what an honour that is to receive that honour from our most winning world champion on the male side. That's an absolute beauty. Get that thing up there. An amazing performance. And congratulations to all those surfers that cracked the top 7 on the QS ranks and are going to be campaigning on the Challenger Series this season. Congratulations. Oh, whoa, whoa, hang on, not just yet. Hold it. Oh, he's going for it. All right. Now we'll bring up Sheree Jackson from Speaking in Colour, and we're going to get her to help hand out the trophies. And Nairi is going to join her. She's been doing the beautiful artwork for Speaking in Colour, and just what a fantastic title sponsor once again. So thank you guys for joining us. All right. In the runner-up position for the second time in a row, she wanted the win so bad because she's living here in Newcastle from South Africa originally. She already had her place locked up on the Challenger Series, and she's just showing that she's going to be a major threat when she gets there. Put your hands together for Sarah Baum. Can't say enough about Sarah's surfing. Just an incredible, flowing, goofy footer with a beautiful backhand attack. Congratulations, Baumie. We know that you wanted the win for the hometown crowd, but I know they're proud of you anyway. But what a magic week. It looks like you were just having so much fun.
Yeah, definitely. I just thank you so much to everyone. Like, you guys have been amazing. So much support. And, yeah, this is definitely one of my favourite events of the year, so always. And, yeah, just thank you.
Sarah, the Challenger Series, you gave it a good nudge last year. And, in fact, you improved 10 spots on your run in 2021. 10th place, something to be proud of, but you want to get to that top end. You want to get on that CT, don't you?
Definitely. I keep going in halves, so hopefully this year I can make top 5 and qualifier, and yeah, dream come true.
There's a lot of believers here. I know you've got that self-belief. Put your hands together for the runner-up in the Speaking in Colour Pro for 2023 here at Surfest, and head on down to Nairi there and get that runner-up trophy. Congratulations to 2 years finishing in that second position. Strong performance. All right, your champion, another surfer that had already locked up her position on the Challenger Series for this season, but she is a former CT surfer looking to get herself back there. She came all the way from WA. That's how much she loves this event, and she made it count. What a performance from Bronte McCauley, your champion of the Speaking in Colour Pro. And also worth noting is the fact that Bronte is now a 2-time winner here at Surfest. Congratulations, mate. What a performance. How good's that feel?
Yeah, thanks so much, Ronnie. Yeah, this place is so special. The first time I came, I was like, wow, I definitely fell in love with the people. So yeah, I just want to thank all our friends here, the Blatchfords for having us for the last 10 years or so, and Neil and Terry, and everyone from Nelson Bay. Yeah, it's just an incredible part of the world. I'm so happy I came.
Bronte, you're surfing. I think everyone's picked up on it, seeing the free surfing clips that you've been dropping the last couple of years. You're one of the most improved surfers out there, but that Challenger Series, it's tough. What's it going to take to break through and get back to that CT?
Yeah, I think just a bit of consistency, really, and just constantly trying to improve my surfing, and hopefully that shows in the results. But yeah, just hopefully give it a really good crack this year and see what happens, but try to requalify.
The city of Newcastle means a lot to you. You didn't actually need to come here. You're already on the Challenger Series. What was it that lured you back?
Oh, just pretty much just our friends that live here, really. We've had such a great week, a lot of fun dinners, lots of fun chats. And yeah, there's just something special about this place. I don't know, I just really love it. It's probably the most enjoyable event for me on the calendar.
Well, it shows in your results. A 2-time winner here now at Surfest, taking out the Speaking in Colour Pro. Get down there to Cherie, get that trophy. An unbelievable result, and come and stand alongside our other winners here. We do want to put our hands together and give a big rap to Warren Smith and his team, always hosting us beautifully at this event. And we've also got to hand off the big bopper to Bronte Macaulay here. And that is so rich with a lot of world champions as well, the women's trophy, and many of them have gone on to great things. Joel, get that trophy up in the air, mate. Well, there you have it, your champions for Surfest 2023. Joel Vaughan taking out the Burton Automotive Pro, and it's Bronte Macaulay taking out the Speaking in Colour Pro. Thank you to Reflections Holiday Parks as the presenting sponsor, getting behind this event, and all our other partners.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ronnie, and a great presentation. So cool to see these champions crowned. Oh.
Keep the celebrations rolling, but right now we're going to throw it back to the booth. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Yeah, great to crown our champions here at Merewether. Mitch Ross, what a great week. Another Surfest in the bag. The Burton Automotive Pro, the Speaking in Colour Pro, Bronte Macaulay, Joel Vaughan, worthy champions. And, mate, you must be proud as punch, being a proud Novocastrian.
Absolutely. Job done.
Job done.
Yeah, what a week it was.
And a big thanks, as Ronnie said, to Wazza Smith and the team. They've been absolutely iconic in running this event for 37 years. 38 coming up next year. Maybe the locals. Maybe it'll be Newcastle versus the world once more, like we used to see back in Hoyo's day when dinosaurs roamed the world. Mate, it's been a lot of fun. Fantastic to see you. We're going to show a highlights package now, folks. Get ready. The Challenger Series is just around the corner. The WSL is going to pick things up at Snapper. We've got our 7. We've got our 5. We've got our wild cards. Let's do it.
If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. When only all I know, see, where you're stamming it down, overthrowing me. Joke left, joke right, I'm number 23. Every day of my life, the win is all I see. Train harder than most, it's more than a dream, this is reality. I was born to be king, break the sweat from my soul as I bring sound in and let it go with the form of a javelin throw. Come on, stay on my head to be dope. Wrap my hands up tighter than the rap that he wrote, then let it float like a butterfly right to your throat. Think it's a joke till you tenderize. Beat you up so bad, your friends will ask which way did he go. Hard to recognize, sorta like the face of a ghost. I'm blazing your boat, don't think you gon' be staying afloat. The waves on the coast claiming you on your way to the ropes, so let's go. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. I've been a champion for all of my life. As a young and golden medals, more than something I like. I would always look for challenges, the sorcerer's type. Always where the hazard is, left hook, so where the jabbing is. Brought up with the savages, I had to win. Thought about the war long before they brought the battle in. Hashtag warrior, what he channeling. Pick up the ball, then I'ma slam it in. What do you call what's really happening? Slapping with the bat in hand. Full house, now bring it back again. Oh, you lost, get back to hassling. Or hustling hard to get back to the front. Reach for the stars until the day you catching them up. But you ain't never gonna catch me, son. You can call me the immaculate one. Foot the track and you're done. Supersonic, I'm a comic, short the black of the sun. It's 9 back to the 1. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. Come on. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. If I was born to be a winner, then I'ma grow up to be a go-getter. Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing. There is no quitting. to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Save now on 2022 plated vehicles.
Find the perfect vehicle and get a great deal from the people you can trust.
Hunter and Newcastle GWM Havel. Take a test drive today.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
For those that are renewed by the warm sun, fresh air and awakening winds. We know, you know, life's better outside.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
For the spirited, the grounded, the true outsiders. We know, you know, life's better outside.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination.
No beds to Michael's. Get to the Royal.
At Speaking in Colour, we go from the classroom right through to the boardroom. We bring together people in programming and in training, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, in a spirit of reconciliation.
It's me. We got out. I love you, Dad.
300 kilometres to your destination.
No beds to Michael's.